Hello everyone, my dear followers. Today I want to welcome you to a new fanfic for the channel. Today I want to welcome you to the first season of What If Naruto Awakened the YŌTON Element and Was Trained by MEI TERUMI. Remember, if you want a second season, just smash that like and subscribe button. Enjoy!
I refuse. Naruto announced to a stunned Jiraiya. What do you mean by, you refuse? I'm not going to train with you, I have other things to do. Naruto explained to the sage that he refused to go on the 2-year training journey. She had other things to do next, wasting time with this pervert. She had to learn to control herself, she had to learn to take advantage of it. If she could do that, she would make her mother, the Uzumaki clan, and the lost country of Whirlpool proud, and she would. How can you have better things to do than train with the Toad of Konoha? Naruto shrugged, this guy could get on someone's nerves. I said no, goodbye Jiraiya. Naruto jumped off the roof of the Hokage building, leaving a surprised Toad man behind. Naruto ran through the streets and saw the looks of disgust and hatred that most of the villagers gave him. He ignored them, as far as he was concerned, Konoha was dead to him. They never did anything for him, even when he tried so hard to earn their respect, all they did was spit on him. Although not for long, Naruto arrived home and took off the orange jumpsuit that had started to make him flinch at the sight of it. Sure, he liked orange and all, but not a full jumpsuit, he needed something more, and luckily he'd already found something. Naruto went into his room and looked around, everything seemed so simple, so normal. He smiled, looks could always be deceiving. From the doorway, he walked to the center of the room and knelt before what appeared to be just another wooden board on the floor. He cut his finger and pressed it against the wood, illuminating the darkened room for a few seconds before a click of a lock was heard and Naruto moved the board out of the way. Inside the small opening was a box, or rather, a collection of smaller boxes that Naruto had only glanced at a few times before, but today, he would look through every single one. He bent down and picked out each one at a time, in a way that felt like a child receiving Christmas presents. The only thing he'd opened before was the letter on top of the first box, and Naruto thought he'd reread it before starting. The letter was worn with age, but it bore the definitive Uzumaki seal, the seal of his mother's clan. He opened the letter again and read each word slowly and carefully, making sure he understood what his mother was telling him before delving deeper into his clan's past. Naruto, if you're reading this message, then I'm dead. We asked the third Hokage if he would give you this apartment specifically when you can live on your own, so I know you'll find this letter someday. I'm your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and I have some things to tell you that will affect your future and possibly change your perspective on some things. First, you keep the Nine Tails inside you, you are its jailer, its guardian. You are a hero, Naruto. No matter what anyone says, it is because of you that Konoha still stands today. I disagreed with your father about whether to seal it inside you or not, but in the end, it was too late for any other option. I also disagreed with the third Hokage when he said you should never be told about the Nine Tails, because how can you stop it if you don't know it exists? I love you, Naruto, and so does your father. We know you are not the demon, and you never will be. My clan, our clan, the Uzumaki, are an ancient clan from the land of whirlpools, a small but powerful country indeed. The Uzumaki were the leaders of the village, and most, if not all, of the citizens were from a branch of our family. The families in that branch still kept their original surnames, but they adopted the Uzumaki lineage since we were often at war with Kirigakure over land rights, and I grew up amidst that conflict. Our people have a strong lineage, one that awakens near adolescence. It will give you a power that many have never seen, but you must learn to control it. Kiri took in many refugees when our country dissolved. If you want to learn from a true Uzumaki, look there first. However, be aware that if you encounter a member of that branch of the family, they might not be pleased with a pure blood like you, Naruto. While we never openly discriminated against them, many of the original Uzumaki looked down on inferior families, viewing them as pretenders. Only true Uzumaki awaken our bloodline, and it could rarely be taught to lesser families. Seek out someone who possesses the common traits of an Uzumaki or who can utilize our bloodline, then, and only then, will you find a fellow survivor. Most of the women in our clan had red hair like mine, and the men generally had brown or red hair as well. I doubt appearances are of any use, so keep an eye out for those who use our bloodline, the lava and boil release. You will meet Naruto, I believe in you. I came to Konoha seeking peace, and I found it alongside your father. He may be an idiot, but I still love him, and I always will. Naruto, I'm going to finish this letter now. I hope you can read it all. I had to write quickly. The doctors tell me it won't be long, but I had to finish this last message for you. Whatever happens, Naruto, I know you'll make us proud, whether it's in Konoha or somewhere else. I left some farewell gifts, just like your father did. You should find them in the boxes. Good luck, Naruto-kun. I know you'll become the greatest shinobi. Naruto read the message with a sad smile on his face, knowing this was his mother's final goodbye. His father couldn't write anything, but he understood the man's situation. He put the letter down and slowly opened the first box, ready to be shocked. He was completely taken aback by what he found. He took the first item out of the container and examined it closely. It was a ninja headband. What was peculiar was that it didn't have the Konoha symbol, but rather the Uzumaki swirl, and the fabric was red. It must have been my mother's. She was a kunoichi from Whirlpool Village. She was wearing what must have been Kushina's battle attire, a red, tunic-like uniform that would only cover her torso, and what appeared to be pink shorts, Fuuka's uniform from the Shippuden filler arc. Naruto blushed at the thought of a woman in this uniform and quickly set it aside, carefully folding it so as not to upset him too much. He found a note inside the uniform and read it. Naruto-kun, this was my Whirlpool kunoichi outfit. It's a little provocative, but it did the job. Maybe you can find a cute Uzumaki girl and give this to her as a memento of old times. Naruto blushed at the thought of finding another Uzumaki, especially a little girl. He put down the note and grabbed what looked like another set of clothes, but he wasn't prepared for what they might be. Apparently, they were clothes for him, since they were far too small to have belonged to his mother. The shirt was a long-sleeved shirt that was almost entirely black except for the Uzumaki swirl that covered his abdomen and also the upper part of his back. The pants were black and reached his ankles, and the ninja sandals were red. My mother's clan must have really liked the color red. Naruto put on all the clothes and even placed the Uzumaki headband on his forehead. They all looked great on him. He looked in the mirror and saw what could very well be the appearance of an Uchiha. Naruto found a note at the bottom of the small clothing box and took it out to read it. Naruto, this is the male uniform of the Uzumaki clan. All male genin would wear this. The female uniforms were just smaller versions of what my outfit looks like. Uchiha enjoyed having a uniformed shinobi force. I didn't understand it either, though it did make us look pretty professional. Naruto pondered his new look as he looked at himself. It wasn't orange, but it was an old Uchiha uniform, and the colors weren't all bad. He could get used to wearing it, and he especially liked the headband. It's time for the next box. Naruto picked up a small box and found himself face to face with 5 medium-sized scrolls inside. Each one bore kanji writing and intricate artistic designs to denote its contents. The first one was labeled lava and featured a design of flames all over it. The second one contained boil and depicted water and mist. Beneath these 2 scrolls were the final 3, aligned with each other in a specific order. Fire was between the 2 bloodline elements, while water was below boil and earth was below lava. There was another note from his mother describing the contents of the box. Naruto, our bloodline allows you to use 3 elements of nature in different combinations to create 2 rare elements that most have never heard of before. Your first step should be to learn about the 3 basic elements you have an affinity for, earth, fire, and water. By understanding how to manipulate each of these elements, your bloodline will allow you to mold chakra simultaneously to create lava or boil. Fire and earth combine for lava, and water and fire combine for boil. You'll notice that fire is essential to know because you need it for both of these special elements. Naruto smiled. This was the Uzumaki legacy, the defining factor of why the Uzumaki clan was unique. Naruto knew he had to continue this lineage and refused to take his father's name because of his devotion to Whirlpool. He didn't hate his father, but he knew the Namikaze clan was extinct and that he would only make enemies if he became the last Namikaze. So he would remain an Uzumaki and make a difference, and he vowed to make both his parents proud. Naruto placed the box of scrolls near his clothes and grabbed the next box, which was rather heavy. Naruto opened it to find a simple scroll with Namikaze written on it. It also contained a neatly stacked pile of three-pronged kunai, confusing Naruto. What kind of kunai are these? Naruto found a different handwritten note. It must have been from his father. Hey Naruto. Your mom told me we're making a kind of time capsule for you, so I'm putting in my favorite jutsu for you to use someday. The scroll contains instructions for the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, two jutsu I'm very well known for. The Rasengan isn't finished yet, but I know you can finish it if I don't. The three-pronged kunai are used in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique. Read more on the scroll. See you later, Naruto. Well, Dad was excited. Naruto picked up one of the kunai and played with it in his fingers, testing its weight and how it felt in his hand. He immediately noticed the seal on the kunai's handle and guessed it was part of the Flying Thunder God technique. He smiled as he placed the kunai back in the pile, thinking he could handle them effectively with practice. Then Naruto reached the final box and opened it to find money, lots of it. All the Ryo coins were stacked and neatly wrapped, and Naruto easily counted tens of thousands. He also noticed some books to one side, probably his parents' diaries. I guess this is my inheritance. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Naruto had decided he wouldn't stay in Konoha much longer, and he knew it was impossible for him to bring all the money, so he came up with a great plan. It was a very short and simple checklist. 1. Ramen. 2. More ramen. 3. Ramen cups. 4. Important ninja things. Sad face. With the newly created list in mind, Naruto placed enough money inside Gamachan to stuff the frog's face into the box. Then he placed all the boxes back inside the sealed space for protection. Looters could get through while he was gone, and he refused to lose his last connection to his parents. He also made sure to grab one of the three-pronged kunai, since his father had only given him 10 of them. He decided to spend part of his inheritance making more of the special kunai, minus the seal. Naruto would have to create and draw that himself. Before stepping out the door, Naruto slapped his own stupidity. He'd almost forgotten to replace his Yuzu forehead protector with the Konoha one, and that would be a bit of a mouthful to explain. Finally, Naruto left his apartment and headed straight for the shinobi weapons shop, stepping inside to avoid the occasional glares and whispered threats. The shopkeeper noticed Naruto enter and smiled at him, just as Naruto smiled back. There were some people who understood Naruto, and this man was one of them. Naruto-san. What can I do for you today? Naruto approached the vendor and discreetly handed the man his special kunai and whispered in his ear. I need to make 40 of these kunai as soon as possible, the Hokage orders. She wants me to start learning to use a new weapon, and I asked her for this, the weapon of my idol, the fourth Hokage. Do you think you can do that, sir? The man initially stared at Naruto with genuine surprise and disbelief when he first saw the weapon, but he understood the situation after Naruto's, a lie, explanation. Naruto paid for all the kunai in advance and left the bewildered shopkeeper behind. Ramen time. Naruto left the ramen stand feeling a little lighter in his pockets but much heavier in his stomach, and patted it just in case. He'd easily eaten a couple dozen bowls of ramen before taking a 5-minute break and continuing again. Naruto made sure to buy some of the new Ichiraku ramen cups that the old man had created. They contained Ichiraku-made ramen in to-go cups. He returned home and once again changed his forehead protector to the Yuzu symbol. He went through all the contents of the hidden boxes again and smiled when he found nothing missing, out of place, or damaged. He walked to his bed and lay down after another difficult day, wondering if tomorrow he would leave this place, the village he once called home. The place where he declared he would become Hokage, and that dream had faded and been replaced by a goal, almost like the Uchiha. Naruto's goal was to restore Whirlpool to its former glory and revive the Uzumaki clan as one of the strongest on the shinobi continent. He kept replaying his mother's writing in his head over and over, the writing about a cute little Uzumaki girl. He wondered if he could really find another Uzumaki in Kiri or anywhere else. Perhaps he could travel to the ancient ruins of Uzugakure. Perhaps it had already been rebuilt. Naruto's thoughts continued to wander over beautiful red heads and how he would look in a Kage hat until he fell into a deep sleep. Elsewhere, a pair of lovebirds were talking about him and his sudden refusal to train with Jiraiya. Hokage Tower. I just don't understand, Tsunade. The brat seemed receptive enough during my previous training. Why wouldn't he want to come on this training trip with me now? Jiraiya complained to the busty blonde Hokage as she sat annoyed by the pervert's rant. I don't know, Jiraiya, maybe he just didn't want to be near your perverted ass for 2 years. I know he wouldn't. Tsunade muttered the last part, but Jiraiya still picked it up and frowned at the old teammate. But Tsunade. Tsunade simply raised a hand to ask for silence. Jiraiya, you can't force the boy to train with you. I admit he's been acting a bit differently this past month, but maybe he's decided to forge his own path instead of stepping on others. You can keep trying, but I won't force the poor boy, and neither should you. His mother was just as stubborn, and we all know how difficult it was to convince her of anything. Jiraiya shriveled at the thought of an angry Kushina. He could still recognize and count all of her inflicted bruises. I suppose you're right, Tsunade, I can't force him. But what about Akatsuki? Can't we just leave him defenseless? If I can't train him, how will he ever become strong enough to fight them? Tsunade sighed and stood up from her chair, turning to look out the window. Akatsuki, they always have to complicate things. We'll have to see. Naruto might surprise us and start training on his own. He obviously had some reason for not going with you, so we'll wait exactly 1 month and see how he progresses. Jiraiya approached and joined Tsunade in gazing at Konoha, both contemplating the blonde genin and his future. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, apprehension in her eyes and a furrowed brow, and looked at him in confusion. Do you think we should tell Naruto about his parents? Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly converted his features into a serious expression that he very rarely wore. No, he's not ready to understand yet. He won't understand why it was hidden from him. He needs to mature first, then perhaps he can accept the truth. Tsunade continued looking at him, then looked down at the ground with regret and shame. I hate lying to him, he deserves to know. Jiraiya frowned and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Tsunade, he'll find out in time. For now, we must trust his father's wishes and the third Hokage's decree and hope they were right. I believe in his decision. Tsunade removed his hand and returned to her desk. She frowned as she took out a bottle of sake and filled a cup, causing Jiraiya to frown as well. He watched her slowly sip the sake and set the cup down again, lost in thought. Finally, she answered him in a low voice, her words heavy with regret. I'm not so sure I believe it anymore, Jiraiya. 2 days later. Here you are, Naruto-san, 40 kunai as per the Hokage's order. I hope you use them well. I'm sure the 4th Hokage would be proud to see his weapon used by another strong shinobi. Naruto smiled at the weapon's manufacturer. Oh, he was proud. Your praise is flattering, but I don't plan to let him or anyone else down. I'm going to train and become powerful. My dream is to become Hokage, you know. Naruto faked the speech and gave the man a smile before leaving with a small box full of dangerous weapons, humming a little tune as he walked back home to finalize his preparations to leave Konoha. He had already packed the essentials onto a large scroll and placed the entire family heirloom onto the same large scroll he had prepared to carry on his back. He had asked Tenten where to find one, since she often used scrolls to seal things, and she had given him the address of her father's shop. He had given Naruto an oversized scroll that felt as light as a feather. Surely some other seal or jutsu, parchment paper couldn't possibly be that light. All of his remaining money and family scrolls had been sealed, including more than half of his kunai. Naruto would keep 5 3-pronged kunai in his fanny pack, the rest would be sealed for later use. He had also gathered most of his survival gear into the large scroll and sealed each group of items together within it, along with labels to help him remember where he had put things. He decided that he would leave tonight and head straight to Kiri, possibly booking a boat for the ruins of Yuzugakure, which he thought would already be a tourist attraction. However, it will not be returned to its rightful owners for long. He had prepared a short farewell note to be delivered directly to the Hokage immediately after he left the village. He had no doubt that Konoha would come after him, but he was certain he could outrun the search party if he left quickly enough. However, Jiraiya would be a real problem. If he somehow found out Naruto was leaving, he could easily track him down. But Naruto already had a complete plan to stop the old pervert. He just needed Jiraiya to come by tonight, and it would be done. Finally, there was a knock on the door, and Naruto smiled. The trap was set. He quickly grabbed the scroll and slung it over his shoulder, then placed his hands in his iconic hand sign and whispered the name of his jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He ordered the clone to stay in the room and not leave until he gave the signal, and with that, Naruto left his room to open the door. He approached, looked through the peephole, and confirmed that the old hermit had arrived before opening the door and letting him in. "Hey kid, I heard you say you might consider training." Jiraiya asked, pleased that the boy had finally returned. Naruto hid a smile and nodded, gesturing for the man to sit on his sofa. "Yeah, I was thinking about that. Hey, I was planning to try and cook something for tonight while we talk about the 2-year trip. Do you mind if I step out for a bit to get some ingredients? I left someone to keep you company." Naruto pleaded insincerely, and Jiraiya's eyes went from narrowed suspicion to genuine surprise. "Sure, Naruto, but who will keep me company?" Naruto smiled at the caller and stopped the clone to leave. Jiraiya turned toward Naruto's door, his nose instantly bleeding, and began writing notes on his research paper. Naruto's clone emerged from the room wearing nothing but a tiny bikini covering her privates, winked at him, and he winked back. She then sat next to Jiraiya and gave him a lovely eye treatment that practically knocked him unconscious from blood loss. "Okay, I'll be back soon, Jiraiya, Naruto-chan." Naruto looked at Naruto, waved goodbye, and blew him a kiss for good luck. The clone knew her boss's plan, and she knew her part in it too. Act cute and distract the pervert while Naruto-kun escapes. She glanced at the man in question and found him pleasantly stunned by his chosen attire, and smiled. It seemed Naruto would get a clean getaway. Midnight, Konoha's main gate. Naruto walked through the surrounding foliage until he found his prize, the gate leading out of Konoha. He immediately took note of the lone guard at the post and considered his escape options. He thought the man might be fooled by a shadow clone transformation, but then he noticed Konohamaru wandering the streets. What on earth was he doing out so late? Naruto didn't know it, but he wasn't about to take a cheap shot. He moved to Konohamaru and struck up a quick conversation with the boy before hiring him for a job. "Hey Konohamaru, what are you doing out here so late all alone?" Konohamaru gasped slightly as Naruto whispered in his ear from behind, completely taken by surprise. He glanced at his leader and shrugged. "I don't know, I couldn't sleep, I guess." Naruto raised an eyebrow but otherwise just nodded at the explanation. He quickly created a shadow clone and transformed it into a cat. Konohamaru watched in amazement as Naruto performed such a cool jutsu and wondered when he would be able to do that himself. He touched his young charge on the shoulder and got his attention. "Hey Konohamaru, want to help me with a prank?" Konohamaru looked at him with a confused expression before transforming into a big smile. He loved playing pranks on people. "Sure, boss, what do you need?" Naruto smiled. "Too easy. I need you to go to the guard at the gate over there." Naruto pointed to the man in the distance. "And ask him for your help in catching my clone here. Just pretend it's your cat and lead it on a wide chase to the other side of town. Pull out the honorable grandson card if it doesn't bite, okay?" Konohamaru reviewed the plan, smiled, and nodded to Naruto. "Wait, Naruto, what will you do while he's distracted?" Naruto frowned slightly at this, remembering once again that some of the people he was about to leave behind were hurting him. He placed a hand on his young protégé's shoulder and gave him a smile that was enough to hold back his tears. "I'm going to prepare something special for him when he returns, keep him distracted as long as you can." Konohamaru nodded and started walking towards the guard, but Naruto stopped him again. "Hey Konohamaru." The boy turned around only to receive a friendly hug from Naruto, one that helped him cope with the departure. The boy was confused but returned the gesture anyway. "Yes, boss." Naruto looked at the boy and asked him to close his eyes for a second. The boy looked at him suspiciously but did it anyway. Naruto used his nimble fingers and quickly replaced the boy's glasses with Naruto's leaf headband, a symbol to remember him by. The boy still had his eyes closed as Naruto whispered a few parting words that touched many chords in his aching heart. "Keep getting stronger, Konohamaru. I have every faith that you'll make the old man proud. You've already made me proud since the day I met you." Good luck, and I hope to see you again. Naruto disappeared into a nearby tree, and he watched the boy open his eyes and touch his forehead, searching for Naruto's headband. He had a melancholic expression, as if he understood that Naruto was truly leaving. The young boy looked around until he offered a sad smile and shed a few tears, causing Naruto to finally release his own sadness. Goodbye, Naruto-niken. The boy ran toward the guard and perfectly caught the man's attention, leading him to the Naruto clone who was already running. The blonde boy took one last look at Konoha before starting to run down the dirt road toward Kiri, hoping to return someday. Goodbye, Konoha. Tsunade sat at her desk the morning after Naruto's escape. She was still waiting for his letter. Shizune was to bring her any mail the Hokage might have received overnight, and she was drinking some green tea in preparation for more paperwork. Ah! Nothing calms you down like green tea. Tsunade smiled at that thought and continued smiling even as Shizune came in with the only piece of mail and handed it to her. Lady Tsunade, this was received from Naruto a little before midnight, according to the receptionist. Tsunade looked at her and then down at the letter, curious that the boy would send her a message when he could visit her. I wonder what the child wants. Tsunade opened the letter and began to read with Shizune watching her intently. Tsunade's face shifted from shock to disbelief and finally to unbridled anguish as she burst into tears and began to sob. She stood up from her chair and went straight to the window, leaving Shizune wondering what on earth was wrong, what Naruto had done. Tsunade's cry of anguish echoed throughout the village, even reaching the ears of a sleeping Jiraiya. Naruto! Jiraiya looked over to see Naruto still in her place on the sofa, playing with her nails until he heard the cry of pain and knew that was his cue to leave. Oh, looks like it's time to go. See you later, pervert. And with a puff of smoke, the attractive temptress left. Jiraiya stared at the spot where she had once stood and found his mind wandering. Where was Naruto? How long had he been gone? What did Naruto do in her sleep, and why did she miss it? Then he finally remembered what had woken him up, Tsunade crying for Naruto. Deciding that something was seriously wrong, he shot out of the apartment window and headed straight for the Hokage's office. What he found there deeply disturbed him. He found Tsunade completely devastated, sobbing on the floor, with an equally distraught Shizune trying in vain to comfort the Hokage. Neither seemed to pay any attention to the man as he scanned the room for threats, but he couldn't find any. Jiraiya looked more closely and saw Tsunade holding something in her palm, a necklace? A locket? Upon closer inspection, her face turned into one of utter disbelief and great sadness as she pieced together the clues. Oh God, no! Jiraiya whispered, glancing once more at the necklace. It was Naruto's necklace. The very one Tsunade had given him, the very one that bound them together, an unbreakable bond. It was one of the many ties Naruto had severed when he left the village. Jiraiya went to the desk and picked up the discarded letter and did his best to read the smudged writing, undoubtedly from Tsunade's tears. Tsunade-bachan, if you're reading this, then I've already left town. I can never tell you how sorry I am for leaving, but I made this decision as a last resort. I discovered the legacy you left me about a month ago, and since then I've been figuring out how to handle the many changes it's caused. I hold no anger toward any of you, only the people who hate and misunderstand me and who live in this town have earned my animosity. I have gone to unknown lands to learn and master my bloodline that my mother left me. Please do not follow me because I do not wish to return now, maybe someday but not now. I returned your necklace to you because I feel that by choosing to leave the village, I broke our pact, our promise. I'm no longer in a position to wear that necklace, and I'll never be strong enough, but I hope I can make you and everyone in Konoha proud, just as I will make my parents proud as well. Goodbye Bachan. Thanks for everything. You're worthy. Naruto. How could you just leave? Konoha. How could you leave me? Tsunade sobbed, and Shizune was still not doing any better, remembering how kind the boy was. How could he just leave? Jiraiya looked out the window after dropping the letter as if it were acidic and thought about the situation. Naruto, why? Jiraiya. The man looked at Tsunade and saw her clutching his shirt on her knees, practically begging him. His eyes widened, and he took her hands in his own, doing his best to comfort the heartbroken Hokage. Jiraiya, bring Naruto back. Please. I can't. I just can't declare him a lost ninja. I'll resign before I do. Bring Naruto back. Jiraiya became serious and nodded, jumping up and leaning against the window, looking over his shoulder. I will, Tsunade. I promise. And with that, the man vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Tsunade to recover and begin her day. A day without a blonde brat, a day without annoyances or trouble, a day when she wasn't insulted by her age, a day without her little Naruto. 1 week later. Whoa, so this is Kirigakure. This is where Haku and Zabuza were from, right? Naruto quietly whispered to himself in amazement as he stepped off the boat and into the harbor of the hidden village's home island. He saw the mountains in the distance and guessed that this was the natural barrier between the village and the outer part of the island where he stood. He looked at his path and readjusted the scroll on his back before starting to walk, a hopeful smile on his face. Kirigakure, here I come, Kirigakure Mountain Trail. Okay, I get the whole hidden mist thing, but why does it have to be so cloudy? Naruto yelled into the surrounding forest, scaring some birds away and leaving an enraged Naruto behind. He had been traveling for the past hour trying to reach the hidden village, and all he had seen so far was fog, and more fog. He couldn't even tell if he was walking in the right direction. Hell, he could barely see the road. He consulted the traveler's guide he had picked up at the port and reread it once more about the natural phenomena of the land of water. True to its name, the central island, especially the areas near Kirigakure, is known for its year-round fog and mist, which dissipates with no signal. Some attribute this to the island's constant humidity, while some radical believers think that Kiri ninjas deliberately create the fog as a natural defense mechanism. Needless to say, tourists often dislike the fog, and water transport must always be monitored to prevent boats from running aground or colliding with each other. Naruto looked up and frowned, resigned to his fate of wandering the forest for eternity. Finally, after what felt like an eternity to Naruto, he found himself on a stake in the ground with writing on it. Naruto read it aloud. Welcome to Kirigakure. Naruto's frown transformed into a vibrant smile, and he noticed the mist had finally dissipated, as if his words had worked magic. The village slowly revealed itself to him, and Naruto finally realized he was on a hill, or perhaps a high mountain path, since the village itself was much lower than the ground beneath him. He used his eyes to map the path and estimated it would take him 15 minutes to reach the gate at a leisurely pace, but he lingered by the campfire for a few moments to admire the town. It had a unique architecture compared to Konoha, most of its buildings were cylindrical, and he thought he could spy on what he believed to be the Mizuki's office. However, it was just a hunch. Naruto didn't really know anything about the village itself, aside from rumors and such. Apparently, Kirigakure had just ended a civil war between bloodlines and ordinary citizens, but Naruto didn't know who had won. He swallowed, a mixture of hesitation and mild fear creeping in. I hope the bloodlines win, or else this journey will be in vain. Naruto started walking along the path toward the village, fiddling with the scroll band across his chest. He'd felt quite confident when he stepped off the boat, but now that he was looking toward a potentially enemy village, he was reconsidering. He steeled himself, knowing in his mind that what he was doing was right, his clan was counting on him. He soon arrived at the village and found that the gate was guarded with much more security than Konoha's usually lax main gate. There were at least 5 Kiri ninja standing at attention at the gate, and he saw a figure in front of their single line. As he approached, he noticed the curves of her body, a perfect hourglass figure. She had to be a woman, but she seemed resolute and authoritative if the sweaty Kiri nin was any indication. She stood waiting for him, looking rather bored, arms crossed, an impatient expression on her perfect features. Naruto could now see her clearly, and his jaw dropped at the sight of her, the absolute beauty of the woman before him. He stood before her now, and the woman watched as the boy looked her up and down with a knowing smile. I swear, all men are the same, no matter their age. The Mizuki had been alerted to the presence of a lone traveler by Kiri's patrols and by the unnatural misdetection jutsu generated by Kiri himself. She knew it was unusual for a lone traveler to come to Kiri on business, and what concerned her was that the person had been walking slowly along the main road. Any typical spy would have gone off the main road and tried to infiltrate over the wall or something, not tried to get through the front gate. Because of this, she chose to lead a squad herself to meet with the individual and ask him about his business in the hidden village, but it seemed odd when she finally noticed how young he was. He couldn't have been more than 15, but he had a certain air of authority and competence. It seemed as if he had a purpose in coming to Kiri, but what? Naruto kept admiring the woman's beauty as she analyzed him like an enemy, but he analyzed her as a woman, a very hot woman. She had long, reddish-brown hair that easily reached her ankles and cascaded down her back, some strands even covering her right eye. Now, looking into her eyes, he saw that they were emerald green, and he saw that she preferred the blue hue of his appearance. Her lips were an ocean blue from the lipstick, and she noticed that both her fingernails and toenails were blue. She wore a blue garment over what appeared to be a fishnet bodysuit, and she also wore leg guards like that crazy snake lady from Konoha. She gazed at him with a certain patience that he noticed, but suddenly her eyes widened and she gasped. He followed her eyes as they moved, noticing they were shifting from her yuzu headband to the Uzumaki swirl at the bottom of her torso. She must know something about the Uzumaki. Wait, that's impossible. All the Uzumaki have kept their old uniforms and severed their ties with the clan. I saw father and mother burn theirs, so why does this boy have an Uzugakure uniform? Hello, I'm a traveler to your village, Kirigakure. I don't want any trouble, I'm just looking for someone to help me find out a few things about my clan. Naruto's expression dimmed when he saw the ninja harden even further at the sound of the clans, and the Mizukage studied his features and approached him. She looked at him and knelt slightly to be at the young man's eye level, speaking in a calm tone, but maintaining a smile on her face. Hello traveler, it's good to see someone come to the village. We haven't had many visitors since the end of the massacres. The woman trailed off and seemed to look sad before turning to Naruto, smiling again. May I ask your name, young man? Naruto looked surprised that the woman was actually talking to him, with a smile on her face no less. He had expected a lazy, or even cold, welcome, but she seemed genuinely happy that he was there. My name is Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki. May I ask yours? Naruto answered the question and saw the woman's eyes widen again at the sound of Uzumaki, but she straightened up faster than last time. She smiled and placed a hand on her chest in acknowledgement. My name is MEI TERUMI, and I am the 5th Mizukage. She said resolutely, but was surprised when the young Uzumaki knelt before her as most of her own ninjas did, but wasn't he even a shinobi from her village? I'm so sorry for my disrespect, Mizukage-sama. If only I had known who you were before. Naruto stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Mei smiling brightly at him, her visible eye closed because of the size of the smile. Please, Naruto, there's no need for formalities. I may be the Mizukage, but I have enough respect for my own ninja. You can call me Mei. Naruto watched as she opened her eyes, looked at her puzzled expression, then pretended to frown and turned away. Unless, of course, you don't want to call me by my name. Naruto snapped out of his daze and realized that she had been talking to him. No, I didn't mean that, Mei-cha. Naruto covered his mouth with his hands and begged that she hadn't noticed the slip-up, but obviously she had, judging by her now surprised face. Feeling insulted by the foreigner's feigned familiarity, the Kiri ninja attempted to attack the boy, but the Mizukage glared at them. She held their gaze until each of them squirmed uncomfortably under her stare, then smiled before turning to Naruto with a bright grin. Mei-chan, huh? She looked at Naruto and almost laughed when he squirmed under her questioning gaze, but she just laughed and laughed. Naruto had been expecting an all-powerful water jutsu to drown him to death or for the other ninja to cut him with kunai for his disrespect, but he looked to see Mei laughing at the comment. Alright, Naruto-kun, how about we go to the village and discuss your problem in my office? Perhaps I can help you with your clan issue. She said and started walking towards her office, glancing behind her to see Naruto still standing there, just staring at her. I must have really captured the interest of this young Uzumaki, curious. Are you coming, Naruto-kun? My bodyguards don't bite, or I'll melt them. He threatened his own Kiri ninjas while still smiling, and each one of them was completely terrified. They knew that Mei meant that statement very literally because of her unique bloodline, but Naruto was completely oblivious and started walking towards her and stood behind the woman out of respect. The young woman frowned and looked at Naruto, who was staring at the ground, still ashamed of his disrespect toward the Mizukage. Once again, she knelt down to his level and placed a hand on his cheek, forcing him to look at her flawless features. She gave him another of her famous smiles, the ones that always made the young genin feel butterflies in his stomach and put him at peace. He listened to her melodious voice as she spoke to him softly. "Please, Naruto-kun, it won't hurt you to call me Mei-chan. In fact, I think it's cute. Now please walk with me, not behind me. You've shown nothing but kindness and respect to my village so far. I have no reason to feel any animosity towards you." She continued smiling until Naruto gave her a nervous smile and nodding when he frowned slightly as he removed his hand from her cheek and stood up. She frowned at the thought of upsetting him, but she didn't want to believe that the young newcomer had fallen for her so quickly. "He's very interesting and cute with those mustache marks." He started walking toward the largest cylindrical building in the city, the kanji for water, in the same place as Konoha's fire on its Hokage building. Naruto walked beside the tallest woman, his bodyguards obediently following behind, never losing sight of the boy. They were eager for an excuse to kill him, but the Mizukage had shown favor toward the boy, and it would obviously end badly if they tried anything. "This is Kirigakure Naruto-kun. I recently became the 5th Mizukage after my predecessor, Yagura, died under unknown circumstances. I've been working to stop the bloodline massacres that began during his reign for some time now. The fruits of our labor are what you can see now." He gestured with his hands toward the residential sector of the village they were walking through. Naruto watched the many children playing outside in the playgrounds, their parents mingling among them from the benches. Shopkeepers, both inside and outside their stalls, were actively trading their wares, selling their many goods to both civilians and shinobi. All the houses were well built, and although some were obviously new, the village had an immaculate and pristine appearance. If these massacres are so bad, she made them known, she did the right thing by taking charge. "I can see that, Mei-chan." A snarl came from the bodyguards. "This village must be thriving under your rule, to have fixed so much in such a short time." Naruto looked into her proud eyes as she gazed back at him. "You're obviously a great leader, Mei-chan." The young woman blushed slightly at his compliment and smiled. She already liked Uzumaki, this Naruto. Many initially disagreed with her appointment as Mizukage, some demanded her resignation because she was a woman, while others called for her head due to her bloodline. Bloodline. I wonder if this kid is a true bloodline like me. Could his clan problem be that he's starting to activate the bloodline? Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'm glad you think so. Many often disagree with my appointment as Kage here in Kirigakure. To hear it from a newcomer so soon, it's disconcerting to think you'd have more faith in me than in my own people. Naruto frowned at that. How could his people not see the prosperity he brought? Here we are, the Mizukage's office building. She walked to the center of the welcoming lobby and turned to Naruto, extending her slender hand. I've always hated stairs, hug me, Naruto-kun. I'll get there faster. Naruto hesitantly took her hand, and she smiled playfully. The woman threw him too hard on purpose, and he crashed into her chest. Luckily, she had two nice cushions to cushion his fall. The guards growled again, but Mei just laughed at what she'd done. It was fun playing with Naruto. She smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck, as if to hug him, until they were both enveloped in a whirlpool, causing them to disappear into the Mizukage suite. Mizukage's office. The two ninjas appeared in the woman's office, and Naruto noticed it was similar to the Hokage's office, except there was a lot of blue. The office had a simple desk and a blue leather sofa in front of it, obviously for comfort rather than business. The room had a full wall of windows behind the desk, giving the Mizukage a clear view of the village. It also seemed that the room wasn't shaped like the Hokage's office. It appeared to be a small trapezoid, with the window wall forming the longer base and the doorway the starting point for the angled sides. Naruto looked toward the actual entrance of the office and saw a set of double doors made of real wood. A blue carpet stretched from the entrance to the front of the office desk. From the doorway, 3 blue marble columns flanked the carpet on either side, and Naruto observed that they were more for show than for actual structural integrity. All in all, it easily surpassed the Hokage's office in luxury. Mei moved away from Naruto and sat on the sofa instead of her usual desk seat, patting a seat next to her. Naruto caught the hint and swallowed, hesitantly walking over to sit beside the beautiful woman. She draped an arm over Naruto's head, propped him up on the sofa, and leaned in with a seductive smile, beginning to speak to the embarrassed genin. "So, what does an Uzumaki bring to my village?" Mei asked, gauging both his reaction and his response to her question to determine how to proceed. It was a delicate matter for her, as she had history with the Uzumaki. Naruto swallowed hard and did his best to explain his situation, dodging sensitive Uzumaki matters like his bloodline and such. Essentially, he was looking for relatives, judging by the half-truths in his speech. "There must be more reasons for you to get up and leave your home in Konoha than to find some lost relatives. Don't lie to me, Naruto." She threatened with narrowed eyes but still maintained a deceptively cheerful smile on her face. Naruto swallowed hard. "I guess it's now or never. Well, you see, I'm at the age where the Uzumaki bloodline activates, and I need to find someone to train me to harness it. One day I hope to rebuild Uzugakure and the Uzumaki clan, but I can't do that if I can't use my Kekii Genkai, right?" Mei's face took on a look of surprise. She had already guessed that her bloodline would be the real reason she was in Kiri, but she hadn't thought she would actually have that dream. Had she not expected him to be so ambitious, to restore the glory of the ancient land of Whirlpool? Impossible. It was now owned by Kirigakure, as were most of the islands surrounding the central island. But she had to give it to the young man. He definitely had the determination to make it happen. "I see." Mei suddenly stood up and walked to the window that stretched across the wall and looked out over the village. She was having a silent internal battle about how to proceed, as she had to be careful. Pure-blooded Uzumaki were hard to find anywhere these days, and losing one now would be a huge loss for Kiri. Naruto fiddled with the scroll he'd left on the ground, nervous about the Mizuki's decision. He wanted to stay and find other Uzumaki, but sadly, he could understand any reason the Mizuki might have for denying him and sending him back. He saw her turn toward him, her face so serious it was impossible to read her words. "I'm afraid the Uzumaki clan is extinct. Any true Uzumaki are either dead or in hiding." Naruto frowned at her explanation, but he had feared such an answer. Mei hated to disappoint him, but she knew there were no true Uzumaki clans left, only a few branch families. "I see. Well, I suppose I'll go then. Thank you for your time, Mizuki-sama." Mei had a look of surprise and pain on her face as she watched the dejected boy pick up his scroll and leave. Mei reached out as if to grab him and called out, "Stop!" Naruto froze and slowly turned to face her, wondering what other bad news he might bring next. Mei frowned. She hated seeing the young man looking so depressed about his situation. She had to find something to keep him there. "Where will you go, Naruto-kun? There's nowhere else that has any chance of containing the Uzumaki clan members, and I'm sure there's a search party waiting to find you in Fireland." Naruto looked at her and began to consider where he would go. He just wanted to leave this place. It hurt too much to stay. "I suppose I could go to Wave. I've made many friends there, and it's possible due to its proximity that an Uzumaki could be located in the city." The Mizuki frowned. Her explanation was sound, and she couldn't dissuade him. She watched him turn and continue walking toward the door. She vanished in a swirl of water and reappeared directly in front of him, startling him and causing his face to bury itself in her large breasts. She chuckled at the scene and frowned when he stepped back and began to stammer an apology. She approached him and knelt slightly, placing a hand on his cheek to soothe him. It worked wonders. The boy fell silent and gazed at the emerald-eyed goddess. "There may not be an active Uzumaki here, but I believe I can train Naruto-kun. My clan has a Kekii Genkai that's an exact copy of yours, and I think our clans must have had some history for this to be the case, though I can't be sure." Naruto looked at the innocent-looking woman in surprise. Did she have her Kekii Genkai? Wait. You can use lava and boil release? Mei smiled and nodded, Naruto's eyes widening even more. You mean you know all three elements of the bloodline, earth, fire, and water? Mei held her smile and nodded again, and Naruto calmed down and decided to summarize his thoughts. Whoa. Mei began to smile at that. It seemed like he was here to stay. So this means you'll be staying in Kiri, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked into her eyes and, hesitantly, took her hand from his cheek and held it in his, making her gasp in surprise. He smiled at the young woman and gave her a thumbs up. On my honor as an Uzumaki, I promise to be your best student, Mei-chan. Of course I'll stay here, I really like your village. I just need to find a place to live. Naruto struck a thoughtful pose, racking his brain for a living arrangement. Mei laughed at him. Do you have any suggestions, Mei-chan? She smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder, standing up to her full height. I'm glad you asked, Naruto-kun. If you're okay with it, I'll have you stay at my family's property. It'll be easier to train you then, and we can keep each other company. ANBU and swordsmen aren't much fun to talk to. It's their business when they're protecting me. Mei pouted, and it was Naruto's turn to laugh at her antics. She was definitely an interesting Kage. If you're sure you want me to live with you, then I agree. Naruto raised his fist in the air in victory, and Mei smiled again. She walked over to her desk and took 3 headbands from her desk drawer, each with a different colored fabric. She placed them on the table and gestured for Naruto to choose one. I'm sorry, Naruto, but many people here won't recognize your Yuzu headband, and it could be dangerous for you to wear it. If you'd like, I can temporarily take you to Kirigakure Ninja Corporation. All you have to do is sign some papers and choose a headband. Mei smiled and watched him look at the 3 Kiri headbands. Naruto looked at each headband on the desk. They all bore the 4 waves of the Kirigakure village symbol. The first was a very common color that Naruto didn't really like in headbands, blue. He shook his head and looked at the next one. It was a bright red, like his and Sakura's, but it didn't quite suit Kiri's personal style. Naruto smiled and picked the final option, a dark black headband, and placed it on his forehead. Mei smiled at his choice, though a little disappointed that he hadn't chosen blue. She ignited her chakra, and 3 ninja emerged from a cloud of mist. All 3 wore ANBU masks, but only 2 were dressed in full uniforms. The one who appeared to be the leader wore a blue striped shirt with a Kiri headband fastened in front. On his back, there seemed to be an oddly shaped sword with double hilts, and Naruto wondered if he was a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His ears were covered, and his hair was blonde, a color similar to Yamanaka's. His pants were camouflaged in a pattern similar to Zabuza's, and his ninja sandals were black. The other 2 wore standard ANBU uniforms, and their masks were adorned with blue designs, signifying their Kiri allegiance. Chojuro, please remove your mask. Naruto looked at the Mizukage and then at the man who had now been identified. The man bent down and removed his mask. He wore orange lenses in his black-rimmed glasses that connected to earphones over his ears, and sported a shy smile that revealed sharp teeth. Just like Zabuza's teeth, it must be one of them. How can we, help, Mizukage-sama? The boy asked, and Naruto could barely hear him. This boy would be perfect for Hinata. I'd like you to escort Naruto and me to the shinobi district. We'll get him a new set of clothes. He's a genin, so don't treat him like a civilian, understood? Chojuro and the other 2 ANBU nodded and looked at Naruto's appearance, noticing that he was wearing a Kiri headband but had a strange sense of fashion. Yes, ma'am. And they all disappeared into a thick fog, leaving the office behind for an adventure through Naruto's new hometown. Hey, Chojuro-san. Naruto had been considering a question to ask the swordsman ever since they had left the Mizukage's office, but he had been afraid to ask. The 3 ANBU had walked directly behind the 2 VIPs and had been mostly silent. Mei had struck up a small conversation with Naruto, but it was just to pass the time. Chojuro glanced at the boy and gave Naruto a smile. He trusted the Mizukage's judgment of his friends enough. Yes, what do you need, Naruto-san? Naruto scratched the back of his neck and hesitantly asked his question. I was wondering, are you a member of the 7 swordsmen? All the Kiri shinobi present turned to Naruto and couldn't hide their surprise. How did Naruto know about that organization? Chojuro seemed unsure and silently asked the question, his eyes fixed on the Mizukage. She simply smiled and nodded, granting him permission. Yes, I'm Naruto-san, how did you know? Naruto smiled and poked a finger in his chest. It's because you resemble some of the other swordsmen from that organization I've met. Everyone was surprised by this. Where could he have met them? What do you mean by Naruto-kun? We currently have 4 swordsmen, and they've been in the capital for the past 3 years. Mei asked, curious about the story behind his answer. Well, I met Zabuza, Raiga, and I think his name was Kisame or something. I've actually fought all 3 of them. The group stopped walking and stared at Naruto, wide-eyed. When did this happen? Wait, you fought Kisame-senpai and Zabuza-senpai? Chojuro practically blurted out his question to the confused blonde, who nodded foolishly. How did you survive? Naruto simply shrugged, not seeing the big deal. Naruto-kun. The Mizukage called his attention, and she explained her surprised reaction. The 7 ninja swordsmen are some of the most powerful ninja our village has ever produced. Fighting them would be a challenge even for me. Naruto's eyes widened, and he understood her implication. Oh, well. I don't know exactly how to explain it. I suppose I always had help when I fought them, but I never really lost when I fought any of them except Kisame. Chojuro nodded in agreement. His sensei had told him many horror stories related to that shark. He was the most feared of all the swordsmen because of the sheer strength of him and his sword, Samahata. That's amazing, Naruto-kun. Your clan would be so proud to see you take on such opponents. Mei praised the blushing boy, and the bodyguards nodded respectfully. He truly is a powerful Uzumaki, having defeated such opponents without the bloodline to help him. Ah, here we are, Naruto-kun. You'll find that, similar to old Yuzugakure, Kiri has some trends that will never die when it comes to our clothes. I think you might enjoy the style compared to Konoha's. Naruto nodded and entered the clothing store, closely followed by the others. Naruto noticed the trend immediately, his face etched with surprise. He was completely shocked. Mei smiled knowingly, and the ANBU chuckled at his reaction to the clothing selection. All the options featured a blue, black, or black/white camouflage pattern, and Naruto felt overwhelmed. Mei gave him a little nudge and sent him off on a quest to find his perfect outfit while she chatted with the shopkeeper. Naruto wandered around the many islands and was excited by all the different clothing combinations he could choose from. He picked out a long-sleeved black shirt that looked like the sleeves had been sewn on. The sleeves were in the urban camouflage pattern often seen on pants or t-shirts, and Naruto decided to choose it for his shirt. He also chose a camouflage t-shirt to wear underneath. Next came the pants, and Naruto already knew his choice, so he took a pair identical to Chojuro's camouflage pants that reached his feet. Between the bottom of the pant leg and his new black sandals was a pair of black leather leggings that fit snugly around his lower legs, covering any skin that might have been exposed. Naruto returned to the counter and handed his clothing selection to the shop owner, who glanced at the Mizukage. She smiled and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, signifying that he'd been taken care of regarding the permit or the prices. We'll take half a dozen of these exact outfits. Please send them to the Terumi estate as soon as possible. Ready, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at her and nodded, and the 5 shinobi walked in the direction of the Terumi compound. Naruto-san. I was wondering, what's on that big scroll? Chojuro asked the question that had been on many of the shinobi's minds, and Naruto looked at the swordsman and smiled. She has all my worldly possessions and important clan items that I plan to share with Mei-chan at her house. Mei looked at Naruto with a surprised expression. She hadn't expected him to trust her so easily and was pleased by the compliment. He is very kind, you would do well not to break his trust. Ah, I see. They continued their walk for some time until they reached the Terumi complex, a large walled area with artistic designs painted on the barriers. Well, I guess this is where we part ways, Chojuro, ANBU. Chojuro, please remain on guard duty for the next few weeks. I think I'll need your help training Naruto-kun. Chojuro looked at her and gave a small smile, then bowed along with the other ANBU before putting her mask back on. Yes, ma'am. Mei looked at Naruto as soon as the 3 bodyguards disappeared and smiled, one of whom returned with his own smile. Ready to see my house, Naruto-kun? I'm sure you'll enjoy it here. I believe so too, Mei-chan. And I just want to thank you, for everything you've done for me so far. I know you're taking a big risk by letting me stay, but I promise you I won. I won't be a bother to you or Kirigakure. Naruto announced, bowing to the Mizukichi, but he looked up at her face when he felt her place a hand on his cheek. Mei's face was now only inches from his, and he felt her reluctantly drawing him closer, like a magnet to metal. He closed his eyes and waited for the contact, but soon felt a warm, wet sensation on his right cheek and opened them to see Mei pulling away from kissing him. Now there was a faint blue imprint of her supple lips on his cheek, and he felt it absent-mindedly in a lovelorn daze. Mei laughed at how much he was blushing and felt herself getting a little warm too. She didn't know why she kissed him, but she felt happy when she did anyway. Naruto-kun, you don't have to thank me. I'm happy to help. Your goal of reviving your clan is ambitious and difficult, and I'd love to help you in any way I can. I think you and I can get along very well. She purred the last part before leading a red-faced Naruto to her property. The recent turn of events was very interesting, and Mei could honestly say she was glad Naruto had come to Kiri. Wow! Naruto stood in the main foyer of the TERUMI family's grand mansion and took in how large it was. The reception room had the same blue marble columns as Mei's office, but mixed them with many of the TERUMI family's heirlooms and designs, giving the room a very homey feel. This is Naruto, my home. I often feel very lonely here, it'll be nice to have someone else to live with. Naruto looked at her, and she seemed a little sad at the idea of living alone for so long, so he took her hand and squeezed it. The level of affection made the surprised Kage blush. I've lived alone my whole life, so I also share the longing for companionship. I think it will be a lot of fun living here with you, Mei-chan. I hope you enjoy my being here. Naruto let go of her hand and gave her a sly smile with a confident thumbs up, which made her laugh. That sound stirred Naruto's emotions, leading him to take in the older woman's striking beauty and grace. A sound alerted them to someone at the door, and Mei quickly created a water clone to see who it was while leading Naruto to her room on the second floor. This is your bedroom, Naruto-kun. My own living room is just across the hall. If you ever need anything, I'm only a few steps away. Naruto nodded and went into his new room. It was sparsely furnished, obviously due to the lack of activity at the TERUMI estate, but it had a bed and a study area with a few books to read. The walls were dark blue, and there was a single large window on the wall opposite the door, perfect for the early morning. He spotted a wardrobe and hid his scroll inside, too tired of carrying it around. Naruto turned to Mei, who was now behind him, placing the clothes she had received from her clone inside her wardrobe. It's perfect, Mei-chan, better than anywhere I've lived before. Mei smiled and handed her a full outfit to change into. The shipment from the clothing store arrived earlier than expected, which meant they could start training before tomorrow. I'm glad you think so, Naruto-kun. Please put on your new outfit. You'll have to wear it for our training tonight, and I'm curious to see how you look in uniform. She whispered the last part seductively in his ear and began to giggle as he blushed and ran straight to the bathroom, almost fast enough to be a shunshin. 2 minutes later, Naruto emerged from the bathroom, looking a little hesitant to go out in his new outfit, but his Mizukichi gave him an order, and he stepped out completely. She gasped in amazement at how good it looked on him. The clothes were a perfect size, and Naruto really did look good in the Kiri style. You look great, Naruto. I don't know why you're so hesitant to show it, you look like you've been a Kiri shinobi for a long time. Now gather all your clan scrolls and come out when you're done. I'll be waiting. Naruto nodded and went straight to his scroll, opened it, and took out his 5 clan scrolls. He looked at them for a second, suddenly having suspicious thoughts about the Mizukichi and his clan. What if she wants to steal this from me? No, she wouldn't do that, Mei-chan is different. Naruto came out with the scrolls under his arm and nodded to Mei, who was leaning against the wall next to his room. She smiled and hugged him again, enveloping them both in a whirlwind of water. Naruto was starting to hope that sunshining with Mei would become a trend. He was really enjoying the hugs. Alright Naruto-kun, to begin, I'm going to teach you how to manipulate the fire element. It's because fire is the universal element in your bloodline, since you use it for both elements. Mei could barely see her mistake in the explanation, but luckily Naruto was too focused on the teaching part that he didn't notice. To manipulate fire, you must make your body convert chakra into heat by raising its temperature. You'll have to maintain that heat while expelling the fire chakra from your body. It's crucial to have strong chakra control to manipulate the elements of nature, so you'll have to work very hard to master them, understand? Naruto nodded vigorously and waited for Mei to tell him what to do next. Mei quickly made some hand signs and held up a tiger seal before unleashing a large fireball across the training field just outside the Terumi mansion. Naruto stared at her in amazement. Was he really going to learn how to do that? Mei turned to him and gave him a smile. Your turn. Mei handed Naruto her familiar fire scroll and allowed him to read the basic fire jutsu and learn the hand signs. After a few minutes, Naruto stood up and took a stance slightly in front of Mei, going through each hand sign with slow precision before calling out the jutsu's name. Great Fireball. Naruto shot a small stream of fire from his mouth and felt a little disappointed, but he knew it was due to his poor chakra control. He quickly went over the hand signs again and again, relentlessly practicing the jutsu for the next half hour. Mei was amazed by his sheer stamina and willpower. Most genin would have given up after the second attempt, but Naruto was easily in the dozens and showed no signs of slowing down. It wasn't until the sun set that Naruto finally unleashed a decent-sized fireball before collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Mei gasped quietly and moved to catch him, letting his head fall into her lap as he lay on the ground, staring wearily into her emerald eye. She'd been really worried about Naruto, thinking he'd run out of chakra by now, and was actually glad he'd practically knocked himself unconscious training before getting hurt. Naruto-kun, you did wonderfully. With your stamina and determination to train, we'll finish in no time. Mei praised the blonde, and he gave her a happy but very droopy smile and blinked his eyes to stay awake a little longer. Thank you. Mei-sensei, I promise, to make you proud. Naruto began to drift off as he started to doze off, his long hair falling over his face and tickling him as he stumbled back to consciousness. He absent-mindedly muttered something, feeling as if he were dreaming. Mei-chan's hair is so soft, it smells like the ocean shore. Mei turned bright red at that, even she hadn't expected such a compliment from the genin. She smiled and went to Naruto's room, laying him on the bed and covering him with the blanket. She leaned down and, hesitantly, kissed his forehead, placing a hand on his chest as she whispered in his ear, "Good night, Naruto-kun, sweet dreams." And with that, she left, already in her own room. She stood in front of the bathroom mirror, checking herself out before getting ready for bed. A quick shower later, she was in her sheer nightgown, only her underwear keeping her presentable through the sky blue fabric. She gazed at the moon from her balcony, silently reviewing what had happened that day, and concluded that it was definitely one of the most interesting days of her life. Now she had a friend, and a fellow pure-blood Uzumaki who had survived the collapse of Uzumaki. She glanced at her wardrobe and saw her mother's last gift, an Uzumaki kunoichi uniform, and wondered if she would ever wear it, ever see the legendary ruins of Uzumaki, her family's birthplace. Perhaps go there with Naruto, she mused. I'm sorry, Tsunade, I couldn't find any trace of him. My latest estimates place him eastward, across the ocean toward the island nations. Jiraiya was in the Hokage's office talking to Tsunade, who was still depressed. It had been some time since Jiraiya had left, and Tsunade had hoped to find Naruto, but she hadn't had any luck. Her tears started again as she looked out the window over Konoha. Why would Naruto leave his home? I'll send a message to the Mizukage, she'll surely help us. Jiraiya simply nodded, unfamiliar with the new Mizukage. Probably some old hag, but what if she was young and beautiful and somehow the kid got along with her and they had tons of ki, wait, and no way. Even my Ika series isn't that far-fetched, there's just no way Naruto could pull that off. Fire training, Mei-chan, stop, that tickles. Naruto lay in his bed, dreaming of him and Mei in a field together, her whisker marks rubbing against his like a cat's. Mei stood in her doorway, eyes wide, there to pick up Naruto for his training today, but now she was listening intently to his words. Mei-chan, my notes, sensitive. Mei decided he wasn't too perverted, so she set about trying to wake him up, but it was easier said than done. She tried everything she could think of, pushing him, throwing things at him, heck, she even considered kissing him just to get him going. In the end, she settled for a mischievous grin for her new plan and started making hand signals. Naruto was still blissfully unconscious. Oh Naruto! Violent wave of water. Mei shot a powerful jet of water from her mouth that hit Naruto directly in the face, causing him to wake up and gasp for air. His bed was soaked and his pajamas ruined. He looked down to see Mei standing with her hands on her hips and a huge grin on her face. Naruto sighed and gave Mei an apologetic smile. Sorry, Mei-chan. I didn't mean to fall asleep, I was just having a great dream. Naruto gave her a big thumbs up, making her laugh. She pointed a finger at him, scolding the blonde boy. Alright, Naruto, you're awake, that's what matters. Get ready in your new clothes and we'll head to the training room together. Naruto nodded and went straight to his closet, grabbed his new clothes, and was ready to change when he noticed Mei hadn't left. She seemed to be waiting for him to undress. Naruto blushed and waved goodbye, making the redhead pout and pretend to cry. He just laughed and started changing. Soon enough, Naruto left and followed Mei to the training grounds of the TERUMI estate. They arrived, and Naruto took out his fire jutsu scroll and began reading it while Mei silently watched from a distance. Naruto clasped his hands together in his signature hand sign and shouted out his jutsu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Mei watched in amazement as hundreds of Naruto clones appeared from a giant cloud of smoke, each one a perfect copy. It must be a Konoha jutsu, but how can he do so many? His chakra reserves must be enormous to have that much stored. Very well. I want 200 of you to perfect our fire manipulation and shape manipulation. Another 200 will work on the great fireball jutsu, and the final 250 will work with me on learning the new fire jutsu. All the Narutos formed groups as soon as Naruto gave the order and began working on their assigned tasks. Naruto stood with his 250 clones and began reading from his fire jutsu scroll. Mei watched all the clones begin their work flawlessly, each operating in perfect unity and possessing the ability to use jutsu. This shadow clone jutsu was indeed an interesting technique. Mei stepped away from Naruto and tapped him on the shoulder, giving him a cute look. Naruto-kun, what's the point of all these clones doing different exercises? Isn't it just a waste of chakra? Naruto looked at her as if she were crazy, but he remembered that the shadow clone jutsu was a hidden jutsu of Konoha, she wouldn't have any knowledge of its abilities. Naruto smiled at the busty woman and scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. Oh, well, I learn everything one of my clones learns when it dissipates, so I can do this training faster. Mei was amazed by the jutsu's practicality even outside of combat. She considered forcing Naruto to teach her, but that would shatter his trust. No matter how much it would benefit Kiri, Mei wouldn't do that to Naruto. She was content just watching him from a distance beneath a tree. He had begun issuing orders to his clones in a new fire release jutsu, and she smiled at how well he had settled into his new training. She sensed an incoming chakra and turned to face a newly arrived ANBU kneeling before her. Yes, what is that? Mei asked, somewhat irritated by the interruption. Mizukage-sama, your presence has been requested in the council chamber. The ANBU declared before being dismissed with a gesture. Mei grimaced, the counselors were so annoying. Naruto. Mei waved to get his attention, and he glanced up at her. I have to go to a meeting, I'll be back soon. Don't overwork yourself, she announced before walking away, leaving Naruto stunned and wondering what the meeting was about. Oh well, I have to master this jutsu. I want to impress Mei-chan with my skills. Naruto returned to the scroll and continued reading, his clones working hard to complete their tasks. The Mizukage has arrived. A masked ANBU announced to the seated council members, most of them civilians from prestigious families. They all stood in awe as the powerful woman entered and moved to her chair, taking her seat and removing her Kage hat. You may be seated, she said, waiting for everyone to be seated before asking her question. What was so urgent that you pulled me away from training our new shinobi? Couldn't it wait until the next meeting? All the men frowned at their Kage's harsh tone. She had never respected them since assuming the position, the animosity fueled by the massacres. A withered councilman spoke for the rest, not mincing words when it came to her threats. That's precisely why we've summoned you here, so you can explain why you allowed a foreign ninja into our village, and not only that, but you volunteered to train him yourself? This is outrageous, Mizukichi-sama. Mei glared at the man named Kyo. He had been a thorn in her side for far too long. He had opposed her ascension to Mizukichi from the very beginning, both because of her gender and her bloodline, and that had led her to have absolutely no respect for him. She remained calm as she clasped her hands together in front of her face, lost in quiet thought. Her voice was cold and emotionless, sending a shiver down the councilman's spine. I am the Mizukichi, Kyo, and my word is law. The shinobi I have incorporated into our ranks is a former Konoha ninja, and he left of his own free will. I feel he will be a valuable addition to our forces, and due to some of his unique abilities, I have taken on the responsibility of being his master. The council members seemed pleased with this answer, but Kyo wasn't finished yet. You're only saying that because he's in Yuzu. The man couldn't finish his accusation before Mei was standing in front of him, her hand around his throat. Instead of threatening the man with a smile, she wore a furious scowl, pure rage that this man dared to mention that name. How dare you? Don't insinuate that I have favoritism with a clan I was once a part of. That boy has no knowledge of my connection to him, and that will remain the case. If someone can train him to exploit our powerful bloodline, what will become of me? Now get out of my sight. I'm finished here. The council members quickly left, Kyo being the last, clutching his throat in pain. Mei walked slowly around the table back to her seat, placed a hand on her Kage hat, and brushed it over her head. Her thoughts were conflicted about being associated with the Uzumaki clan once again, something she wished she could avoid reliving. I am no longer Mei Terumi Uzumaki, just Mei Terumi. Our clan willingly left our past behind to start anew in Kirigakure, but why does it feel, when I'm around Naruto, that I long to return to the Uzumaki clan, even willingly? It's as if all past transgressions have been forgotten. Naruto is a new light in the darkness for the Uzumaki, but should I embrace it, or try to keep the past shrouded in darkness where I once felt I belonged? Terumi Estate, Training Camp. I have to work harder, I have to finish this jutsu before Mei-chan returns. Naruto snorted in frustration. He and his numerous clones had been concentrating on a new fire jutsu for the past hour since Mei had left and still hadn't succeeded. Okay, the jutsu is called Combustion Ash Cloud, and I exhale a cloud of flammable ash before igniting it by clicking my teeth. The problem I have is maintaining a constant flow of flammable ash, because it requires a lot of concentration to turn the air in my lungs into ash. Okay, one more time. Each of Naruto's clones went through the hand signs and began shooting ash from their mouths. Combustion Ash Cloud Jutsu. Naruto formed a sizable cloud of ash in front of him, completely enveloping the wooden training dummy on the field. He gritted his teeth and the fuse ignited, the cloud exploded in a flash of yellow and red, creating a small shockwave. Naruto watched his clones follow suit, silently hoping Mei wouldn't be too upset about the state of her clan's training grounds. The burning ash slowly dissipated, and Naruto eagerly observed the effect of his new jutsu, a wide grin spreading across his face as he surveyed his handiwork. The entire front of the training dummy was blackened charcoal, slowly crumbling away from the rest of the object. Naruto looked around to see similar results in other areas of the training grounds. Blackened tree remains, soot-stained grass, and turf were the common sight. Naruto suddenly heard the sound of applause and looked in that direction to find none other than Mei, sitting in a tree and smiling brightly at him. He heard more applause and looked toward another patch of trees to find no fewer than a dozen ANBU, led by the swordsman Chojuro, and they all seemed quite pleased with their performance, even with their masks on. Mei appeared behind him and hugged Naruto from behind, her breasts pressed against his back, making him blush. She whispered in his ear, sending sparks through his senses. That was amazing, Naruto-kun. I'm so proud of you. Naruto hesitantly pulled away from her grip and turned to face her. He scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment and watched the ANBU walk behind the Mizukichi. Thank you, but, how long were you all staring at me? Mei smiled brightly and poked him in the chest with a finger. Ever since you yelled in frustration that you had to finish the jutsu before I returned. The ANBU appeared at the same time, escorted me here, and stayed to watch the spectacle. Naruto blushed again with embarrassment. Why did he have to hear that? Naruto gave the training field another appraising glance and turned to a smiling Mei before bowing, surprising her and the other ninja, Kiri. Please forgive me, Mei. I didn't mean to ruin your training grounds for my jutsu. Mei understood why he was saddened, but she didn't understand why it mattered. It was a training ground after all. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and spoke softly to the boy. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. This is a training ground after all. I expected to sustain damage like this with your fire training. We'll be working on fire for another month, so I need you at your best. Don't worry so much about little things like this, okay? She finished, smiling at the astonished boy below her. All the ANBU nodded in agreement with the Mizukage. The boy was being too hard on himself. Chojuro moved to stand in front of Naruto and removed his mask, smiling brightly at the boy. He placed a friendly hand on the boy's shoulder. Yes, and Naruto-san. You can't worry about small things, like this, I suppose. If you're going to train under me, you'll have to be strong. Naruto stared in astonishment at this information and looked at Mei, who gave Chojuro a playful but cold look, causing the boy to quickly shut up. Is that true, Mei-chan? I can learn from Chojuro too. Mei gave Naruto a nervous smile and nodded slowly. Yes, Naruto-kun. As soon as you can manage the use of the three elements of our nature, your training will be divided into three, hopefully manageable, parts. First, you'll train with me to learn how to harness, manipulate, and use lava and boil throw. You'll also train alongside Chojuro and the remaining swordsmen here in Kiri, perfecting your basic elemental chakra, learning kenjutsu, and acquiring the massive jutsu you'll employ as a shinobi here in Kiri. Finally, I believe you mentioned that you brought a familiar jutsu you discovered here, so you can learn them in your free time. I hope you're not angry that I came up with your training regimen without your consent, but it seemed like something you'd enjoy. Naruto, are you alright? Mei stopped mid-explanation when she saw Naruto begin to cry, and everyone was shocked when Naruto hugged the Mizukage tightly, smothering his chest, but not maliciously. Mei was surprised by the turn of events, but didn't dwell on it before wrapping her arms around the frail boy, giving him the comfort he sought. The ANBU stood there, astonished that the Mizukage hadn't reprimanded the boy for touching her so intimately, but assumed they were simply comforting each other. A tearful Naruto gazed into Mei's emerald eyes and tried to smile, struggling to form coherent words. Mei, thank you. Naruto didn't have the confidence to say anything more and simply clung to the young woman, who just smiled and hugged him back. He fell asleep leaning against her, still crying tears of happiness in his sleep. Mei picked him up and said goodbye to the obedient ANBU who had stayed the whole time, truly touched by the young man and his show of gratitude. Mei carried him to his room and laid him on the bed, quickly covering him with a blanket and watching him sleep. She absent-mindedly stroked his blonde hair, wondering how he kept it standing up like that all the time. Mei soon realized it was getting late and she really should let Naruto sleep, so she stood up and started to leave, sending one more smile to the sleeping boy. She left her room, a smile still on her face, remembering how much fun it had been with Naruto here, how much it had affected her. Mei was jolted from her thoughts when an ANBU messenger appeared from a cloud of mist in the corridor, kneeling before her. Mizukage-sama, you have received an urgent message that must be read in the Mizukage suite. Mei nodded but raised a hand to prevent the ANBU from leaving, and the man remained obediently, awaiting further orders. ANBU, do you know who the message is from? The ANBU glanced at the Mizukage's now worried face and knew why. Jounin ninja rank and above had been informed about the Uzumaki fugitive. It's as we feared, ma'am, Konoha must be looking for him. Mizukage suite, where's the message? Mei exclaimed as she burst through the office doors, choosing to take the stairs this time to reach her office. It gave her time to sort out her thoughts about the message Konoha had sent and what she would do. Facing her were Kyo and 3 other council members, all roused from their slumber for an emergency meeting regarding the priority message sent from Konohagakure. Kyo reluctantly stepped aside and gestured toward her desk, giving her a view of the rolled-up message, awaiting the Mizukage seal to open it. Kage rarely sent messages that required a fellow Kage to be present to open them. This meant that Konoha was either asking for their help in finding Naruto, or accusing them of kidnapping the boy and threatening war. This is it, Mizukage. We've been waiting for you to arrive so we can see what Konoha deemed necessary to send us. The Mizukage almost growled at Kyo's disrespect, but realized he would only make a scene, something she didn't need at this moment. Mei took the scroll and walked around the desk to sit in her chair. She reached into her desk drawer and pulled out the official Mizukage seal, the symbol of Kirigakure. She pressed it into the correct spot on the seal, and it glowed brightly before calming down, allowing the Mizukage to open the scroll and read it. She read the brief message with practiced precision and quick decision-making skills befitting someone in her position of power, but inwardly she was trembling at the implications. To Mei Terumi, Godame Mizukage of Kirigakure. I, the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, urgently request your village's assistance in locating a ninja who has left my village under unclear circumstances. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my intelligence network leads me to believe he is heading east of the Land of Fire, toward Kiri and the ancient ruins of Yuzugakure. Inside, I have placed a complete dossier on the genin in question, and I hope you can identify him, apprehend him, and return him to the borders of the Land of Fire as soon as possible. I'm aware that we have no agreement and that you're under no obligation to grant my request, but I implore you. Please consider this a personal favor, if necessary. This boy is very important to me, and I want him to come back, to return home. He said he doesn't want to return, but I don't think he's told me the real reason he left, and I'm afraid he might do something rash on his own. Please, I urge you to keep an eye on Naruto and allow him to return home, that's all I want. Sincerely, Tsunade Senju, Godame Hokage of Konohagakure. Mei put down the scroll and did her best to maintain a calm demeanor, but she cursed silently when she noticed her hands trembling. What could she do about Tsunade's request? It sounded so close to Naruto, as if Tsunade herself were telling her the message's contents, pleading with Mei, who was on her knees, to return the blonde boy. The council members didn't dare pick up the scroll and read it, anxiously waiting for the Mizukage to say something. Well, Mizukage-sama? What is Konoha's word, are they under attack? Mei turned to the soft-spoken council members and simply shook her head. It seems as if they want us to keep an eye on a little blonde genin, one who's still considered part of Konoha's ninja corps. However, Mei stood up from her chair and turned her back on the advisors, choosing instead to look out the large window and survey the village. She focused on what should be her property in the distance, almost picturing Naruto fast asleep there in Kiri, not in Konoha. However, I don't know any Konoha ninja with that name here. The only Naruto Uzumaki I know is a promising Kiri genin living at the Terumi compound, so surely a Konoha ninja wouldn't have a place in my own house, right? She looked at the counselors, seeking an answer to her rhetorical question, and received nods of approval from everyone, even Kyo. She smiled, pleased to see that the council agreed Naruto could stay. She sat back down in her chair and took out an official Mizukage message scroll and wrote a reply to Konoha, indicating that they would be keeping an eye on the genin. She handed it to her fastest messenger ninja, and the shinobi departed in a shunshin, leaving her to see the council off and return home. On her way back, she never questioned her decision to keep Naruto there, because it was he who had asked to stay. Mei also wanted him to stay, even though only 2 weeks had passed since his arrival. The blonde boy had captured her attention like no other, and she wasn't sure what she thought about that effect. All she knew was that whenever Uzumaki smiled or said something to her, all she could do was smile back and feel a warmth spread through her, something that both frightened and excited her. Upon arriving at the Terumi estate, she peeked into Naruto's room and found him in the same spot where she'd left him, a wide smile on his face. She smiled back, knowing her decision had been right, that he truly belonged there. She went to bed with a smile and a single thought running through her mind that sustained her happy mood for that night and many nights to come. Welcome home Naruto Uzumaki, this is truly the place where you belong. 8 months later. Hey Mei-chan, do you think we can get some ramen after my big test today? Naruto sat with Mei in the kitchen of the Terumi house, both of them sitting on high chairs eating a quick breakfast at the kitchen island counter. The room was a dazzling mix of blue marble and pure paint for the wall color, making it seem as if the entire room were submerged underwater. Mei looked at Naruto and recalled once again Naruto's addiction to ramen, something that was rare in Kiri. So rare was it that Naruto was forced to eat other foods as his main diet and had to ration his ramen shops for special occasions. Today was a momentous occasion. Mei was going to test Naruto's fire, earth, and water affinities, and if he passed, she would allow him to move on to what she had termed advanced training. He would follow the training regimen she had described to Naruto nearly 8 months ago, officially setting him on the path to becoming a great Kiri ninja. Yes, Naruto-kun, I think I can cook that. Naruto laughed at the thought of Mei cooking, since she wasn't very good at it. He'd seen her burn everything from pork to plain rice and even sushi. Sometimes he wondered if she just used a fire jutsu on the food instead of cooking it in the oven. Mei feigned a frown and glared at him when he started laughing at her admittedly abysmal cooking skills. Fortunately, Naruto had started cooking for the two of them during their stay at the TERUMI house, and he always made their favorites, something she greatly appreciated after dealing with paperwork all day. She assessed Naruto with a discerning eye. The boy had grown quite a bit in the past few months. It had reached her shoulders. When she first arrived, it had only reached her chest, which she found quite comical. His muscles had grown substantially since the initial conditioning training she had put Chojuro through, and it complemented his Kiri outfit very well. She blushed at the thought of her student and friend that way, but as a voluptuous woman like herself, she was very good at identifying handsome men. Hey Mei-chan, are you okay? You look a little flushed. Naruto was waving a hand in front of his face to get her attention. He seemed to be thinking about something very intensely. Oh what? I'm fine, let's start your training now, okay Naruto? Naruto just nodded and silently shook his head at the woman's antics. He would never understand girls. TERUMI training camps. Alright Naruto. The first part of the test will be fire manipulation. Show me the first jutsu I taught you. Mei stood to one side, behind the boy, to avoid his jutsu, and criticized many things about him as he practiced his hand movements and finally used the technique itself. She worked very hard with Naruto to ensure that he was not only quick on his feet, but also capable of performing jutsu and tactical thinking under fire, literally. Mei remembered teaching him to think quickly in a battle situation, having him stand on a bed of lava. The first few times, it was just Mei watching Naruto dance on the hot lava. She woke from her reverie when Naruto shouted the name of the technique. Great Fireball. Naruto fired the fireball directly at a nearby tree and resisted the urge to use one of his water jutsu to extinguish it, instead letting Mei quickly put it out herself. He was taking the test very seriously, and he could very well fail if he did anything out of sequence during the test. He couldn't afford to lose focus. The next jutsu, the first one you taught yourself. Naruto went through the hand seals and exhaled a large amount of ash from his mouth, filling a large area with the flammable substance. Naruto had perfected this jutsu before moving on to the next one, making sure he could use it effectively, and the work had paid off. Combustion Ash Cloud Jutsu. Naruto clicked his teeth and ignited the gray fuel source, causing the cloud to turn red and yellow with extreme heat, burning anything inside it. Mei looked at what remained of the straw mannequins and proudly stated that she couldn't see anything, because everything had been burned. Next jutsu. Give me something that can be used on multiple targets. Naruto scanned his memory banks in less than a second and found a basic but extremely versatile fire jutsu he had seen used many times. He ran through the hand seals and brought one hand to his mouth to give the flames their perfect shape. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Naruto fired at least 24 small fireballs into the surrounding landscape, allowing Mei to clean up the mess once again. She smiled. Naruto had almost proven to her that he had mastered the basics of fire's nature. Just one more. Alright, Naruto, I'll need a little more proof than that. Impress me. Naruto smiled with satisfaction at that, quickly making the hand gestures he'd once seen the third Hokage use. Mei was intrigued. She couldn't identify this jutsu on the top of his head. This could be interesting. Fire Dragon's Fire Bomb. Naruto lowered his hands from his mouth, tucking them under his hips to avoid the fire that was about to erupt. He opened his mouth and shot out a stream of hot, white flames in a straight line in front of him, extending the jutsu's release as far as he could. It was like a perfectly aimed flamethrower, but it required careful concentration and manipulation of its shape to maintain precise aim and control the duration of the jutsu. Naruto sustained the jutsu for about 10 seconds before stopping, not wanting to tire himself out when he had 2 more elements at his disposal. Mei stood behind the boy, amazed by his precise aim and the sheer heat the jutsu created. She studied the path of the flame and couldn't see any grass, tree, or bush that had once stood in its path, only a charred, blackened line. Very good, Naruto. You passed the first test. Take a 5-minute break before moving on to the earth release. Naruto nodded and sat on the ground, breathing deeply, trying to recover some of the oxygen he used when performing his fire release jutsu. MEI waited 5 minutes, simply gazing at Naruto, happily reminding herself that he was still there, even after all this time. After sending the confirmation message to Konoha, she sadly thought about how Tsunade must have been hoping she would find Naruto, but it was all in vain. MEI asked Naruto his opinion about the message and if he really wanted to return the next morning. He responded by frowning and slowly shaking his head. Konoha had yet to abandon its search for him, but as far as anyone knew, MEI heard that everyone there thought he was dead. It saddened her to think that she had somehow deprived Naruto of his old life, but she always remembered how he longed to be here, always smiling at her, Kiri. Everyone had come to love Naruto and his friendly ways, even Kyo had liked the boy. She was glad that Naruto had integrated so well into a new village so quickly. Surely anyone else would have had a hard time, but not Naruto. Alright Naruto, it's time for earth release techniques. Teach me a defensive technique first, something earth is well known for. Correct. Naruto followed the movements and shouted the name of his jutsu. Earth style, mud wall jutsu. Naruto opened his mouth and mud spilled out in a small arc before him, but appearances were deceiving as the wall grew as tall as the Terumi house thanks to the considerable amount of chakra Naruto channeled into the jutsu. MEI nodded in approval of his handiwork, and Naruto quickly released the jutsu and watched as the stone wall slowly crumbled. Next, give me a basic offensive jutsu. She watched Naruto place his hands in a single sign and focus a moderate amount of chakra on specific points on the nearby ground, all of them marked with practice dummies. MEI smiled. Here comes the best part. Earth release, rising stone spears. Suddenly, the ground cracked beneath the mannequins, and large stone spikes pierced their chests, piercing what would be a person's heart. It all happened simultaneously, and MEI did a quick count. If this were a real battle, Naruto would have killed 5 enemy shinobi in less than 3 seconds. Impressive. Good job. It's time for the finale. Give me a combined attack with 2 earth jutsu. Naruto had been taken by surprise for only half a second before quickly placing his hands in the hand sign for his first jutsu choice. Earth style, Great Mud River. Starting in front of Naruto's feet and extending at least a dozen feet further ahead, a small river of mud appeared from the ground, shooting forward without any apparent target. Naruto made 3 more hand gestures and watched as the mud transformed to accommodate a large dragon's head that emerged from the river. As it opened its mouth, Naruto announced his final collaborative jutsu move. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. From its mouth, the dragon fired 3 mud balls at 3 training dummies, enough to completely drown the targets or to use a tracking technique to finish off the opponent. MEI smiled at the screen and mentally checked the earth release as a pass on Naruto's test. 2 down, 1 left. 5 more minutes and then we can finish this boring test. Naruto just looked at the woman and gave her a tired smile, wiping some mud that had accumulated on the edge of his mouth from the mud wall. Alright Naruto, let's begin. Give me a water clone. Naruto focused on the nearby pond and sent his molded chakra taking shape with the water, manipulating it into the form and appearance of himself. A perfect water clone copy. Next, show me a technique used to stop opponents. Naruto pushed his clone into the pond and stood in the water, going through a variety of hand signals right in front of his stunned clone. Water prison. Naruto held both hands out in front of him toward the clone, and a ball of water snapped around the clone, trapping it. Naruto kept one hand inside to maintain the technique while the other was free to move. Alright, that's done. Release that jutsu and leave the clone, you'll need it later. Naruto released the water prison, and his clone stood in the water next to him, awaiting orders. I want a simple offensive water technique, let's go, here we go. Water release, violent water wave. Naruto shot a concentrated stream of water from his mouth while holding the tiger hand sign with one hand and shaping the water into a concentrated stream with the other. He shot it directly at a tree, nearly uprooting it with the sheer pressure, but he released it too soon and the excess water spilled onto the ground. Alright, now show me an offensive attack with shape manipulation. Naruto thought of a reasonable attack and smiled, quickly making hand signals as he faced his nearby clone. Haku used this on Sasuke, at least that's what the jerk told me. 1,000 flying water needles of death. Naruto swiftly moved away from the doomed clone as hundreds of water droplets filled the air and rapidly formed into needles, the only blind spot being directly above the clone. The needles aimed straight for the kill, piercing the clone in dozens of places, annihilating it completely. MEI began to clap and signaled the end of the test. Very good, Naruto-kun, you passed all 3 tests. You're moving on to advanced training now. Naruto looked at her and lazily raised a fist in the air with feigned excitement. Woofy! Naruto said breathlessly before collapsing to the ground in a dreamless sleep, MEI standing over him immediately checking for any injuries. She cursed herself for not moving to catch him, but it was too late to do anything, so she went to his room and laid him back down on his bed. She ignited her chakra, and Chojuro appeared without his mask, surveyed his surroundings, and walked toward the Mizukage. He stood beside Naruto's bed, absent-mindedly stroking his cheek, a slight frown gracing his perfect face. Yes, Mizukage-sama. MEI only now seemed to notice the teenager and gave the other blonde a worried smile, trying to cope with her worries about Naruto. I called you to let you know that we'll be moving on to phase 2 of his training. He's past the basics of elemental jutsu and manipulation, we'll begin teaching him properly now. Chojuro simply nodded and looked at the boy, as if trying to read his strength with just a glance. I understand the training, Mizukage-sama, but, Chojuro scratched his head, nervous about questioning the Mizukage's will. She simply smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder, silently nodding for him to continue. He swallowed, his worries finally dispelled. But why are we pushing him so hard and so fast? It can't be for Konoha, so why do we have to prepare him to be so dangerous? MEI looked out the window and walked away from Chojuro, silently recalling a memory from a few months ago. Naruto revealed a secret of his to me not too long ago, and since then, I've realized how important it is for him to become stronger in the shortest amount of time. That's why I need your expertise, Chojuro, and every other ninja of Kiri to help me train Naruto. The Mizukage cryptically explained the threat to Naruto's life posed by what he contained, the Nine Tails. Naruto had revealed his Jinchuriki status to MEI because he felt he could truly trust her, and in the end, MEI wasn't too surprised. His stamina was godlike, his chakra reserves were off the charts, and his jagged birthmarks matched descriptions of past changes in other Jinchuriki appearance transformations, but it felt good to hear him tell her personally. Then he told her about the threat posed by Akatsuki, an organization she only knew a little about. He had told her enough, however, to get her immediate attention and concern, since he had then made it clear that Naruto would be ready when they arrived. I understand, Mizukage-sama. By the end of next year, I should be ready for anything that might be thrown at me. I swear on my honor as a swordsman of the mist that I will not fail in my training with Naruto. MEI smiled at Chojuro and his willingness to personally oversee Naruto's training. The two had become good friends since he arrived, and she was glad to have him on board. The Bustikage gazed longingly at Naruto and then kissed him on the cheek, an uncommon gesture that sent his senses into a frenzy, always craving more. She walked away, obediently followed by Chojuro, and finished her thoughts on the matter of Naruto's training. I know he'll be ready, after all, he's an Uzumaki. As if Naruto could hear her, his smile widened slightly and his cheeks flushed at the compliment. Training to release lava and boil, 1 week later. Alright Naruto, are you ready to learn lava and boil release? MEI asked the blonde boy. They stood in Terumi's training field, ready to begin Naruto's advanced training. Yes, MEI-sensei. MEI smiled at his enthusiasm, she had been jumping around all morning. Before we begin, you must understand how to manipulate 2 elements to create a new chakra nature. Only then will you be able to use your Kekkei Genkai to effectively blend the shaping chakra. Now, I want you to collect a considerable amount of mud in your mouth while trying to conjure a fireball from your lungs. Naruto was confused. How was he supposed to do that? Naruto began mixing his saliva with Earth's natural chakra, slowly turning it into a muddy substance. At the same time, he tried to focus the air in his esophagus into a blazing fire, ready to shoot out of his mouth. He found it incredibly difficult, like trying to walk from left to right at the same time. You can't do it, can you? Mei asked rhetorically. She liked seeing Naruto attempt the impossible, it suited her. Naruto spat out some mud and shook his head, embarrassed that he couldn't carry out her order. Mei placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, making him look at his sensei. The point was to prove you can't do it, Naruto, you little fool. I wanted to show you why your Kekkai Genkai is so unique and why it made the Uzumaki so powerful. Normal shinobi would have to mix their chakra like you just tried, making it impossible for them to conjure a ball of lava like I tried to make you do. Naruto was interested in this, so that's why other shinobi hadn't mastered the advanced elements, they couldn't do them at all. So, how does my Kekkai Genkai allow me to do what others can't? Mei was glad you asked. Learning how to do a technique was one thing, learning how it's done and its mechanics is an integral part of the training process. The Kekkai Genkai we share allows our bodies to naturally mold fire and earth simultaneously, thanks to ancestors who passed through time. For example, a normal shinobi, to achieve a lava jutsu, would have to combine two nature chakra types while trying to mold them together as they would attempt a normal jutsu, impossible. We, on the other hand, mold our chakra using hand signs for the lava jutsu, and our bodies automatically combine earth and fire chakra for us. Naruto stared at her with wide eyes. The advantages of the Kekkai Genkai were incredible. Naruto almost felt like he was cheating. That's amazing, Mei-sensei. With that kind of advantage, we could take on almost any shinobi enemy with our wide variety of jutsu. Mei laughed at his summary, and while it was somewhat true, she didn't want Naruto to follow the overconfident path that many users of the bloodline had taken. She playfully chided him, her tone clearly amused, but her message was very serious. Now Naruto, you have to make sure you always take an opponent seriously. Just because you have something others don't, doesn't mean you'll always win. Do you understand? Naruto bowed and nodded, understanding his lesson. I won't become like Sasuke. I'm better than that. That's right, Mei-chan. So, how exactly do I do a lava jutsu? Mei wanted to slap herself, she'd talked about it enough, now Naruto needed to learn it. Oh, sorry Naruto-kun. Let's start with something basic, like lava throw, lava bullet. It's a simple jutsu that I use very often, in fact, so often that I don't use hand signs anymore. You, Naruto, only need the dog paw sign to do it. Check your scroll for more information. Naruto read his scroll. The list contained dozens of lava jutsu, which made him feel dizzy as he tried to learn them all. He found the one in question and discovered a small diagram with hand seals and a description of the technique. The user would transform their lava chakra into bullets inside their mouth, similar in technique to mud or water bullets. Then, the user would fire the blobs in rapid succession, almost like a fire throw, phoenix flower. Alright Mei-sensei, I'm ready. Mei raised her hand to stop him, confusing the blonde man. Just a heads up, even though our bloodlines make us immune to the dangers of boil and lava casting, you should be careful to keep an eye on your allies. They don't share the natural defenses our bodies have, and you could very well kill someone by accident. Shoot that tree right there, to show me your aim. Mei pointed to a random tree, a little way off from the rest. Naruto faced the tree and slowly formed the dog paw sign to make sure he was doing it right. Naruto opened his mouth and shot out the first lava globe that formed, a mass of dark red and bright yellow/orange magma. Naruto continued to spit out the globes, each one slightly smaller than the last, and was pleased to see each one hit its target, slowly melting the tree and solidifying into gray rock. Ash rose into the air as what remained of the felled tree crumbled away. Good job, Naruto-kun. Naruto wiped some lava saliva from his lip, surprised that he could touch it without getting burned. Just like Earth's jutsu, it looks like lava is going to be a disaster. Yes, it tends to get a little messy when you use lava jutsu Naruto, but it's worth it. Mei had noticed that she was wiping off the lava slime, as she had nicknamed it. Alright. Any other lava release techniques for today, Mei-sensei? I'll definitely have to practice these advanced natures, I'm having a lot of trouble with a simple jutsu like the lava bullet. Mei understood. Eventually, Naruto's body and chakra would adapt to the new element, and it wouldn't tire him out as much. Let's see, how about we try another simple one? Shall we work our way up to some of the most powerful jutsu the Uzumaki were known for? Naruto's eyes widened and he began jumping for joy. He would learn his clan's hidden jutsu. You should try this one, Naruto. It only requires the tiger and dog hand signs. It's called lava release, lava bed. It's similar to the mud river jutsu, except it covers the battlefield in a bed of lava while shaking the ground, making it dangerous for your enemies unless they can stay on their feet. Naruto nodded and looked at the jutsu a couple of times before getting up and trying it. Lava launch, lava bed. Naruto stamped his foot, and everything began to shake before lava started gushing out of invisible holes in the ground, covering the floor. Mei had already channeled chakra to her feet, as had Naruto. It was difficult to stand on lava until it cooled and solidified. Good job, Naruto. Naruto. Naruto began to wobble, leaning forward and backward before he started to fall face first to the ground. Mei jumped forward and caught the exhausted boy. He had expended more energy than she had originally thought he would. Come on, Naruto, let's take a short break. I'll tell you about Boil's release while we help you recover your strength. Mei led him to a tree to get away from the sun's rays. Today was one of the rare clear days, without fog. Mei took one of Naruto's pre-prepared ramen cups and handed it to him, but he could barely lift his arms. I'm sorry. Mei-sen. I feel really weak, damn it. Naruto felt so embarrassed that he couldn't lift his own arm, but Mei just smiled. She turned her back to the tree and knelt beside him, ramen and chopsticks in hand. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I'll feed you. Naruto was surprised. Was Mei going to feed him? She used chopsticks to pick up a considerable amount of noodles and held them up in front of Naruto. Say, ah, Naruto. Mei thought he looked so cute, blushing with embarrassment. However, she had to admit that even she felt a little warm doing this. It felt so good. Ah. Naruto opened his mouth and Mei guided the noodles inside, allowing him to chew before she ate more. As Naruto ate, he felt a sense of déjà vu again, returning to the day of the survival training, the test to see if he could truly become a genin. Sakura-chan didn't seem very enthusiastic when she fed me back then, like it was a chore. Though Mei doesn't seem to mind at all, even though I feel weak right now and should be embarrassed, Mei's smile always gives me the feeling that she doesn't care what I am, she'd like me anyway. There. You're such a pig, Naruto. Naruto hadn't even realized he had finished eating and closed his mouth, feeling full. Now, the release of boil is, how can I put this, complicated. Naruto, can you tell me what normally happens when the fire and water jutsu are combined? Naruto went through an imaginary battle in his head and saw a fireball hit a wall of water, steam and water vapor were created and the wall of water caused the fireball to dissipate. It creates steam and hot water, and the water wins. Mei wanted to laugh at its simplicity, but kept it to herself. That's right, it's very difficult to use two opposite poles together as an element of nature, don't you think, Naruto? Naruto just nodded his head. He would have thought it impossible if it hadn't been for his bloodline. Well, in a way, it's impossible. Boiling release is complicated to maintain, and the mechanisms behind it sometimes confuse me. The reference jutsu I use most often is called boiling release, skillful mist, and it creates a mist that's extremely acidic for our enemies. The thing is, there isn't much else you can manipulate with such a delicate element, so I generally don't think of any other jutsu that could be used. I encourage you to try and create your own, though, Naruto, it would be a glorious sight. Mei finished her explanation and smiled again at Naruto's level of interest in her teachings. He seemed to forget every word she said. Wow. Mei-sensei, you're so smart. I promise to create a new jutsu in boil release, and then I'll teach it to you myself. Naruto gave her a weak thumbs up and Mei giggled, happy that Naruto hadn't lost his cheerful personality. He could do it too. Naruto is full of surprises. Naruto, would you like to end the day or try boil release? Naruto thought about that and how his body felt. I think I can move now, what the hell? Let's give it a try. I'm ready to go, Mei-sensei. Mei smiled at his tenacity and stood up, loosening the strain in her back from kneeling all the time. She offered Naruto a hand, and he took it, allowing her to help him up. "Alright Naruto, it only takes one hand sign, horse. When you feel the misty vapor rising up your esophagus, just open your mouth and let it go on its own. Hold the hand sign until you have the desired area of mist, and if you practice enough, you won't even have to hold the hand sign to generate the mist." Naruto formed the horse hand seal and molded his chakra. He felt a soothing mist rise up his esophagus and opened his mouth when it reached the top. He saw an almost colorless mist filtering through the opening. The mist spread and moved further away from Naruto, preventing him from seeing the area of effect. It was difficult to explain, but he could feel it and knew how far the mist extended before lowering his hands and closing his mouth. Naruto looked at Mei with an inquisitive expression, and she looked back at him with a proud smile. "Is this all there is to do, Mei-sensei?" Mei nodded and pointed to the area enclosed by the fog. "Yes, Naruto, if there were a person there, their skin would be burning and peeling right now. It's quite a painful jutsu." Naruto scratched his chin and watched the jutsu, wondering how it dissipated if it could be sustained without a hand signal. "So, Mei-sensei, if you can't cancel the jutsu by making a hand gesture, what do you do?" Mei looked at him with a smile, reminding him of the first time she learned to master the jutsu. "I asked him exactly the same thing." "Well, Naruto, you have this strange feeling of awareness about the mist cloud, like you can sense it?" Naruto nodded, and Mei smiled, learning quickly. "You have to use that sense, and you'll want the acidity of the mist to return to a normal level. In turn, you can also increase the acidity of the mist. Beginners often use the horse hand seal to help them control it. It makes it easier to sense chakra." Naruto formed the horse hand sign and focused his awareness of the mist cloud, wishing that the chakra would gradually weaken him until he could no longer feel the tingling sensation. Mei raised a ram hand sign and sensed the chakra mist to see if Naruto had dispersed it correctly, and smiled when she saw that he had. "So, how did I do today, Mei-sensei?" Naruto asked as they began walking back to the property, happy with their initial progress. "I didn't make a single mistake with my jutsu. I love it. If you keep up this pace of learning, I might run out of things to teach you before the year is out." She congratulated him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Naruto was delighted by the praise. He couldn't wait until tomorrow when his swordsmanship training began. The two entered the Terumi estate and went straight upstairs, intending to take a nap after the exhausting day so far. Naruto stood in his doorway, watching Mei enter her room and close the door behind her, lost in thought. "I wish Mei and I could do more things together. I always feel better when I'm around her, but sometimes I'm afraid of that feeling." "What does that mean?" "It means you're falling in love, idiot." Naruto's face fell after hearing the deep voice in his head. "What? Who the hell are you?" "I'm the Kyubi, you fool. Don't you remember all the times you visited me in my cage?" Naruto slapped his face. How could he forget? With everything that was happening, he'd been pushing the Kyubi away. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know we could talk like this." "It doesn't matter, you and I have a lot to discuss about this training you're doing." "What would that be?" "While training will make you strong enough to handle the life of a shinobi, it's not enough for you to survive the life of a jinchuriki. You and I will have to work together to train him to use my chakra more effectively, otherwise, we'll both die." Naruto hesitantly accepted his logic. "I suppose so, but when are we going to train?" "I have quite a comprehensive training program if you haven't noticed." The Kyubi had to calm down. Humans could be very annoying when they wanted to be. "Of course I know, you idiot. In time, you'll reach a point in your training where you've mastered what you need to learn, then you can focus on my training." "Oh, so you're expecting me to finish my training sooner than expected?" "Yeah, but I guess you should be able to do it. You might be dumb, but for a shinobi, you're fine." Naruto's face fell again. "Oh thanks Kyubi, I can already say that your pep talks are going to be the best." "Thank you, learning your language has been a pain, the least I can do is encourage you." Naruto climbed into bed and turned off the light, enveloping himself in darkness. He closed his eyes and replayed his conversation with Kyubi, repeating the first part. "Wait a minute. What the hell? What do you mean, sweetie?" The fox was already sleeping soundly and all Naruto could do was dwell on that thought. "In love with Mei?" She's very attractive, but she's older than me and probably doesn't like me that much. Besides, Mom said I should find an Uzumaki girl, otherwise I won't be able to carry on our bloodline, or at least it will be diluted if I don't find another pureblood. Oh well, I guess I'll work it out. MEI's bed cameras. Was Naruto looking at me when I walked in? He must have been checking out my butt, you little pervert. MEI put on her nightgown and went to the mirror, examining herself. She moved her hands up and down her chest, always touching her breasts. She grabbed them and tried to guess their size, at least very large, something that seemed very attractive to most men. Why do I feel like I don't care that Naruto looks at me like a man would? I couldn't like him like that, I shouldn't. I'm too old for someone his age. But, he's grown up and keeps growing, and he can be so sweet and mature when the situation calls for it, and he's so funny and strong. Just my type, like my mother always said, should go find a cute little Uzumaki boy, at least before we part ways with the clan. But now Naruto has been placed right in front of me, mine to take, what should I do? Well, that choice is pretty obvious. At this point, MEI sat on her bed, staring out the window, deep in thought. Taking a deep breath, the redhead stood up and walked to her door, completely ignoring the fact that she was practically naked. She slammed her door shut and kicked open Naruto's bedroom door, startling him awake. He clutched the blanket to his face, afraid of whatever might be lurking in the darkness. Naruto. The blonde man heard his Mizuki's melodious voice, but he was frightened and confused by what had caused her to yell at him. He tried to formulate a response, but any chance of speaking vanished when he felt her grab the collar of his nightgown, pulling him closer to her face. She kissed him on the lips. It was a rough, hungry kiss that lasted only a few seconds, but it was all he needed. It was almost as if the Mizuki was claiming his property, and this property surely wanted to be claimed. You. Me. Date. The day after tomorrow, be there. She threw the boy back onto his mattress and let him stay there, his eyes wide and his face flushed. His lips were smeared with blue lipstick, and he was touching his tingling lips reverently. Oh, yes, sorry about the door. A little too excited, hee. She laughed and lifted the door again, leaving Naruto alone in the room, completely stunned by her kiss. What the hell? Kyubi had also woken up and felt like patting the boy's back. You just scored, great time. Training of the 7 swordsmen. Kirigakure ANBU HQ. So Chojuro-san, what is the function of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Naruto walked alongside the swordsmen. They were heading to the training ground at ANBU headquarters. Chojuro scratched his chin, thinking of the best way to describe it. Well, Naruto-san, the swordsmen in our organization are almost always jounin, elite ninja of the village. Because of this, and the special training we receive as swordsmen, the Mizuki often assigns us as bodyguards or assassins, taking on the most difficult missions. Kiri receives. Let's see, in a way, you could compare us to the Sannin in terms of rank. It's an unofficial honor that doesn't have much to say in politics other than respect, and even then, we don't have much of that left since Sabuza-senpai and Kisame-senpai left the village. Naruto nodded, having a tendency for people who leave the village to not look good on a resume. Okay, but why do you sometimes wear an ANBU mask? Chojuro smiled at that, touching the object in question. Well, when we're not on dangerous missions, due to our elite status, we're often recruited by ANBU or Hunter Ninja Corps to serve with them while we're in the village. It keeps our skills sharp. At the moment, I'm serving as an ANBU because I don't have any swordsman missions to complete. If I remember correctly, Raiga-senpai was a hunter ninja when he left the village. It was under unknown circumstances during one of his missions. So swordsmen almost always serve as ANBU or hunter nin until they get one of those special, swordsman-only missions. Cold. That's great. So, Chojuro-san, how does one become a swordsman? Chojuro scoffed at the surprise and skepticism, even though he was smiling inside. Just like the Mizuki said I would ask, now I just have to give the idea a special touch. Oh, but Naruto-san, you couldn't be thinking about joining our organization, could you? Naruto's eyes widened and he began nodding his head vigorously, liking the idea. Well, that's a shame. Only an elite ninja can become one of the 7 swordsmen. It requires a lot of training, you probably couldn't handle it. Naruto grabbed the older teenager's shoulders, shaking him violently. No. I can handle it, I'll do any training, I'll listen and learn whatever you say, Chojuro-sensei. Please, let me try. Chojuro adopted an exaggerated thought pose and looked at Naruto, skepticism still evident in his narrowed eyes. Are you sure you want to try it? Naruto just nodded and the older boy shrugged, accepting it. Okay, but first you have to change your name. Each of our names ends up translating to a fruit, so you need to change yours. Naruto's eyes widened at that. He couldn't change his name, he just couldn't. I'm just teasing Naruto-san. Mizukage-sama said to make an exception for you. But... Chojuro warned only after Naruto let out a sigh of relief. You'll have to sharpen your teeth like mine, see? Chojuro opened his mouth and pointed to his shark-like teeth, making the younger blonde look at him as if he were crazy. How am I supposed to get those teeth out, Chojuro-sensei? Chojuro scratched the back of his neck, trying to remember the great speech his instructor had given him. Well, a long time ago, when the first inhabitants of Kiri began fighting the sharks, you know what, never mind. I was supposed to give you a big speech, but, it'll be easier if I show you the hand signs. Chojuro held up his hands to demonstrate the sequence, but Naruto blurted out his thoughts. Wait a minute. Are you telling me you guys got those teeth from a jutsu? Chojuro just nodded, and Naruto's face slapped. Wow. I always thought it was something worse, well. Chojuro was a little annoyed by that, his teeth were bad anyway. Hey, this is a Kirigakure Kenjutsu, forbidden knowledge. You should be grateful that I'm even giving you the chance to see the jutsu. Naruto calmed down and bowed to his sensei, apologizing for his outburst. I'm sorry, sensei, please continue. Chojuro had never been called sensei by Naruto until today, and he had to say that he liked it. That's better, now watch. He ran his hand over the hand signs, allowing Naruto to copy them and then mold his chakra into the seals. He opened his mouth and felt as if his teeth were being pierced, changing shape and sharpening. It hurts, Chojuro-sensei. Chojuro put a finger to his lips to signal for silence, it would only hurt more if he spoke. The process lasted no more than 30 seconds, but that was enough for Naruto. There you go, Naruto-san, now let me see them. Naruto opened his mouth and the teenager looked inside and nodded, pleased with the result. Alright, the jutsu was a success. Your first step to becoming a swordsman is complete. Now we just need to get a sword and we're good to go. Naruto held his sore mouth and pouted, following the older ninja. Why does this feel like a trip to the dentist? My mouth feels like a nuclear bomb explodes inside and then I get a candy, or in this case, a really big sword. Naruto-san, I know you've probably noticed how swords like Samehada and my own, Hiramakarei, have special abilities built into their design, but due to the great difficulty in making them, this type of sword was discontinued. Our swords usually pass from sensei to student and so on. However, I'm not going to give you my sword since I'm not retiring, so that means we have to make your sword. Do you have any idea what I might want? Naruto thought about it and had a lot of ideas, but he couldn't put his finger on any of them. I'm not sure, Chojuro-sensei, can you show me the swords? Chojuro nodded and led him to another room. There on the table were 3 swords. Each one resembled Zabuza's sword, the Kobikiri Hocho. One was a perfect copy in its smallest form, without the attached handle. Naruto liked it since it was a simple carbon copy of the original, but he thought he should look at the others before deciding. The next one was peculiar, it was shaped like Zabuza's sword but smaller and connected to a chain that attached to the smaller hilt. So it's a smaller version of Zabuza's weapon that I can throw and retrieve with the chain, interesting. The last sword, by far, interested him the most. The blade resembled the first, but it had 2 smaller blade sections and a longer hilt. He was confused by the design. 2 swords. Chojuro-sensei, what is this? Naruto pointed at the sword and Chojuro came over and picked it up, examining it. It appears to be a double-bladed version of Zabuza-senpai's sword. Let's try it out. Chojuro took the hilt and told Naruto to hold the grips, which he did. The swordsman took one of the 2 small blades and screwed its end into the hilt, and as soon as he did, the blade grew to 4 times its size, now looking exactly like Zabuza's. Naruto couldn't handle the sudden change in weight and felt himself losing control. Fortunately, Chojuro removed the hilt and held it effortlessly in one hand, aiming at the other piece of the blade with the other. "Naruto-san, please place that one on the other end like I did." Naruto took the leaf and after a bit of clumsiness was able to continue correctly and watched it grow as well. "Whoa! Chojuro-sensei, how can you hold that?" Chojuro smiled. "A lot of training, Naruto-san." "So, which sword do you want?" Naruto looked at each one, silently pondering the strengths and weaknesses he could find. "I'll take that one." Naruto pointed to the double-edged sword Chojuro was holding, and the man smiled. "Many have wielded 2 swords like Raiga-senpai, but none have used a double-edged sword like this one, Naruto-san. Your training will be very interesting." Naruto nodded and tried to lift the sword, but the best he could do was drag it along the ground. "Naruto, leave it here. It's not going anywhere, and only the swordsman and maybe the Mizukage are powerful enough to lift it." Naruto glanced over his shoulder and nodded, leaning the sword against the wall. "Well, if that's all, Chojuro-sensei, I need to get back to the Terumi estate. I need to mentally prepare myself for tomorrow." Chojuro was confused. What did she mean? "Are you referring to your training with Mizukage-sama?" Naruto shook his head. "Training is easy compared to this. I have to prepare for a date with the Mizukage." Chojuro fainted, literally at the thought of the Mizukage going out with Naruto. He shrugged and left the large building, heading straight home. "Terumi estate. I'm home." Naruto exclaimed, already doubting that MEI had returned from work. The 2 stoic ANBU guards stood in the doorway of the hall, staring at him. Naruto ignored their blank stares and went up to his room, where he sat on his bed thinking about what the date would be like tomorrow. She'll probably dress up. I wonder how MEI would look in a dress. Wait. I don't have any fancy clothes, I'd better go find something. Naruto left the house and went straight to the store that sold him his Kiri outfit, hoping the shopkeeper could find him some elegant clothes. They'll be perfect for tomorrow. Naruto returned to the Terumi estate with a bag of clothes, courtesy of his new favorite merchant. "What will be perfect, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked up to see MEI peeking into her shopping bag. She had recently arrived home from her duties as Mizukage and had overheard his outburst. Naruto snatched the bag from her and ran upstairs, startling the Kage. "Nothing." Naruto put away the bag of clothes and went downstairs to prepare dinner. He decided to try some sushi, keeping it simple for tonight. "Here you go, MEI-chan. Some nice sushi for the hard-working Mizukage, something you definitely deserve." MEI sat down at the table and smiled at Naruto as he brought her the food, leaning down and kissing his cheek. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. So, how was your training with Chojuro today?" Naruto drank a piece of fish and looked at the woman. She seemed genuinely curious. "Everything went well, all we did was pick out a sword for me and get me these new teeth. See MEI-chan." Naruto showed his new shark teeth to his sensei, making her laugh. MEI blushed slightly at the sight of Naruto's teeth, they looked so good on the blonde boy. She'd always found that feature in swordsmen attractive for some reason, just the thought of a man doing things to her with those teeth. "I'd have to be gentle with teeth like those, but getting bitten wouldn't be so bad either, mmm. Hey MEI-chan, you're blushing again, are you feeling sick?" MEI woke up to see Naruto leaning over the table, worried about the blushing woman. "Oh yes, I'm fine, Naruto. Those teeth look wonderful, by the way, I'm really enjoying them." Naruto nodded, pleased that she approved. "Oh, how does your sword look on you, Naruto? I always found those big swords so uncomfortable, did you find something that fits you well?" "Yes, actually, though if I had to guess, it probably weighs twice as much as most other swords. It's a dual finishing blade, similar to Zabuza Momochi's, except it has 2 blades joined together with a hilt in the middle. I almost dropped it because of how heavy it was, but Chojuro-sensei told me that my training would allow me to develop more muscle so I could handle it properly." MEI gasped at that. Naruto with more muscle, she could practically feel the puddle of drool forming in her mouth. "Thank goodness I already claimed a date with him, no other girl will get her hands on him." I just have to make tomorrow night perfect. The next day, family jutsu training. Alright, let's take a look at what my dear dad left me. Naruto opened his large scroll and examined all the labels, looking for namikes. Aha! Naruto found the category annoying and sent chakra rushing through his hand and touched that spot on the scroll. His father's jutsu scroll and kunai fell out along with a book labeled as his father's sealing diary. Naruto opened the jutsu scroll and saw 2 jutsu written with notes and explanations of how to use them. Naruto was very intrigued by the Flying Thunder God technique but couldn't deny the practicality of the Rasengan. Both were very good jutsu that he had to learn. He reread the information a couple of times before picking up a kunai in his father's journal and walking toward the training grounds. Upon arriving, Naruto placed the kunai in his hip pouch, forming his characteristic hand sign. Multiple shade clone. 1000 Naruto appeared in front of him, occupying most of the training yard. Alright, split into 2 groups of 500. The first group will work on Rasengan drills while the other will work on understanding the Hiraishin and getting used to the 3-pronged kunai. Naruto smiled as his clones quickly got to work. If he did this every day, the jutsu would be easily learned in the next few weeks. Naruto approached a shady tree and sat beneath it, deciding to pass the time reading his father's journal. Opening the book, he read his father's personal writings and descriptions of the sealing art, and while it was interesting, Naruto knew he needed to learn more tangible things than notes. Naruto examined the book, finding many images and descriptions of seals, both seals his father had made and those he had just discovered. Each seal possessed unique properties that constantly caught Naruto's attention. He continued poring over the book, trying to find something that would give him an edge. He had already marked the Flying Thunder God seal for later, but now he wanted something to work on himself. Just when he thought he couldn't find anything else, Naruto discovered a seal that gave him a very interesting idea. The seal itself was called the Blocking Technique Absorption Seal, a seal that could not only disperse the chakra of an attack but also add that chakra to the user's own reserves. Naruto thought about how he could use that and began to consider how to incorporate it into his own design and style. My outfit should have something that denotes my Uzumaki clan. Yuzu. Yuzu. The Uzumaki Whirlpool. Perfect. Naruto began to make plans regarding his new idea, intending to do it before the end of the training year. Later that night, date and time. Naruto fumbled for his button-down shirt. It was black with thin red stripes running up and down. No matter how much he fiddled with it, his collar just wouldn't stay the way he wanted. And did anyone else feel how hot it was in the bathroom? She checked her trousers to make sure everything was at least alright and was pleased to see that her elegant pair of black trousers were fine. She straightened the creases once more and left the bathroom. She put on her shoes. Yes, they actually sold closed shoes in Kiri, something she'd never seen before. Naruto-kun. Are you ready yet? Mei shouted from the lobby, anxiously awaiting the arrival of her little swordsman. She chose a simple, dark blue dress with slits on each side, allowing her to show off her toned legs as she walked. She applied her lipstick, and her nails were delicately coated in her favorite shade of midnight blue, freshly done for this evening. Her shoes were simply more stylish versions of ninja sandals, chosen more for comfort and style than durability, Hinata's sandals during part 2. Mei was also very nervous. This was going to be her first date in a long time, and she didn't want to mess anything up, especially with Naruto. She had asked him some intimate questions about his life in Konoha, namely, whether he had ever had a girlfriend. He had responded with a sad shake of his head and openly proclaimed that he imagined no girl would like him, neither for his personality nor for what was inside him, but Mei planned to prove him wrong tonight. I hope she likes the restaurant I chose. Will she like my dress, or should I go find another one? God! When did I ever stress so much about something? Am I the damn Mizukage? I'm ready, sorry for keeping you waiting, Mei-chan. Naruto whispered in her ear, startling her and making her jump away from him. When she saw his outfit, she blushed slightly and smiled at how handsome he looked in his elegant dress shirt. Ah! Naruto-kun bought a collar, let me fix it for you. Mei approached him and, with the practiced grace and precision only a woman could muster, easily adjusted his collar and smoothed out the wrinkles in his shirt, slinking closer to feel his developing muscle. She sighed in a very fangirl way, further confusing the already embarrassed Naruto. Take it easy, Naruto, all you're doing is dating an older woman who's probably the most powerful kunoichi in all the elemental nations and can melt your balls without a wave of her hand, nothing to worry about. Ready, MEI? Naruto asked with genuine sincerity, dropping the cute suffix that had been his nickname since he arrived. MEI looked at him and nodded. She took his outstretched arm and slipped her own through it, pleased to see that Naruto was almost perfectly her height and was being so formal with her. He leaned close to her ear and whispered a sweet compliment she'd been eagerly anticipating all night, making her feel warm inside. MEI, that dress looks absolutely wonderful on you. Blue is truly your color, majestic and deadly. Kyubi wanted to laugh at the boy, human forms were truly very strange. Thank you Naruto. I must say, your outfit looks wonderful on you, you look like the perfect gentleman. The two shinobi walked through the streets of Kiri, completely ignoring the sights and focusing on each other. On the way to MEI's chosen restaurant, they chatted for a while and began to talk to each other much more easily and relaxed than before. It was as if the mere idea of being in a relationship opened them up, or perhaps broke down the final barrier separating their true personalities, and they came to discover that they blended together very well. Upon entering the restaurant, the two immediately sat down due to the Mizuki's position. They chose seats along the wall so they could look out the window and observe Kirigakure's national holiday celebration. Today marked the end of Yagura's reign, the end of the bloody mist, and the beginning of the work to end the massacres. Wow! You actually found a place that serves ramen. MEI, you're my hero. MEI laughed at Naruto's outburst after reading the menu. She had indeed found the restaurant, it was the main reason she'd chosen it. She just wanted tonight to go well, she didn't want to make any mistakes with Naruto. He was too precious to her. Yes, I did, I hope you enjoy it. I think I'll have an old dish from Yuzukakure, a fish cooked with rice and vegetables. The fish is a rare type that is only found in the waters surrounding the country of Yuzu. MEI unconsciously licked her lips in anticipation. Her mother used to do this often when she was young, it was one of her favorites. Naruto felt very melancholic when he thought about Yuzukakure. While he was happy that it still had a great influence and was apparently known by many people, he was saddened to think that all that remained of his country were some fish and local fairy tales. He decided to get a more detailed history of the old country from MEI later. She obviously knew more about the Uzumaki than she would let on. Sometimes he worried that she was keeping secrets when he had revealed his biggest secret to her not too long ago. Time to eat. Both Naruto and MEI dove into their meals as soon as they arrived at the table, MEI apparently sharing Naruto's ability to inhale his favorite food with gusto. After finishing their wonderful meals, MEI ordered a milkshake with 2 straws, confusing Naruto. The waiter obediently returned the chocolate drink and placed it on the table. Both of them now felt very nervous about the ordeal. Naruto. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. MEI stopped talking when she felt Naruto's hand move over hers, rubbing her soft, delicate knuckles and palm with his calloused thumb. No, you don't have to apologize, MEI, this is perfect. Naruto leaned across the table and put the straw in his mouth, wiggling his eyebrows at the woman. She laughed and took her own straw, sipping her fair share of the drink, while still holding Naruto's hand. Many of the restaurant's patrons, especially the ninjas, were surprised to see their Mizuki with a young boy. Many of the younger ninjas felt a pang of despair at losing their crush on the unknown blonde boy, while some of the older ninjas instantly resented Naruto, angered by the sight. However, all were quickly appeased by the lovebirds. Their eyes were only for each other that night, even after they left the restaurant to watch the fireworks. MEI led them back to the TERUMI property, and they sat together on the rooftop, watching the midnight fireworks display. Naruto lay on his back with MEI curled up beside him, his arm around her possessively. Tonight was perfect, Naruto. I couldn't have asked anyone for a better date. MEI gazed into his ocean blue eyes that looked down into her emerald gaze, silently hoping that she could stop searching, that he was the one. Well, I hope I can be the only one who can get a date with you, MEI. I mean, if you want, that is. Naruto suddenly felt very vulnerable, as if he was putting his heart and feelings on the table for the woman to do whatever she wanted with them. MEI gasped. Did this mean what she hoped it meant? She gripped his shirt tightly, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. not at all embarrassed by her emotional display. She had searched for the right man for so long that she didn't want to have her heart broken again. Naruto, does this mean? Naruto took her trembling hand that gripped his shirt in his own, gently massaging it, without breaking eye contact. He leaned close to her face, and she struggled to rise to his level, a burning heat resonating throughout her body. Yes, we're together now, MEI, and I wouldn't do it any other way. With that, Naruto gently kissed the young woman in his arms, just as the fireworks display reached its spectacular conclusion, illuminating the night sky. This night would no longer be just a night of celebration for Kirigakure, it would now be the anniversary of a wonderful relationship between the two Uzumaki. Kirigakure, Council Chambers. Mizuki-sama, now that we've recovered from the economic depression caused by the chaos of Yagura's reign and the massacres, isn't it time we started making treaties with other villages? Surely it would be to our advantage. The council was deliberating on the future of Kirigakure. It had taken up most of the day, and MEI wondered if it would ever end. It would hardly affect an island nation like ours. Our potential enemies keep their distance, but so do any allies we might gain. The minor treaties with sea and wave are sufficient for now, our economy is better than that. It has always been this way since we expanded our monopoly on maritime trade. Our ninja population has also increased since the end of the Bloody Mist graduation exams. I see no reason to form alliances with any of the elemental nations. We will bide our time. The advisors sighed but didn't argue further. The Mizukage was a very stubborn but intelligent woman. I believe this discussion is over. Moving on, I'd like to know how our village's most important investment is faring. Kyo asked the Mizukage, and she grunted in response. Naruto Koi isn't a damn investment, he's a human being. No matter how many times I warn you, everything you see in him is an investment. In fact, everything has to have some means to an end with you, Kyo, and it must stop. Naruto Koi has come a long way. In the 2 years since his arrival, his achievements are praised among the ninja corps. Becoming a jounin at 16, achieving swordsman status, perfecting his Kekkei Genkai and Jinchuriki skills in record time, and even becoming an official member of the Hunter-nin Corps. Kyo's satisfied smile vanished. Instead, he frowned. Not to mention creating a boiling cauldron of lava with our relationship with Konoha and seducing the Mizukage herself. Kyo was yanked from his chair by the Mizukage, 2 ANBU guards poised to attack his vital points on her orders. She glared at the ex-shinobi with pure rage. How dare you! I've put up with your insolence for far too long, you've spoken out of turn and insulted me personally. ANBU, take him away for questioning pending a military trial. Kyo's eyes widened. A military trial? What? You can't test me as a ninja anymore, I've retired. The Mizukage smiled with satisfaction, brandishing a pencil and a document out of nowhere. She quickly signed it and sealed it with the official Mizukage seal and held it up to his face. You have now been officially reinstated as a Kiri shinobi, congratulations. Now ANBU, please get this fool away from me and these cameras before I melt him. The 2 masked shinobi saluted and dragged the man away, startling the remaining silent council members. This meeting is over. I will now retire to my estate. The Mizukage put her Kage hat back on and walked slowly toward the wooden gates, hoping to get as far away as possible. The remaining counselors stood up and bowed to the Kage. Yes, Mizukage-sama. They left, fearing her and her dangerous personality, wondering if Yagura was worse. MEI walked through the streets of Kiri, observing the people she had sworn to protect living their normal lives, free from danger. Their smiling faces and prosperous attitudes allowed MEI to continue her work as Mizukage, keeping her busy all day. Her thoughts turned to Naruto, the blonde genin, now jounin, who had warmed her heart since his arrival 2.5 years ago. Their relationship had begun with them becoming friends, then teacher and student, and now boyfriend and girlfriend. MEI couldn't contain her joy when he was near. She still hadn't broached the subject of, I'm an Uzumaki, with Naruto. She was afraid of how he would react to them being distant cousins. MEI also feared that Naruto would no longer trust her, feeling betrayed by the depth of his knowledge and the connection he truly had with the Uzumaki clan, which was why he had kept her secret. However, as Naruto grew older, so did his curiosity, and she feared that he would discover her secret on his own, something that would be even worse. I promised to tell him that after he returns home from his mission, he should be back by the end of the day. Hurry home, Naruto-kun, we have a lot to discuss. Kiri Island, unnamed, forest. Hunter, 1, in position. A figure hid behind a tree, putting a hand to his ear and speaking into a small communicator. He wore a Kiri Hunter-nin mask. The only markings were 2 blue fangs that started at the top and framed the painted eyes. The 4 Kiri waves adorned the forehead of his mask, and the only way to identify the man's features was through his bright blonde hair. He wore standard Kiri battle armor, a single-piece chest piece with shoulder guards and a lower torso extension to cover his groin, all in a gray-black color. Her weapon was easily the most prominent feature, a large, double-bladed blade attached to her back by a belt across her chest. Like most shinobi, she had a kunai pouch attached to her thigh and a hip pouch, both connected to standard Anbu black trousers. Below that, she wore black sandals with dark gray gaiters that extended from the toes to mid-calf. She also wore a long-sleeved black shirt with gray gloves that covered her entire forearm to her knuckles. My description of Kiri Anbu as seen in the most recent Shippuden 6 Tales filler arc. Roger. Hunter 1, Hunter 2, 3, and 4 are waiting. Awaiting your order. The man nodded silently to himself, observing the prey he and his squad had been stalking for the past few days. The older man, somewhere in his 40s, wore prison garb, black and white stripes lining his tattered garments. However, appearances were deceiving. The man was a lost B-rank ninja, recently awarded the title after escaping from a prisoner transfer ship off the island's coast. The hunters had been dispatched as soon as news of the ship's survivors reached them, and the squad requested a swordsman to lead them. They chose Naruto Uzumaki, the latest addition to the 7 swordsmen. Naruto reviewed the strengths and weaknesses of his prey, analyzing the tactics he would use in the upcoming battle with the fugitive from Kiri. This man's name is Riko Atsuki, a missing B-rank ninja from Kiri. A pure ninjutsu specialist, he is praised for possessing 2 nature elements, fire and wind. His special techniques are largely unknown, his taijutsu is average, and his genjutsu is abysmal, simply my kind of guy. Let's do this. Hunter 2, wait for Kirisame. Hunters 3 and 4 will maintain their distance and observe, cutting off escape routes and preventing the target from leaving the area. Naruto heard the chorus of Rogers from his communicator in support of his plan. The trap was set, now Naruto just had to defeat the man himself. Naruto raised the ram's hand sign and disappeared into a whirlpool of water, reappearing behind the walking man, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Riko Atsuki, you are under arrest for over 20 criminal acts committed in Kiri. The time has come for you to pay for your crimes. The man froze instantly, slowly turning to see his worst nightmare, a hunter-nin. Even worse, he saw the man's massive sword and recalled the horror stories of the swordsman's organization, something he definitely didn't want to experience. Damn it! I expected it would take you a little longer to find me. Naruto stood his ground, staring at the panicked man. We both know I won't give up. I have no chance if I go back to Kiri, so I'll have to defeat you. The man began forming hand signs for a fire jutsu, and Naruto clicked his communicator once, the signal for Hunter 2. The hunter ninja in question stayed away from the 2 combatants in the forest, silently listening to their conversation. He had received the expected signal. He formed the 3 hand signs for the hidden Kiri hunter-nin jutsu, whispering its name under his breath. Hidden jutsu, Kirisame. Rain began to fall in the surrounding area, but the unnatural sensation of the damp, chakra-infused substance alerted any high-ranking or well-informed Kirinin to a jutsu of any kind. Riko, however, was so engrossed in watching Naruto that she didn't notice the rain, believing it to be a natural phenomenon. Great fireball. The criminal brought a hand to his mouth, launching a fireball directly at his enemy, but his eyes widened as he saw the attack gradually dissipate in the air. Wait! Even if it's a water jutsu, it shouldn't be powerful enough to, damn it, a trap. Looks like you realized the jutsu a little, too late, Riko-san. Naruto's body flickered behind the man, the edge of his sword at the man's throat. Damn it! How the hell? The man was interrupted as Naruto finished his mission, slashing the man's throat with practiced precision and without hesitation. His fellow hunters emerged into the small clearing, pleased to see their leader so adept at handling the shinobi. The body fell to the ground, blood spurting from the artery in the neck that Naruto had deliberately severed. He turned to face his subordinates, each eyeing him for their future orders, utterly indifferent to the sight of death. That's it, standard procedure. Meet at the appointment in 5 minutes, we're heading home. The other 3 hunters saluted and headed toward the corpse, beginning the usual process of taking the head as proof of death and destroying what remained. Naruto leaped into the trees and continued to the exfiltration point, the eastern side of the uninhabited island's beach. From there, his squad would travel to Kiri, arriving no later than 8 p.m. Naruto reached the beach, finding it tranquil and exactly as it had appeared when they arrived, peaceful, calm, and serene. No one would know that an important Hunterine mission had taken place here. The only evidence would be a few scorched patches of grass from the cremation of the bodies. Naruto leaped into the water, standing on the shifting surface, and plunged his sword into the salty liquid, washing away the red life force embedded in the blade. Another criminal down, score another one for Uzumaki. The guys at ANBU HQ are going to go crazy when I add another one to my score. From the moment Naruto joined the Hunterine Corps, he found the work challenging and fun in terms of ninja roles, but he was always depressed by the monotonous and gloomy atmosphere. All the other hunters were businesslike, stoic, and emotionless, but Naruto didn't like that one bit, so he influenced his fellow shinobi to have more fun. Back at base, they had a giant whiteboard displaying each hunter's name and a tally of how many enemies they'd taken down, and Naruto had climbed the ranks rapidly. All the veterans had agreed with the idea of tallying their pre-existing scores, but they were surprised by the blonde's tenacity. He was easily catching up to their numbers. Naruto had invented the words fun and brotherhood among the hunters, and every visit to headquarters was relaxed and left everyone happy when they returned home after a long day's work. Sir. Naruto turned to see that his subordinates had finished their tasks, a sealing scroll containing the head being stored for later processing in Kiri. Naruto nodded silently and gestured for them to move, and in a blur, the 4 shinobi were gone, mission accomplished. Kirigakure, Terumi Estate. Mei walked back and into Terumi's living room, anxiously awaiting the arrival of her roommate and boyfriend, Naruto Uzumaki. She was trying to mentally prepare herself for the upcoming conversation that would reveal her long-hidden Uzumaki heritage, and she was failing miserably. What if he hates me forever? What if he can never forgive me for hiding this from him? Damn it! He revealed to me that I was a damn Jinchuriki containing the most powerful bijou in existence, and I can't even tell him my last name. I'm such an idiot. Her rhythm slowed when she felt strong arms encircle her waist and warm breath brush against the nape of her neck, making her tremble with pleasure. Mei automatically fell back into the figure's arms, already familiar with the scent of her love and the sensation against her skin. Her Naruto was home. Mayheim, I'm home. Naruto whispered in her ear, long after he had put away his demon slayer gear and equipment, now wearing a tight black suit that he often wore around the house. Narukoi, I'm so glad you're home. How was your mission? She already knew the answer. Naruto was very dedicated to any task he was given. He wouldn't have returned home if the mission was incomplete. Everything went well, no casualties, and Kiri has one less criminal to worry about. Naruto moved his hands up and down Mei's firm stomach, making her skin tingle at the contact. She was still wearing her blue dress over her fishnet bodysuit, and she was very worried about remembering to take it off. That's great, you're a wonderful ninja, Naruto. Kiri is truly blessed with your presence, I know it. Mei loved this. Just being with the man she loved and being able to talk so easily was like nothing else was happening in the world. Well, let's thank Kami for the Uzumaki clan and their bloodline, or else I would never have come to Kiri, or met you, Mayheim. Mei frowned at this, once again remembering the Uzumaki. She gently stepped away from Naruto and led him to the sofa, urging him to sit with her. He was confused, but he did as Mei asked, sitting next to his Mizukichi and taking both his hands in a comforting and inquisitive gesture. Mei, what's wrong? The redhead looked at her hands, finding the courage she could muster in the fact of how long they had been together, how much love they had shared. Please, Naruto-koi, forgive me, Naruto. I have something to tell you. Naruto looked at her curiously, wondering what could be causing her so much anxiety. He silently pushed her aside, eager to hear the news. Mei swallowed and let go of her inhibitions, laying everything on the table. My real name is Mei Uzumaki, and I'm a pure blood like you. I'm a survivor of the Uzumaki clan's dissolution. I'm your distant cousin, Naruto Koi. Mei put her hands to her face, embarrassed that she was crying and trying to hide from what was surely Naruto's surprised and disgusted expression. How foolish I am. He'll never be able to forgive me for this is. Her inner turmoil ceased when she felt his hands gently withdraw from her face, and her heart raced as Naruto's lips met hers in a soft kiss. It was his way of reassuring her that everything was all right and that there were no hard feelings on his part. He broke the kiss, leaving Mei with a happy but curious expression. Naruto smiled gently and stroked her cheek. But why? Mei whispered, not understanding his peculiar reaction. Naruto continued smiling, inwardly chuckling at Mei and her actions. During his years living in Kiri, Naruto had always had his theories and ideas about Mei and how they were connected, so her revealing that she was an Uzumaki wasn't a huge surprise. In fact, he'd been waiting for Mei to reveal her secret for some time, allowing him to make the first move. Mayheim, I've had my suspicions for some time now that we were related, I was just waiting for you to say it. In a way, even before I knew for sure, there was always this voice in the back of my mind telling me that you and I were linked by more than just coincidence. Mei gasped. Had she known? And, you're not angry? Naruto simply shook his head, any feelings of anger or disappointment had long since vanished. It was clear that she regretted hiding it all this time, and that was proof enough. Mei's tears reached their peak as she approached her lover, forcing him to sit with his back against the blue leather sofa. She sobbed against his chest, chanting, "Thank you," over and over, making the blonde man smile as he stroked her back, his hand moving sensually through her hair. "Shoo, let's go to bed now, Mei. We've both had a long day and it's late at night, we need to rest." Mei nodded, resting her head against his broad chest and feeling lifted up. Naruto maintained his bridal style, making her blush slightly. He crossed the property's foyer, went upstairs, and headed straight to Mei's room, closing the door behind him. He laid her on the large double bed they shared at night. Her blue silk sheets bore the Kiri symbol in the center. He reached for the zipper of her dress and began to undo it, knowing how much she loved sleeping in her bodysuit, often foregoing her nightgown since she started sleeping with Naruto. She freely allowed him to remove her clothing, trusting Naruto completely. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen anything her fishing nets revealed. They had made love many times before, each time better than the last as far as Mei was concerned, yet tonight she was too tired and sensed that Naruto was too. She watched as her zipper was completely undone and her lover lowered the blue garment down her body, folding it carefully and putting it away to be washed. "So gentle, oh Narukoi, I'm so glad you understood." Mei shifted so she was now under the blanket, waiting impatiently for her man to join her. She loved it when he held her at night. You'd never guess it from his chiseled physique, but Naruto's shoulder and chest make excellent pillows. Naruto climbed into bed, directly behind Mei, turning her to face him. They gazed into each other's eyes with what could only be described as love before meeting in a soft, passionate kiss that left them both satisfied with the taste of their lover. Mei shifted one last time to get comfortable, choosing to rest her head against Naruto's warm chest, his rhythmic heartbeat and steady breathing lulling her to sleep. Naruto wrapped an arm around Mei's torso, leaning back against her soft pillows, quietly savoring the feeling of being in bed with the person he loved. He gazed at her, his mind forming one final question before he drifted off to sleep. "Mei. I just have one question." Mei looked at him sleepily, her eyes already drooping with exhaustion. "What would you like me to call you? Mei Terumi or Mei Uzumaki?" She smiled at him, gently stroking his chest with her free hand. "As far as I'm concerned, you can call me Mei Uzumaki, because I don't plan on leaving you anytime soon, Narukoi. With you. I'm actually proud to use the Uzumaki name, because I believe in you and your dream. I know that one day you'll achieve it." Naruto smiled at her, happy that she believed in his dream of bringing back the Uzumaki. "Well, then, Mei Uzumaki. I guess I'll have to marry you then." Mei shot up and stared at Naruto, her eyes wide. "Marriage? Forgetting her sleepiness, she grabbed him tightly and threatened to break him. Marriage? Do you really mean that, Narukoi? Her hands were trembling, scared and anxious for the blonde Jounen's answer. If you would like to be my wife, and only if. I won't force you to do anything you're not ready for. I just knew from the moment I fell in love with you that I wanted to be with you for as long as I live. No other woman, Uzumaki or not, can fill my heart with warmth and care the way you do with Mei, and I believe. Naruto stopped as Mei's lips covered his, finishing his well-thought-out words, I love you until the end of time. Mei broke off the passion-induced kiss and looked at his surprised face, laughing at him. Oh, shut up, you silly man. We love each other far more than most people will ever love. You don't need to give a speech. My name may not change, but marriage is still a big step. I'm willing to accept it if it's with you, my Naruto. I love you. Naruto's eyes began to water along with Mei's, and he hugged her, kissing her once more. I love you too, Mei. You've made the Uzumaki man the happiest in the world. Mei smiled into the kiss, feeling truly relieved to call herself Mei Uzumaki again. As they slowly fell asleep together in bed, Mei and Naruto's thoughts turned to their respective parents, recalling their parting wishes and hopes for their children. I did it, Mom. I found my Uzumaki girl. I'm so happy. Mother, Father, I've finally found that little Uzumaki boy you asked me to take care of. I feel like I'm finally home, where I should be, where I belong. The Uzumaki couple fell asleep with a smile that night. The feeling of being engaged was too much for them. It was a joyous occasion that would be celebrated for generations to come. Konoha, Hokage's office. Jiraiya. I've been forced to acknowledge Naruto as a lost ninja. What can we do? Civilians are celebrating his death, and every ninja except his graduating class is placing bets on who will collect their bounty first. This is madness. Tsunade voiced her overwhelming concerns to the newcomer Jiraiya. She had spent the last 2 years of Naruto's training journey exploring the world for him and trying to become even stronger, even though she was past her prime. I don't know, Tsunadeheim, how did the rest of the rookies leave? Tsunade looked out the window with a frown. Sakura. I'm afraid she'll never be the same. She felt the betrayal she felt when Sasuke left again with Naruto, and she hasn't trusted another soul since. Even during my training, she barely responded at all. The rest have their own ways of dealing with it. Konohamaru has tried so hard to prove to Naruto that he's worthy of Sarutobi, foolishly believing that if he becomes powerful enough, Naruto will return. Jiraiya sighed. Naruto's departure had a huge impact on Konoha, for the worse, far more than for the better. I hope you're happy in Kiri Naruto, because everyone else has suffered because of it. During his 2-year journey, Jiraiya's contacts followed up with more comprehensive reports on the island nation and discovered that Naruto was indeed living there as a Kiri ninja. While Jiraiya didn't know the extent of his training or why he was there, he knew Naruto wouldn't be returning to Konoha, but he couldn't tell Tsunade. It would be too much for her. Tsunade-sama. The Sannin turned to see a ninja from the code-breaking division burst through the door, holding a message from what appeared to be Suna. Tsunade-sama, an urgent message has been received from Suna. Tsunade took the scroll and read it, her eyes widening and a frown deepening on her face. She put the scroll down and called Shizun. Shizun. Bring Kakashi's squad here, now. Jiraiya picked up the scroll and read it himself. The Kazekage has been captured. And by Akatsuki no less. This was trouble. The Kazekage has been captured. Jiraiya, you know more about Akatsuki than anyone else, will you accompany Kakashi's squad? The white-haired man nodded, believing himself up to the task. We'll leave as soon as Kakashi's squad is ready. Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite, 3 days before Konoha receives a distress signal. Mizukage-sama. We have received a priority message from our observers in the river country. Mei looked up from her paperwork to see a messenger ninja, one who seemed to be out of breath. It must be quite important. Okay, let's take a look. Mei took the man's report, read the message, and her eyes widened slightly in surprise. So, Akatsuki has a hideout in river country, and agents there have been seen moving around Suna, but why? Mei's eyes widened, this had suddenly become much more serious than she had initially thought. She ignited her chakra and an ANBU immediately stood before her, kneeling before her. "Bring me Naruto Uzumaki, I don't care what he's doing. A priority message has arrived from the Kazekage." The ANBU saluted and went directly to ANBU headquarters, the blonde's last known location. "This isn't good. If Akatsuki is on the move, we can't let them take the only cross. I need Naruto's advice, he has to help me decide what to do." "Yes, Mizuki-sama." Mei looked up to see Naruto fully equipped with his hunter gear, his hands on the table anxiously awaiting news. She sighed and handed him the report, his expression unreadable through his mask, but surely one of surprise. "No, are they already on the move?" Naruto wondered rhetorically, unwilling to believe that his friend Gaara had been captured or would soon be. He looked into Mei's eyes, seeing the indecision and conflict reflected in his own. "We have to do something, we have to stop Akatsuki before they can gain a foothold like this," Naruto proclaimed, dropping his calm facade and replacing it with anger and hatred for the organization that made his already difficult life even worse. Mei stood up from her seat and walked around the desk, wrapping her fiancé in her arms, calming him considerably. Naruto let out a deep sigh and held her arms in his own, doing his best to come up with a plan. "I know we have to do something, but what, Naruto? We're easily the nation least positioned to do anything about it, and anyway, it could take a long time to get a squad there." Mei hoped she could dissuade Naruto from what he thought he would do, but she was gravely mistaken. Naruto nodded in agreement with his analysis, but he did not agree that it was impossible. A squad might not get through, but a former fire ninja could get through on his patrols alone. Mei gasped at his implication, he couldn't go alone. "No. If you're captured, you'll be executed or worse. I won't let that happen, I won't lose my fiancé just because he has to go rescue a friend." Naruto silently shook his head at Mei's protectiveness, she could be so cute and stubborn. Naruto was easily one of Kiri's most powerful ninjas, and probably the best suited to take on the challenge of crossing the land of fire undetected. While I would agree it would be dangerous and very costly for both countries if he were found and possibly captured, it would be even more costly if Akatsuki succeeded in their plan to capture the bijou. "But Mei, I promised to help him, I was his first true friend, please. I need to do this, and I already have a sure plan for how to get through even if I run into a Konoha shinobi." Mei looked at him curiously, held tightly in his arms, as if to reassure him that everything would be alright. "Oh, and what would your excellent plan be, Naruto-koi?" Naruto smiled beneath his mask. "Oh. I was thinking of something like a transformation to change my facial features, and if anyone asks, I can say I'm hunting a major criminal as a hunter-nin." Mei considered it, it was tactically sound, as long as no one could recognize him. Simple but practically foolproof, but, what if there's a complication? And I'll even throw in something extra to sweeten the deal, just to put your mind at ease, Meiheim. Naruto removed one of his gloves and moved his bare hand over Mei's exposed skin at her neck, though she didn't understand what he was trying to do. "Naruto-koi." Naruto simply smiled and pointed to the area on the right side of his head, near his right shoulder. Naruto had placed some kind of seal there, one that looked very complex and that Mei couldn't quite begin to understand. "That one." Naruto pointed to the seal. "It's the integral part of the Flying Thunder God technique that allows me to teleport from one place to another effortlessly. Now that I've placed it on you, I can return to you faster than you can say, Mizuki. Although the distance between river and the water is too great for a leap, if I place these seals on some tree or landmark, well, you get the picture." Mei was amazed by the practicality. If Naruto wanted, he could plot seals like this all over the continent and reach any location in a matter of minutes. "I still don't like you going out alone," Mei warned him, burying her face in his chest, her hand moving through his hair in a comforting way. "So soft, it still smells like the seashore. Believe me, Meiheim, if I could figure out how to teleport others with me, I'd bring a whole squad as backup, but I can't. It would only slow us down if we tried to get there through conventional methods, and it would increase our chances of being caught." Mei just nodded, a perfect plan from the most unpredictable ninja. "When are you leaving?" Naruto frowned at this, it wasn't as if he enjoyed leaving Kiri and Mei, but he had to do this. He removed his mask, revealing his sad blue eyes to her emerald ones, leaning in to kiss her, a kiss she readily accepted. He was gentle and affectionate, but it was too short for Mei. She would be without him for some time and would worry every day. Naruto stroked her cheek, thinking about when it would be best to leave. I'll be leaving in an hour, that'll give us enough time for proper goodbyes. Naruto whispered the last part, wiggling his eyebrows at the red-haired woman. Mei perked up immediately upon hearing that, and although she liked to think of herself as docile when it came to sex, she would accept any offer from Naruto that she might receive, especially now that he was talking about a life-threatening mission. Well, what are we waiting for, love boy? An invitation? Naruto smiled one last time, gathering the Mizukage into a bridal embrace. She was as light as a twig compared to his sword. I was just waiting for you, Meiheim. And with that, the two fled to the Terumi estate, where the real fun could begin. Terumi estate, bed cameras, lemon alert. Naruto reappeared, holding Mei directly in front of his bed, and practically threw her onto it, feeling the strain in his pants becoming increasingly unbearable. Mei giggled at his excitement. Although she sometimes preferred to be dominant during their playtime, she could handle Naruto taking the lead, just this once. Naruto leaped onto the bed and pounced on her, his tongue crashing against her mouth, tasting and exploring everything she had to offer. Mei moaned at the aggressive kiss, relishing the sensation along with Naruto's wandering hands, one already landing on her breasts while the other gripped her bottom. Mei pulled away and climbed on top, swiftly stripping him of his armor and other dangerous weapons, starting with his giant sword, no pun intended. Naruto was barely suppressing a laugh as he watched Mei remove her ninja gear and attire, her excitement practically spilling out of her. Naruto didn't let up on his attentions, however. His hand had moved from her breasts to her zipper, and he unzipped it as quickly as he could, feeling the heat and anticipation of what was to come. Mei finally removed everything except Naruto's boxers and smiled at her Uzumaki man, his tense muscles bristling, freed from the cage of clothing that barely concealed them from her gaze. Her hands moved up and down his chest, tracing every tiny detail as they slowly made their way to the hem of his black boxers. Naruto was already trembling with eager excitement. Oh, Hunter-san, I think someone needs a little relief before their big mission. Let me help you with that. Naruto saw through his game and smiled mockingly even under the great pressure he felt in his groin. I could use a little of your special treatment, Mizukage-sama. It's a dangerous mission, after all. Mei lowered his boxers and took his member in her hands, massaging it and his scrotum to prepare him for her favorite part. But Mei's eyes widened as she felt herself being lifted and turned around, her rear now facing Naruto, dressed only in her fishnet suit. Being the Mizukage must be extremely stressful, allow me to return your money. Naruto aggressively ripped off the suit, reveling in the feeling of his skin free of clothing. Mei moaned as he began licking her outer folds, calming herself by placing her mouth on his shaft, gently sucking the head before enveloping more, and more of him in her hungry mouth. Naruto's moans at her work made him writhe with pleasure at her tongue as he thrust deeper into his core, feeling and massaging his inner walls. Mei began to hum about her current situation, his member touching the back of her throat, the vibrations causing Naruto to twitch and feel his end approaching. Two can play this game, Meiheim. Naruto allowed his tongue to desperately search for a specific part of his wife's anatomy, and upon finding the protuberance, he launched a surprise attack that caused Mei to immediately lose her little competition. Naruto eagerly began to drink the juices flowing from her warm interior, intensely savoring the flavor combined with Mei's desperate actions toward his member. Feeling another buzzing vibration sent to the woman's throat, Naruto could no longer hold back and felt himself released into her mouth. Mei licked his seed, swallowing as much as she could, doing her best not to let it spill. Her stomach felt warm from the salty substance as it finished its journey down her throat, but she couldn't revel in it for long because Naruto had switched roles once again. Now she was lying on her back with Naruto on top of her, ready to enter. Are you ready, Meiheim? Mei smiled and nodded, feeling an exciting rush of pleasure as Naruto slowly entered her, one hand gripping her hip and the other massaging her breasts. She expressed these feelings through loud moans that echoed throughout the room, and Naruto moaned at how wonderful it felt to be inside her. So fucking warm. Mei, you're so tight. Mei grabbed Naruto's head and pulled him in for a hungry kiss, attacking him with her tongue. She felt a surge of pleasure each time her tongue pricked against his sharp teeth. The pain was easily forgotten. Naruto broke the kiss and continued thrusting into her, moving his head to her breasts and gently nibbling and sucking her hardened nipples. Oh Narukoi. That feels so fucking good. Mei screamed as Naruto thrust especially deep inside her, a mixture of pleasure and pain that excited her as his teeth bit her nipples. Damn it. Mayheim. I can't. Mei simply wrapped her legs around his torso and kept him inside, wanting to feel the warmth of his seed inside her again. Do it. I want to feel your seed flow into me. Naruto did as his Mizukage asked, his semen shooting into her womb, making her feel eternal pleasure when he came to his end as well. Naruto. Mei. Some time had passed, and Naruto began to relax, his climax of pleasure subsiding. He saw that Mei had pleasantly fainted from their intimate actions, not an ordinary sight. It usually lasts at least 4 rounds, and that's when I do it well and slowly too. Naruto looked at the clock and discovered that they hadn't been in bed together for more than 30 minutes, giving him some time to get ready. Naruto took the naked Uzumaki woman and laid her under the covers, stroking her hair and feeling her soft skin one last time before leaving. He gathered his scattered clothes and equipment and moved to his old room, now a storage area he used to prepare for missions. Naruto quickly put on his clothes and armor, emptying his equipment bags and taking stock of what he would bring. Saber. Check. 20. 3-pointed kunai with Hiratian seal. Check. Smoke bombs, explosive tags, and wire. Check. Provisions for the journey and other basic survival gear are scrolled. Check. Naruto packed away his chosen equipment and decided that, since the upcoming battle might be the most dangerous he'd ever been involved in, he'd bring his prototypes. He picked up the 2 strange-looking metal objects, both with straps that would fasten securely around his wrists. They both resembled simple Uzumaki swirls. Naruto grinned and double-checked the integral part of the design, sending a small amount of chakra into the center of each swirl, smiling as the elaborate seals lit up. Uzumaki prototype, something I've been working on for years since training began. The 2 circular swirls attach to my wrists, and with them, I can deflect dangerous techniques and absorb chakra into my own system using the blocking technique absorption seal. I haven't been able to test them yet, but it would definitely be time to do so. If they work, well, score 1 for Uzumaki clan ingenuity. Naruto strapped the devices to his wrists now, so he wouldn't forget them in the heat of battle when he reached river. With his final checklist complete, Naruto put on his Hunterine mask and returned to the dormitory to check on Mei. She lay right where he'd left her, a slight frown gracing her features. She always looked like that when he wasn't sleeping with her. She'd undoubtedly be angry every time she woke up, but he had to leave now if he wanted to get there on time. Naruto approached her bed and lifted his mask slightly, revealing the lower part of his face. He placed a soft kiss on her forehead and rubbed her cheek one last time before leaving without a word. He went downstairs and saw the 2 ANBU guards waiting with their ceremonial pikes, saluting him as he passed by. Good luck, sir, we'll protect the Mizukage while he's gone. Naruto smiled beneath his mask and chose to shake hands with both guards instead of bowing, which surprised them. Thank you. I promise to return as soon as possible. Stay safe, my friends. And Naruto was gone, in a vortex of water, leaving Kiri and his fiancée to go and rescue a friend, someone who desperately needed help. Konoha main gate, current time. Very well, Jiraiya. You will be in overall command of this operation. The mission parameters are to rescue the Kazekage and defeat the Akatsuki intruders. Get out of there. The 3-man squad and Jiraiya disappeared in a blur, leaving Tsunade and Shizen standing in the doorway, melancholic looks on their faces. Naruto should be with them, he should be saving the Kazekage. I'm not sure what to do anymore. Shizen didn't know what to say to that. Tsunade was already impossible to read, even for her own student. No matter what she tried to say or do, Tsunade would never be able to shake off this depression unless something happened other than Naruto returning to the village. His only way of coping so far was to hide behind his Kage hat, immersing himself in his work more than ever. Shizen noticed that Jiraiya had changed too. He was no longer the cheerful old pervert he once was. He wore a serious and stern expression all the time. He refused to write or do any more research, even despite Kakashi's protests. Sakura was merely a shell of her former self, rarely speaking a word to anyone, and rarely making her smile. Sometimes, Shizune doubted that bringing Sasuke back would even ease the young woman's pain, and sometimes she wondered if Naruto had truly considered everyone's feelings when planning his departure. Forest of the Land of Fire, current time. Since leaving the village, he'd spent the last 3 days mostly running after Naruto. He couldn't help but move, nor did he want to. As far as he could tell, yesterday he'd reached the coast of the Land of Fire, placing a seal on a tree there and following it with another seal every 5 miles or so. Currently, Naruto was moving at full speed towards the country of River, keeping his eyes open for the sure sign of grass plains, which meant his entry into the country of grass, a border state of Tsunade and a close neighbor of River. The only thing keeping him awake was pure determination. He had told himself he wouldn't rest until he reached River, only then would he sleep to get some rest before the battle. His only thoughts were on reaching Gaara in time, and finding the best way to maim the Akatsuki member he encountered. Wait, Gaara. I'm coming. Tsunade, hospital ward. There, that's the last of the poison. Take it easy, Kankuro, otherwise the side effects might get worse. Sakura buzzed at the puppeteer in a professional manner. Her face was passive and unreadable, as if she lacked emotion. Kankuro simply nodded and lay back on his bed, looking at the Konoha ninja sent to help them retrieve the Kazekage. There's the copy ninja, Kakashi, Sakura of course, a pale kid I've never seen before, and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, but where's Naruto? Sakura. Kankuro grunted, preventing the pink-haired doctor from leaving. She slowly turned her attention back to him, making him a little nervous with her stoic demeanor. I was wondering, where's Naruto? Sakura shuddered at the sound of that name, her whole body closing up. Kakashi and Jiraiya, to their credit, merely tensed slightly, concealing their emotions far better than the young Kunoichi. Sakura chose to look at the ground, unwilling to face anyone with tears in her eyes. Naruto, he's gone. The Suna ninja present was surprised by this. Naruto Uzumaki, gone. Temari decided to speak, curious. What do you mean? Kakashi interrupted her, deciding to explain it to his heartbroken student. Naruto left the village 2.5 years ago, and nothing has been seen or heard from him since. He recently became a missing ninja, so your bingo book will be updated for him. Kankuro scoffed at that. He might not have known Naruto too well, but he had helped Gaara become a better person. He had saved Gaara from himself, a task no one thought possible. He refused to give up on the missing Konoha ninja. How can you say that? Naruto is your student, your friend. I'm not going out of my way just to hunt him down, you ungrateful bastards. Temari calmed him with a hand over his mouth before he could say more, but the damage was already done. Kakashi looked down in shame, deeply affected by having to treat his friend and student as an enemy to be killed. Jiraiya maintained his stoic expression. Inwardly, he agreed with the Suna ninja. He certainly didn't like him either, but Naruto was an enemy now. Sakura could no longer bear the pain and ran from the room, closely followed by Kakashi. Sai felt very excluded since joining Kakashi's team. It seemed as if the rich history of Team 7 would be lost forever. He had little idea who Naruto Uzumaki really was. All he'd seen was the boy's file that Danzo had shown him. Sai stayed at the hospital with Toad Sage, choosing to remain uninvolved in his teammates' personal affairs. Tsunade streets. Sakura. Sakura, stop it. Kakashi was chasing the distressed girl, who was running through the streets of Suna with total abandon about who she bumped into or knocked down. Kakashi sighed in frustration. That puppeteer only had to open his damn mouth. Since Naruto left, aside from feeling terribly depressed and alone, Sakura has had a lot of time to search her soul and understand these feelings. She must have discovered that she had deeper feelings than the fragile relationship the two of them had before he left, and now that he's gone, she regrets not being able to tell him. Every time he's raised, it's as if he's reminded that he somehow failed to keep his only true friend in Konoha. Naruto, your profound effect on people is both a curse and a blessing. Sakura finally reached the edge of the city and jumped to the top of the wall, closely followed by Kakashi. The girl stood atop the large sand barrier, gazing out at the desolate sand dunes of the land, gathering her thoughts and feelings. Kakashi didn't dare say anything before she was ready, content to stand beside her, patiently waiting for her to unburden herself. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi frowned, completely sympathizing with the poor girl, and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, a silent encouragement to continue. I just miss him so much. His laugh, his silly smile, his optimistic attitude. It seems like only yesterday I found out he was gone, and then Sakura sighed, feeling it was better to admit it, feeling confident in herself, something Naruto would have, something he would hope she had. I discovered that. I love him. I was too blinded by Sasuke in my youth to see it. I guess Naruto really can reach anyone with his magic, Kaka-sensei. Kakashi smiled slightly, pleased to see the girl get that off her chest. He nodded in agreement with her observation. Naruto could change anyone, and he wouldn't stop working on it until he changed you for the better. Yes, Sakura, I think Naruto really can change anyone. His effect on the village and its people might be lost in Konoha, but we can't forget so easily. It's not the same without him. I hope he's alright, wherever he is. Sakura looked at Kakashi, a fire in her eyes that he hadn't seen in over 3 years, and it frightened him. Sakura smiled, feeling confident now that she had let her feelings out. Naruto revitalized her thoughts, filled her senses. She could practically feel his warmth, standing beside her with a smile, his smile. She turned to look across the dunes, the smile still on her face, raising her fist in the air, caught up in the warmth of the moment. And that's why I'm going to bring Naruto Uzumaki back home, our home. I'll do it too, because I love Naruto. She shouted her promise, swallowed by the gusts of wind from the Tsunade desert, but Kakashi heard her clearly and smiled, a truly happy smile. I think Naruto would be proud to hear that promise, Sakura. River country, 1 mile from Akatsuki hideout. Naruto awoke from his slumber, nearly falling out of the tree he'd chosen as his bed. He'd been jolted awake by the dissipation of one of his lookout clones, and the memories flooding his mind brought a smile to his face. The 2 Akatsuki members were close, a badly injured Gaara in their grasp, and Naruto began stretching and mentally preparing himself, running his plan through once more in his head. Alright, I've already checked out the hideout. It seems to have a security seal that I'll have to remove first. I've already sent clones to help me with that. After they're inside, I'll break the rock and unleash my special attack that I've been waiting to try out. My only priority is getting Gaara out of there with his tailed beast intact and still sealed inside him. Killing the Akatsuki will be a bonus. Naruto moved from his current location to a tree overlooking the large rock at the entrance to the hideout, silently awaiting the arrival of the 2 enemy shinobi. However, he didn't have to wait long, as the 2 hooded figures slowly crossed the river and entered the hideout, closing the door behind them. I'll give you a few minutes to get settled, there's no point in rushing. Hunter-nin training taught me a lot, rushing into battle will only get me killed. 10 minutes passed, and Naruto finished waiting. He walked toward the rock and began finalizing his attack preparations. Naruto placed his hands on the cross-shaped sign for his signature technique and whispered it under his breath. Multiple shade clone. 100 Naruto clones were easily created, and Naruto divided them into 3 groups. Naruto climbed the rock and grabbed the seal, his shadow clones at the other 4 seals did the same, and he mentally counted down. 3, 2, 1, now. Naruto ripped off the seal, satisfied that no traps or dangers had been found, the removal was a success. He silently lowered himself to the ground, walking toward the rock. He placed his hands on the solid rock, mixing his earth chakra to alter its density. At first, nothing was visible, but after a few seconds, Naruto could clearly see the rock melting and turning into a thick sludge, courtesy of his chakra. Revealing the cave's interior once the rock disappeared, Naruto and his clones stepped back from the opening and peered inside, looking toward the base. Naruto noticed a large statue at the far end of the cave. The 2 Akatsuki members stood on one of the statue's toes, while holograms of humanoid figures occupied the rest. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw a blue orb of chakra energy, and to his horror, he found Gaara in the center, his Bijou chakra being slowly absorbed. The Akatsuki seemed completely focused, but Naruto wasn't fooled, they surely knew of his presence. Naruto made a few hand gestures to his clones, the attack would begin now. 5 of his clones leaped in front of the door, gathered in a stance, and raised a hand signal that few could see before dying. They whispered the jutsu at exactly the same time, and a deep mist seeped into the cave and out into the river. Ninja art, hidden mist. They maintained their stances, keeping the fog so thick that an untrained shinobi could barely see beyond their own face, let alone a few meters in front of them. Naruto, however, had practically lived in this fog during his swordsman training. He didn't need to see, his other senses were all he needed. 24 more of Naruto's clones leaped in front of the first 5, each holding as many 3-pronged kunai as they could carry. Naruto took his place with the final group, a good 75 clones, all with their swords drawn and ready. Naruto quickly formed the hand seals for a last-minute jutsu, and a few more clones were created, blending in with the rest. It's time for my combo, let's see how to counter this, Akatsuki. Hiraishin Blitzkrieg. Naruto shouted with his combined technique, surprising the Akatsuki with his powerful move to formally reveal himself. The 24 kunai throwers began hurling the special kunai into the cave, less concerned with direction than with getting as many as they could back to the hideout. Naruto grinned as he and over 80 clones vanished in flashes of yellow. The chaos had begun. 5 minutes ago, inside the Akatsuki hideout. God, Sasori-senpai, why does this always take so long, huh? Deidara asked the turtle-like man, complaining about the stupid jutsu used to absorb the tailed beast's chakra. Sasori simply glared in the young man's direction, silently annoyed by his whining. Could you please silence Deidara? It'll be done when it's done. The two settled for an awkward silence until they both sensed a nearby source of chakra. Not just a passerby, the chakra was directly on the other side of the rock, and appeared to be out of phase due to the security seal placed outside on the rock. Sasori-senpai, I know, let's continue with the jutsu, let's see what this interruption might lead to. The two finally felt a slight warmth against their backs and something like a glow inside the cave. They turned to see the rock disappear completely and sunlight filtering in, surprising them both. The shinobi intruder wasn't visible, but it was clear the person was there, hidden. Manipulating earth chakra is the only way to make solid rock disappear without a sound, Deidara commented, himself being of earth nature. Sasori silently agreed with his analysis. Pain noticed their lack of concentration and asked them both about their condition. Sasori, Deidara, I can't sense your chakra anymore, what's wrong? Sasori, being the oldest member, spoke. It seems we have an unwanted visitor, Leader Sama. Pain seemed to be in silent deliberation for a few seconds, then turned to Sasori. Eliminate the threat however you see fit, we'll continue with the extraction process. Sasori nodded and Deidara smiled, excited for a real fight. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the interior of the cave, separating the two Akatsuki members from each other, surprising them both with the high density of the vapor. Whoever is doing this is obviously very strong or full of themselves, no one can fight properly in this. Sasori commented, silently impressed with the intruder. Damn it, with this shit, I won't even see my beautiful art when it explodes, They heard an echo of a loud voice through the cavern. The name of the jutsu sent a shiver down Deidara's spine. No, my father told me about that technique, but that guy is supposed to be dead. From the thick fog emerged dozens upon dozens of strangely shaped kunai, causing Deidara to visibly tremble, reminiscent of the horror stories told by the older IWA shinobi survivors of the Third Shinobi World War. Sasori, however, wasn't particularly interested in the details of this jutsu and dodged the kunai, curious to the point of being the source of the unusual weapons. Deidara's encounter. It happened in a flash. Deidara saw a flash of yellow before feeling the cold cut of a blade and a pool of heat at the elbow of his right arm. He looked down to see nothing. At first, he thought the fog was playing tricks on him, but to his horror, he raised his arm to see what was left of it. His arm had been severed from the elbow down, and he screamed in unbridled shock and fear. He looked to see another flash and barely managed to avoid being decapitated before calming down, quickly replacing himself with a clay clone that exploded in the face of one of Naruto's shadow clones. Deidara felt a stabbing pain in his lower abdomen and looked down to see that one of the kunai had become embedded in his stomach, stuck firmly inside his body. He looked terrified by the weapon, as if he were standing on a landmine, praying to the kami that it wouldn't explode. Oh sure, Deidara couldn't finish his sentence when he looked up to see 3 flashes, one in front and one to his left and right, and the rest was black. Sasori's fight. Sasori heard Deidara's agonizing scream, but could do nothing but continue dodging the kunai and devising a plan. The first time he saw a flash, he didn't know what to expect, and his outer puppet shell paid the price, a clean cut from the top to the bottom of the puppet on his left side, revealing the true puppeteer within. Damn it, those kunai seem to allow this enemy to teleport or somehow shine to their location, and I can't dodge the kunai until it's almost too late. By the time I finally see the damn things, the bastard has already teleported towards me and cut my puppet. His ingenuity is astounding. I'm really worried I might lose. Sasori didn't even bother stabbing at the flashes, because he knew even his reflexes were too slow to stop the enemy, but when the opportunity to strike finally presented itself, he took it without hesitation. The shadow of a figure was just outside Sasori's field of vision, and like a scorpion attacking its prey, it sent its tail lashing out at its central mass. The redhead grinned as he felt it collide with something and slowly pulled back his tail to observe the enemy and look him in the face as he died. From the mist emerged what appeared to be a Kiri Hunterine, perfectly impaled and motionless with its poison stinger. His smile soon changed to an open mouth as the ninja melted, its outer skin transforming into a dark red substance that glowed with heat and energy. Sasori could hear the hiss of the molten material and looked down in horror to find the tip of his tail melting from the intense heat of what appeared to be lava or some superheated rock, steam rising from the intense heat. The tip of his tail broke off, falling to the ground and melting along with what remained of the clone. What the hell was that? It must have been some kind of nature chakra, but lava? Who the hell can? Sasori was interrupted by 5 yellow flashes, and, slow motion, watched as the Hunterine drew back their swords and brought them in a vertical arc, slicing through his puppet and impaling much of his body in the process. Miraculously, his heart remained intact, but his outer puppet buckled and ripped free from the stress fractures in its frame, revealing the shattered red head and his rare, stoic face now contorted in a ravaged look of horror at the enemy combatant. Naruto slowly made his way toward what remained of the enemy puppeteer, a frown etched on his face. This man had captured someone he could possibly count as his best friend besides his sensei and fiancé, and a fellow Jinchuriki. He deserved no quarter, and he wouldn't receive any. Naruto kept his distance, wary of any final trap the ninja might have set, bringing nearby clones and having them surround the man, hopefully confusing him about who the real one was. Naruto observed the nearby broken tail, smiling with satisfaction at the obvious encounter he had with one of his lava clones that he mixed with his shadow clones just before the attack, in case one of them was a taijutsu user. Who are you? The Akatsuki man asked. Naruto was surprised that he was still alive, let alone able to speak, but he remained stoic and silent in the face of the man's question, deciding to sheath his sword and raise his right hand. A surge of chakra could be felt. Sasori watched curiously, observing what his enemy was doing, feeling unervingly confident in the face of certain death, determined to see what the victor of this one-sided battle could do. You're scum, Akatsuki, and now you'll die by my hand just like the rest of this evil organization. Great Rasengan. Naruto plunged the Great Rasengan into the man's heart, or at least where his heart should be, and was satisfied to see what remained of the man's puppet body weaken. Naruto gave a silent command, and the mist slowly dissipated, revealing the statue once more and the rest of his vanished clones. Their spent kunai had disappeared along with them. Naruto surveyed the battlefield, impressed with his display of strength, as it was the first time he had used the Flying Thunder God technique in actual combat, and it proved to be the decisive factor that secured his victory. Sasori, Deidara, have you defeated the intruder? Naruto could hear the disembodied voice emanating from the statue's fingers, probably the leader, he mused. Naruto glanced at the man's 2 henchmen, satisfied with his work. This is a bijou that will not be taken, you bastards. Naruto felt quite exhausted from the fight, but quickly raised his hands for the most important part of the operation, rescuing Gaara. Shadow clone technique. Naruto created 10 clones, each holding his right hand and forming larger than normal Razengans in their palms, and Naruto himself created the largest one yet. An official massive Rasengan, large enough to wrap around one or two entire trees. The 11 Narutos launched themselves at different parts of the statue, Naruto himself aiming for the central eyes. Pain's eyes widened as he felt the statue bend from the sheer power of the jutsu attack, the final factor resting on the arms falling from its main body. Removing Pain's chakra link caused the object to disappear, automatically cancelling the jutsu. Naruto collapsed to the ground, drained of energy after the battle, but proud of his accomplishment, he crawled toward Gaara, who had fallen to the ground from midair. The boy seemed unconscious from sheer pain. Undoubtedly, his bijou was angry that some of his chakra had been drained and was resting to recover what it had lost. "Hey Gaara, wake up." Naruto slapped his face a couple of times and grinned as the redhead began to show signs of consciousness, his eyelids fluttering open. Gaara looked weakly around, moving only his neck, everything else hurt too much. His eyes landed on the masked Naruto and widened. Naruto simply remembered his mask and took it off. "Hey Gaara. It's me, Naruto." Gaara's memories returned, both of the cheerful Uzumaki and the events that led him to be here. He remembered black cloaks with red clouds and tried to sit up, only to wince in pain and be pushed down by Naruto. Hey. You're not in any position to move, it'll take us some time to recover." Gaara just nodded and looked at the new Naruto, staring at his Kiri headband with curiously narrowed eyes. Why is he allied with Kiri? When did this happen? Naruto, did you kill them? Naruto just smiled and nodded, and Gaara smiled too, taking Naruto's hand in a friendly, reassuring grip. "That's good, damn good. I'll tell you everything when we've both rested a bit. Now wait, I'm going to get us out of here." Naruto lazily grabbed the Kazekage and lifted them both up, struggling to stand with their combined weight. Naruto formed the ram's hand sign to gather chakra, borrowing some from his bijou, reminding himself to thank Kyubi later. In a swirling vortex of water, the two departed, leaving behind nothing but two mangled corpses and an empty cave. River Country Forest, 1 hour later. "And that's how I rescued you." Naruto had just finished explaining how he escaped Kiri and defeated Akatsuki, and the Kazekage was impressed. The two sat in the thick river woods, under a shady tree. They had been resting and talking to each other, enjoying the peace and quiet. "Naruto, thank you. You're truly a friend, my best friend." Naruto smiled and took Gaara's hand, a meaningful gesture. "Jinchuriki have to stay together, right?" Gaara smiled at this. "Are you sure you weren't trying to turn the Kazekage into an alliance with Kiri?" Naruto scoffed at that, it hadn't even crossed his mind. "No, I came on my own, someone had to pull your butt out of the fire." The two laughed at that, and Naruto was glad that the traumatic event hadn't affected Gaara. They remained silent after that, quietly reflecting on what had happened. Gaara was the first to speak, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Naruto, why are you wearing the Kiri symbol?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and readjusted his headband, thinking of the best way to explain. "Well, it's a long story." Gaara, being the odd joker, tried to move his weak legs and shrugged at the blonde, who was already smiling. "Well, I can't move, so I have nowhere else to go." "Very well, donkey, it all started 2.5 years ago. 1 hour later." Wow. Gaara had heard the whole story of Naruto discovering his bloodline and going to Kiri to live and find love with none other than the Mizukichi. "If you were any other man, I wouldn't believe you for a second." "Naruto, is this what you really wanted? To leave Konoha?" Naruto stared at Gaara with an unreadable expression before settling for a gentle smile and a nod. "My only regret is not being able to say goodbye to my precious people in Konoha, but I had to leave, and now that I'm where I am, I couldn't be happier." Gaara nodded, he would trust Naruto's decision. "Well, then, you have my support. Konoha has undoubtedly sent reinforcements to help rescue me, which could be a problem for you." Naruto nodded but didn't change his mind. "I'll personally accompany you back to Suna, no matter what it takes. I won't leave until I'm sure you'll be alright." Gaara smiled, flexing his muscles and slowly getting up from the ground. "So what are we waiting for, Naruto Uzumaki of Kirigakure? A funeral?" Naruto laughed at that, and he stood up too. Yes, let's go, Kazekage-sama. The two friends set off at a leisurely pace through the trees, intending to return to Tsuna safe and sound. Tsunade, 2 days later. Alright, we'll go out and get the Kazekage back. Don't wait, up there. Gaara. Temari had shouted over her shoulder to the Tsuna gathering before turning around to see her brother, unharmed, walking through the village streets. Temari ran to him and hugged the redhead tightly, tears streaming down her face. The current Tsuna shinobi ran and greeted his Kazekage, believing he had defeated Akatsuki and returned on his own. The Konoha ninja moved away from the large gathering, confused as to why the Kazekage was there when he was supposed to be kidnapped. Alright. Please, everyone calm down. Gaara reassured the crowd and continued walking towards the Konoha ninja, intending to see his potential rescuers. Kakashi and Jiraiya bowed respectfully to the teenage leader. Sakura forced Sai to his knees and bowed, with an irritated smile on her face. Kakashi. I see this is the squad that was sent to assist in my rescue operation. Kakashi and Jiraiya nodded, confirming the Kazekage's assumption. Kakashi took a step forward, intending to ask the burning question on everyone's mind. Kazekage-sama, it's not that I doubt your ability, but, how did you manage to escape Akatsuki? Gaara looked at him and suppressed a smile, silently apologizing to the hidden Naruto, but this had to be done. I had a little help, come out. Naruto Uzumaki. The ninja from Konoha and Tsuna were surprised to hear that Naruto was really here, and they all began searching for the blonde boy. Sakura's eyes widened and she felt herself hyperventilating, suddenly frightened and nervous to see her former teammate. Is Naruto-kun here? Damn it, Gaara. I thought we agreed that I would hide. I'm a lost ninja to these guys, or did that little bit of information slip your mind? Naruto complained, stepping out of an unusually dark alley, giving everyone their first glimpse of the boy in almost 3 years. Gaara smiled, Naruto would never change. Sorry, I guess it crossed my mind. But it doesn't matter, you're under my protection here in Tsuna. Naruto teased playfully and sparkled to stand next to Gaara, his arm resting on the redhead's shoulder. Oh, thank you Kazekage-sama, I will always be in your debt. No, this just makes us equal. Naruto and Gaara laughed at that, further confusing everyone. Naruto. The Jinchuriki turned to see the Konoha ninja in battle stances, intending to arrest him. Kakashi stood with his Sharingan ready and a kunai out. Jiraiya had formed a Rasengan and had begun the transition to Sage mode. Sakura had put on her gloves but seemed conflicted. Sai stood with an ink scroll ready, prepared to arrest the traitor. How can I help you, Kakashi? Jiraiya walked forward, staring murderously straight into Naruto's veiled eyes, who was unaffected, completely expecting this from his old comrades. Why the hell are you a Kiri ninja, Naruto? What happened to Konoha? What happened to becoming Hokage? What happened to your friends? Naruto was unaffected, content to simply remove his mask and stare blankly at his old comrades. Sakura gasped silently after seeing his face, already marveling at his wonderful physique. She now saw that he had become so handsome. Naruto-kun, amazing. I already explained my reasons for leaving Konoha to Tsunade in my letter, and becoming a Kiri ninja wasn't my original intention, but it happened and it turned out for the best. Konoha couldn't believe what they were hearing. For the best? It doesn't matter, we'll take you back, Naruto-kun. Lady Tsunade can forgive you, you can come back with us, home, please. Sakura cried, tears streaming down her face. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Naruto-kun, when that happened, I'm sorry, but I don't plan on returning to Konoha. I've found my place in Kiri, and I've also found the love of my life, and I won't give that up just because some of you want me back. They were confused. Love of his life. Found his place. Jiraiya grumbled, fed up with the boy's stubborn attitude. He's going home, whether he realizes it or not. Then we'll have to take you. The Konoha ninja stepped forward, and Naruto put his mask back on and moved his hand to the sword on his back, ready to fight. I don't think so. Tsuna assumes Konoha is our enemy. Naruto is our ally and won't be captured while he's inside our village. That's final. The large contingent of Tsuna nin behind Gaara and Naruto, easily numbering over 100, smiled and formed up around the Konoha squad, surprising them with the rapid change of allegiance. This man, This Naruto Uzumaki, although not known to most of the ninja population of Suna, had saved their Kazekage and was obviously their friend, and they wouldn't overlook him so easily. You're not taking Naruto with you. I suggest you leave, Temari suggested, standing among the assembled Suna ninja. She would be forever indebted to Naruto for saving her little brother, and she wouldn't allow Konoha to take him back if he didn't want to. How can you say that? Naruto-kun belongs to Konoha again. He does, Gaara interrupted the babbling girl, explaining it to her. I believe Naruto can make his own decisions now, he doesn't need your help. The life of a Jinchuriki, people like us, is traumatic, even fatal for some. If it weren't for Naruto, I'd be dead or insane by now, and I'm still surprised to this day that Naruto didn't turn out like me, given how I've seen him treat Konoha. You expect him to stay in Konoha and take his anger, his hatred, his animosity with him just to satisfy your needs. If that's true, then you're selfish, a close-minded fool. If Naruto is happy in Kiri, then he should stay in Kiri, and I, for one, should support him. Gaara finished his speech by placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, causing Naruto to look at him, tears streaming down his masked face and falling to the ground. Gaara, Naruto, you really want to stay in Kiri, don't you? Kakashi asked rhetorically, receiving a nod from his former student. The silver-haired man sighed and moved his hand to his headband, slowly placing it over his Sharingan eye. If that's the case, good luck. I wish you the best, Naruto. The man gave Naruto his famous "I" smile and a thumbs up. The others may be willing to let you go, but as far as I'm concerned, the moment you're out of this country, I'm dragging your ass back to Konoha so you can beg Tsunade for forgiveness on your knees. It's the least she and everyone else deserve. Jiraiya grunted, disappointed that Kakashi would give up so easily, and glanced down to see Sakura barely holding herself together. Naruto frowned. He might have lost his crush on the girl, but he didn't like seeing her cry. Shunshin turned to her, Naruto removed his mask, and hugged her tightly. Sakura gasped, lifting her gaze from the embrace to Naruto's eyes, feeling utterly blissful. She wrapped her arms around him, wishing this moment would last forever, and leaned in to kiss his tempting lips, but was disappointed when he moved away, receiving his cheek instead. Why, Naruto-kun, don't you love me anymore? Naruto sighed and stepped back a little, still holding the girl but looking her properly in the eyes. She had to see that he meant it. I'm sorry, Sakura, but the love I once felt for you has become something akin to brotherly love. I've found the one I'll spend the rest of my life with. I'm engaged to Sakura. If Sakura had been devastated by his first announcement, she was utterly destroyed when she heard he was engaged. To whom? She shouted, a little too loudly, her anger taking hold of her. For MEI Uzumaki, the fifth Mizukage. Everyone's eyes widened at that. An Uzumaki and a Kage, but I. Sakura broke off when she felt a finger on her lips, preventing her from embarrassing herself. She couldn't argue with him. I'm sorry. Naruto-kun. I just miss you so much. She clung to his chest, holding on weakly, trying to feel him one last time. Naruto simply hugged her back, trying to think of something that would make her feel better. Then an idea came to him. I may not come back to you, but I can give you this. Naruto took out one of his three-pronged kunai, handed it to Sakura who took it, looking at it with a confused expression. Kakashi's eyes widened when he saw the kunai, memories of his sensei flooded his mind. The fourth Hokage's kunai, why does Naruto have it? Naruto, what is this? Naruto laughed a little and Sakura pouted, not feeling very good about being laughed at. This silly thing is a kunai made with a very special seal that allows me to teleport to places with just a simple throw. If you're ever in trouble, just throw this kunai somewhere nearby, and I'll come to the rescue. Sakura gripped the kunai tightly after the explanation, not planning on losing her only link to Naruto anytime soon. Naruto, you know the Flying Thunder God technique? Naruto turned around to look at Jiraiya and Kakashi, both of them surprised that he knew about the technique, let alone how to use it. Yes, Dad left it for me to learn, so I did. Kakashi's eyes widened, and Jiraiya's turned into saucers. Is Naruto's father Minato-sensei? How the hell did Naruto find out? Damn Kushina. No way. Minato-sensei, and Kushina-san. WWW. Kakashi went into a mental breakdown at that thought, making Naruto laugh at him. Naruto approached Gaara and handed him another special kunai, receiving a nod from the sand user. In case Akatsuki returns, or if you just want to hang out, I'll also mark Suna's door so you can visit. Gaara smiled at that, happy to hear that Naruto wouldn't forget about them. Here, Naruto. I prepared this on our journey here. Give it to the Mizukage. Gaara handed him a small scroll bearing the Kazekage seal, causing Naruto to look at Gaara in surprise. Gaara, you can't say that. He stopped talking when Gaara raised a hand to ask for silence, looking at Naruto with a smile. Any village that's friends with Naruto is friends with Suna, and with me. Naruto just smiled, happy to hear Gaara talk about how strong their friendship really was. It made him feel great. Naruto turned to face the Konoha ninja and waved goodbye. Jiraiya looked ready to give chase, but Naruto simply stuck his tongue out at him before putting his mask back on and disappearing in a yellow flash, leaving Konoha and Suna without their teammate Kiri. So that was Naruto, too bad he's engaged. Temari said after the silence that had enveloped the crowd, and Sakura looked at her. Get in line, Temari, I saw him first. The two girls started a furious fight while Kakashi just stared at Jiraiya, seething with frustration and anger. Damn it! I was so close, and now Tsunade will find out I work for Kiri. It's not a good day. Jiraiya-sama. Should we go out? The white-haired man looked at Kakashi and sighed, nodding his head. Kakashi moved to gather his squad and finished his farewell to the people of Suna, though it was like walking on ice after having threatened Naruto. Jiraiya looked one last time at the sun hanging in the sky, silently reviewing the day and how bad it had been for Konoha. It's not a good day at all. Kirigakure, 10 minutes after Naruto left Suna. Mei was currently sitting in her office, finishing up her paperwork when a yellow flash made her look up and see her fiancé, looking at her with what had to be a smile under his mask. I'm home, Heim. Mei smiled and jumped into Naruto's outstretched arms, delighted to have him back. She had been scared about the outcome since it had taken her so long to get back home. Almost a week had passed, and she had begun to fear for her safety, but now that she felt enveloped in his embrace, she no longer had to worry. Narukoi, I missed you so much. Mei quickly removed her mask and kissed him on the lips, delighted to taste her lover again, and Naruto smiled. I'm sure you have, I haven't felt this much aggression from you since our second time. Mei smiled at the memory. She had wanted it so much after the first time that she had practically sexually assaulted him in the morning shower, but he got into it too quickly. Well, you were gone most of the week, someone has to make up for lost time. She said with a smile, but groaned when she felt Naruto's hungry lips attack hers. He lifted her onto Mizukage's desk and began kissing her, pleased that she had finished her duties for the day. Mei broke away from their kiss with a slight gasp. Seeing that neither of them could escape their primal instincts, she began to formulate a plan of action. At home? The bathroom? The broom closet? She spat in secluded places in despair. Naruto just shook his head at the three of them. Too far, I want pussy now. Naruto lifted her onto the desk, kissing her and taking off his pants at the same time. Naruto. Ah, not there. The day Naruto returned from saving Gaara would be the day the Uzumaki couple would christen the Mizukage desk for more than just paperwork, and they did it 5 times, just to be sure. Konoha. Jiraiya dreaded every step he took toward the Hokage Tower, dreading Tsunade's reaction to the news. While the mission was technically a success, the news about Naruto he had to deliver wouldn't be well received. They immediately let him in to see Tsunade and he began to transmit the mission and its contents to Tsunade, who was half listening, delaying Naruto until the very end. As soon as she uttered the words Naruto and Kiri, she exploded, her face contorted in a fit of rage and her scream echoing throughout Konoha. Some even felt earthquake tremors and an echo of Tsunade's scream. That, Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite, 6th round. Mei calmed her moans for a moment when she felt a very sinister danger tugging at her heart. Naruto was confused as to what she was doing. She had been on top and stopped hitting against his cock. Mei, what's wrong? The redhead looked at Naruto again and frowned, not knowing what to feel. It's nothing, Naruto, just a bad feeling, that's all. Naruto frowned, but then smiled. It would make her feel better. Naruto began to bump into her, instantly making her forget her worries and focus more on the resounding pleasure Naruto was giving her. Naruto. She began to face his thrusts, finding a rhythm in her own movements as they drew closer to orgasm. Naruto leaned down and captured her taut nipple in his mouth, nibbling and sucking the magnificent breasts that captivated him every time he saw her naked. His pleasure intensified when she rode him. They were always moving and bouncing, tempting Naruto to take a bite, which he did many times. So good, it feels so. Mei could no longer bear the sensation, his hands massaging her buttocks, his thrusts deep inside her and his mouth dominating her breasts was too much, and Mei came with everything she had. Naruto soon followed with his own moan of pleasure. After a good time of fun, the Mizukage completely forgot about any danger or bad omen he might have felt, but they had not forgotten her. Short supplement takes place while Naruto was away. The Mizukage walked through the streets, heading to his office to start the day, another day without Naruto. She had woken from her fun after he left and cursed herself for succumbing to that blissful unconsciousness. She hadn't even been able to say goodbye. As she walked, she absent-mindedly listened to the random conversations of the villagers and shinobi, having nothing better to do. Did you hear? Little Chio has finally found a man. They're engaged. They'll be going on their honeymoon soon. An elderly mother told her sister, her little girl growing up so fast. The other woman laughed and gossiped a little more. Mei stared at the ground, silently pondering. A man, commitment. Is Naruto-koi gone? Yeah man, I was reading the latest release of my favorite manga, and the girl was like, shut up or I'll kill you. The look on her face was priceless. Some civilian teenagers were talking about something Mei didn't care about, but did she hear, kill? A man engaged. Is Naruto-koi gone, murdered? The Mizukage practically went upstairs, noticing that Chojuro was talking to Ao, a hunter nin, at the door of his office. She leaked a murderous intent that might frighten Madara Uchiha. I'm telling you, Naruto will catch up with my kill count at headquarters. He even beat me to the punch for commitment first. The swordsman just shrugged at the older man's complaints, now focusing on the Mizukage who had walked behind Ao, his voice taking on a cheerful tone and wearing a friendly smile on his face. The blonde swordsman was confused. He seemed to practically radiate evil a second ago. Hey, shut up or I'll kill you. And with that, the busted Kage walked away with a smile on her face and continued on her way to her desk, completely oblivious to the two shinobi staring at her in surprise, or in the case of the swordsman, terror. Ao continued staring at the wooden doors the woman had closed, her mouth agape in confusion. What the hell did I do? Mizukage Suite, 3 days after Gaara's rescue. Your squad has been assembled today for a new mission. It's a joint operation with Kumogakure's special forces, the Kinkaku Bounty Squad. That can be translated as the elite of their own ninja hunter division. They don't like to play by the rules, even compared to normal ninja hunter procedures. This is to strengthen our relations with our northern neighbor and also to show that our strength hasn't diminished in recent years. I've chosen the best of the best for this mission. I know you won't fail. The Mizukage stood before 5 kneeling ninja hunters, elite trackers from his village's ANBU division. The leader, a ninja wielding a large, double-bladed broadsword, stood in the middle of the row, easily the tallest and most muscular. He also happened to be Mei's fiancé. Naruto knelt before his Mizukage, his chest swelling with pride as he listened to the praise he received for his unit. This morning, he'd been ordered to assemble the Corps' 4 best hunters for a special mission, and he had to admit he was interested in meeting these Kinkaku hunters. Rumor had it they were the ones who defeated the second Hokage during the First Shinobi World War, a great feat they apparently boasted about to this day. Since then, the squad had been integrated into the standard procedures among the Kyumo Ninja Corps, that is, the ANBU hunters. The mission details will be given at your meeting with the Kyumo squad, and they will be located in Wave Country. Your mission begins, now. Mei made a slashing motion with her arm, and the squad vanished like a blur. The Mizukage sighed, wishing Naruto didn't have to work today. She could really use one of his special massages that he only gave her. She shrugged and stood by the window, overlooking the village, hoping her mission would go smoothly. Mei sensed a presence approaching her office and turned to find a messenger ninja, his face gaunt and his breathing ragged. He pulled a message from his bag and handed it to the Mizuki. She glanced at it and discovered it was a message from the land of fire. Her heart skipped a beat, recalling Naruto's interrogation. She had been reluctantly anticipating this. He opened the message and read the simple, short message that had an obviously sinister undertone. To the Mizuki of Kirigakure, Konoha has sent a shinobi envoy to your country to discuss the recent issues that have arisen between our two shinobi villages. The group is led by the Hokage herself. This is a purely diplomatic meeting, no hostilities have yet broken out. We simply wish to discuss our problems together. You can expect the Hokage in a few days. Please welcome her and show her your hospitality. She is known for her short temper, one that has become evident in recent events concerning her. Konoha Council. Mei left the message and felt a chill run down her spine. So this was Naruto's YŌTON. She was already a little scared to see her, let alone try to think of a way to avoid the confrontation, especially with Naruto out of the village, but she had no other choice. This is bad, hurry home Narukoi. Can anyone see the omen of a catfight? Happy face, I know I do, hee hee. Fire Nation, Coast. Very well, I booked a passage to Kiri. I hope they received the message that they are expecting us. Kakashi alerted the other members of the diplomatic team. They were in a port city along the small coast that belonged to Fire Country. That's good. I hope the Mizuki is ready, the same for Naruto. Sakura said, feeling chills run down her spine every time she looked at her sensei. He hadn't said a word since they left Konoha. The few others in the group were silent. Jiraiya stood to one side of the port ticket building, and Rock Lee stood at attention near Sakura. Immediately after receiving news of Naruto's affiliation with Kiri and the potential alliance between Suna and Kiri, she had demanded immediate action to resolve the issue, to which Danzo readily agreed. He had suggested that she and some hand-picked shinobi go to Kiri and attempt to negotiate, to resolve the problem without fighting. That whore, lied to me, the Hokage. Tsunade muttered to herself, still not believing that she had been deceived not only by the Mizuki but that her little Naruto was engaged to the whore. The ship is here, let's go Hokage-sama. Rock Lee said as he saw a boat arrive at the dock next to them. The squadron boarded and felt the cumbersome transport ship leave the port. Its destination was Kiri. Wave Country, 2 days since the start of the mission. Naruto and his squad stalked through the dense fog and foliage of the land of waves, searching for an encounter with the Kinkaku squad. For the most part, the Kiri hunters had crossed the ocean, making a few stops along the way, small, uninhabited islands reserved as rest stations for Kiri shinobi. Hunter 1, I have a vision of something. Naruto turned to Hunter 2, a man with messy brown hair and red designs on his mask. Naruto raised his fist to signal the squad to stop and crawled toward the ninja, pointing at something gleaming with reflected light in the distance. It was rather bright, but only a trained shinobi would have noticed it, and a trained shinobi would have known how to conceal that kind of obvious signal. So, whoever it is, they're showing the light on purpose, either it's a trap, or the Kinkaku alerting others to its presence. Hunter 2, hold your position. 3 and 4 will follow me in beta formation, search tactics, they could be our allies from Kumo. The squad nodded and dispersed into the mist, and Naruto began moving directly toward the golden glow in the distance. Although he couldn't see his fellow hunters, he knew they were watching him. They were going to be his lifeline, preventing him from falling into a trap. Upon reaching the front of the tree, Naruto wasn't surprised when 3 blurry figures appeared before him, each wearing an interesting Kumo uniform and a peculiar golden demon mask with horns. Naruto's squad, minus Hunter 2, appeared at his sides, kunai at the ready. Naruto raised an arm and waved his weapons. These men were not his enemies. The apparent leader, a fair-skinned man with blonde hair, stepped forward and bowed slightly to Naruto, who returned the gesture. Kiri hunters, it's good that you've joined us, we were starting to think our signal wasn't conspicuous enough. His men laughed at that, and Naruto could sense the temper of his team and his own. Not at all, we thought it would make you wait a little while. There's no need to rush things. Naruto glared angrily at the Kumo hunters, safely concealing his emotions behind his mask. The leader pointed a finger at Naruto's shoulder and sneered, drawing his attention. You can tell your other hunter he can come out now, we're not hostile. We have an attack to plan and we can't do it without everyone here. Naruto cursed silently, waving his arm in a "come here" gesture. His hunter appeared behind him with what was surely an annoyed expression. They detected our backup so easily, these men shouldn't be underestimated. Their armor is also very interesting, especially for hunters. In fact, the men wore interesting armor. Besides their black underwear, their armor was made of a strange metal that was pure gold. Shoulder guards, studded gloves, demon masks, and even their body armor were golden in color, something that could be seen as an obvious disadvantage for a shinobi, especially assassins like themselves. I see you're eyeing our armor, pretty bad, huh? We recently received a large shipment of steel and other strong armor materials from our friends overseas, and that's allowed Kumo to develop its defensive armor for its shinobi. The Kinkaku squad recently received them from Kumo's counterfeiters in the capital. Naruto nodded. He was very impressed with her armor, but he still preferred his own. Very well, Kumo-san. Naruto was interrupted by the leader raising his hand to silence him and then moving it into a handshake position, surprising Naruto. The name is Tamura Yatsuki, and you are. Naruto grabbed the man's hand with his own, feeling the other shinobi put a little pressure on his hand, so he vigorously returned it. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, swordsman of the mist. This guy, either Kumo has a bad history with us, or this captain doesn't like me. Well then, Naruto, how about we get started? I assume your Mizukage told you we've asked for your help. Naruto nodded, causing the three Kinkaku to sneer and confusing the Kiri squad. Well, that's a load of crap, since our Raikage told us to cooperate with you or else. Apparently, this is a huge boost to relations between our nations, and it's very important to play it right, blah, blah, blah. The captain openly mocked his orders, making Naruto wonder just how loose the Kinkaku squad's leash was in Kumo. Let me tell you something, Naruto. He practically spat out his name. We. No. Need. You. Do you understand? This was my operation until that pro-fighter asshole thought it was wise to make me work with some KIR assholes. The man couldn't finish as he had Naruto's sword at his throat, and although his two friends would have reacted, both had their sword wrists in a bind with Naruto's water release, water whip technique. Naruto quickly assimilated the skills of the Kumo ninjas, starting with their swordsmanship, katanas. I'd heard rumors that many cloud ninja train with long swords instead of kunai, but I never would have guessed they took such pride in the sword itself. Immaculate, without a scratch, and with beautiful golden designs on their blades, these guys are professionals. Ah, so you finally got offended by something I said? The man chuckled, making Naruto snarl. That's right, we don't need you or your damn sword. We probably couldn't touch a fly with this oversized piece of plastic. Mocking Naruto and he'd get angry, mocking Kiri or MEI and you were a dead man, mocking his sword, he wished he were dead. Large piece of plastic? I haven't heard that before, Tamura. How about we test your theory? I think I see a fly right above your carotid artery. The man swallowed, but remained calm as Naruto moved his sword above the artery in his neck. After all, he was an elite. Tamura finally sighed, raising his hands in defeat and ending the confrontation. Naruto slowly backed away, and his shinobi released the water ropes from the other two members of the Golden Horn. They gripped their wrists and rubbed them in silent anguish, the water tight and restricting their skin. Anyway, we'll tell you the plan, but we'll do all the work, understand? Naruto just nodded. He figured if he could see these great talkers in action, that would be great payment for putting him on this pointless mission. Kirigakure, main gate. Mei stood restlessly at the main gate with a large contingent of Kiri shinobi, flanked by Chojuro and Ao. While Mei appeared to be in control on the outside, inside she was sweating over Konoha's impending arrival. Not only did they know she had lied to them about Naruto, but Tsunade herself was known to be protective of Naruto when he was in Konoha. Mei could only guess at her reaction to their engagement. Ma'am, they're only half a mile away. Ao whispered in her ear, her Byakugan activated and looking at the Konoha shinobi. How many? He asked in a calm tone, without bothering to whisper. 5, I recognize the Hokage and the Toad-san Ninjiraya. There's also the famous copy ninja of the leaf, Kakashi Hatake. The other two seem very young, probably apprentices of the older ninja. They don't look threatening. Mei scoffed at that. Looks can always be deceiving. The fog dissipated on the path ahead, revealing the small Konoha group. They all seemed happy to have finally arrived in Kiri. Mei glanced uncomfortably at Tsunade, but practically slapped herself and adopted a confident demeanor. This was probably the most important encounter with another nation, and she couldn't afford to mess it up, not with Naruto's life and Kiri's well-being on the line. She would stay strong for them. The two Bustikage separated from their respected bodyguards and met in the middle of the path. Mei forced a welcoming smile. Tsunade didn't even manage that. She kept her poker face the whole time, not bothering with courtesies. Welcome to Kirigakure, Hokage-sama. I hope your journey here wasn't too tiring or long. It's a bit far from home for you. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, without complaining about the trip. The trip was fine, and I'm ready to talk with you now. There's no need to gather your counsel either, I just wish to speak with you. Tsunade whispered the final part in a hiss, causing Mei to narrow her eyes slightly. She turned and pointed to the door. The Kiri ninja stepped aside for the two of them. My office is this way, your bodyguards can wait in the lobby with mine while we discuss. Mei offered, putting a certain tone into her voice with the mention of their private talk. I had no doubt that it would turn into a shouting match. I could only hope that Kiri wouldn't become the battlefield. Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite. Mei and Tsunade entered the Mizukage's office, and the redhead closed the door herself, moving to sit in her chair and reluctantly allowing Tsunade to sit on the sofa. Mei sensed the presence of an observer and quickly waved her hand, her voice turning stern. Leave us alone. Tsunade turned to see no less than 3 ANBU phases in sight. They bowed their heads and disappeared, joining the bodyguards on the other side of the wall. Mei raised her hands and interlaced her fingers, peering at the barely concealed animosity within the Hokage's hazel eyes. She spoke in a strictly business tone, wanting to keep this as professional as possible, though she highly doubted Tsunade would comply with that request for long. What would you like to talk about, Hokage-sama? Tsunade growled, a direct and rude insult to Mei's friendly introduction, but in the blonde's mind, she deserved it. I think you know very well what I want to talk about. Where is Naruto? Mei sighed, already seeing where the discussion was heading, and she didn't like it at all. Naruto-koi is on a mission, she won't be back for a while. Mei was interrupted when a hand slammed her desk, leaving a mark on the wood. I bet you did it on purpose. You sent him on a mission because you knew I'd want to see him on this issue. Mei raised her hand in a dismissive gesture and stifled a sigh of frustration. I had just dispatched Naruto's hunter squad when the message from his council arrived. Had I known, I would have kept him here to help us resolve this issue. Tsunade didn't buy it, but seeing that the younger woman wouldn't back down, she attacked from another angle. And what did I hear, Naruto-koi? You probably seduced him into getting involved. Tsunade stopped as the Mizukage stood up from his chair, a frown on his face. Don't dare you insinuate that I seduced Naruto. I fell in love with his charms and his love like any real woman would. This doesn't even have any merit in the situation. Tsunade's face immediately turned angry that she would ignore Tsunade's questioning about the engagement. It has everything to do with this engagement. If Naruto had never come here, he wouldn't be engaged to you, he'd still be in Konoha, where he belongs. Mei processed the information and began to laugh. Her face broke into a wide grin as she started laughing hysterically, confusing and angering Tsunade even more. Ha 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 ha. You're saying that Naruto, belongs to Konoha? That's the most absurd thing I've heard in a long time. How can you expect him to feel like he belongs there when almost everyone is throwing him in one way or another because of what's inside him? Tsunade gasped. Did she know about the Nine Tails? Naruto, you wouldn't tell her, would you? She must have seduced you too, this bitch, she's gone too far. How dare you laugh at me? Naruto doesn't hate the village, and when he was there, he loved it with all his heart. It makes no sense for him to just get up and leave without warning. He could at least have come to me first. Mei took a step back after that, tired of listening to Tsunade's excuses. He couldn't come to you, no matter the place you hold in his heart. It was his mother's bloodline, and only she would have been someone he could talk to about it. And since she was gone, Naruto had to find another Uzumaki. He also had big dreams he wanted to fulfill, so he decided to introduce the Uzumaki bloodline to the elemental nations, and he couldn't do that while he was still within his own country. He came to Kiri, and he met me. From the very beginning, I was with him and helped him master his skills until he became what he is today, a great shinobi, a great man, and the best fiancé he could ever ask for. Mei finished with a wistful smile and a faraway look in her eyes, thinking of Naruto and her being together. Tsunade was surprised. Mei explaining it from her own perspective was comforting, but it wasn't enough to dissuade the blonde. Putting all our personal issues aside, you lied to me. Me, the Hokage of Konohagakure. This is an insult not to be taken lightly, especially by Naruto and his special status. Mei's mind immediately clicked on the Hokage's wavelengths, and her smile turned into a grimace of disgust. You're here because your council wants their secret weapon back, isn't that right? I should have known it would come to this. Backroom politics have always been the downfall of a Kage's power. Tsunade lowered her head in shame. She had been criticized for going to war to retrieve Naruto because he possessed such a powerful entity within him. He had hoped to use the thinly veiled threat as a power play during the negotiations. He hadn't counted on Mei picking up the tactic so quickly. It's true that the Konoha Council believes Naruto should be returned to Konoha because of his power and influence, but I don't want him back for that reason. Mei gasped silently as she saw Tsunade begin to cry, salty tears streaming down her cheeks. I want Naruto back because I love him like a son. He grew up in me after I returned to Konoha, and when he left, it broke my heart. The village isn't the same without him, and everyone wants him back. Mei openly scoffed at that, confusing the Hokage. That's not what my informants tell me. They say that almost 100% of your village celebrated his death and they still do to this day. Naruto has told me many times that he doesn't want to return, and as long as he wants to stay here, he'll be a Kiri shinobi. Besides, I love it. Mei was stopped by a hard slap from Tsunade, who was practically furious at the Mizuki's audacity. How dare you? I won't believe you until I hear from her own mouth that she doesn't want to go home, and your so-called love has no merit whatsoever over the place. Tsunade stopped her mockery, met with an equally sharp slap from Mei. Both women now sported red marks on their cheeks. Never doubt my love for Narukoi, because I'll make sure you regret it. I won't tolerate this kind of insolence, no matter your rank, Hokage-sama. Now then. Mei's voice returned to an unintelligible tone. She pointed at the door. I've arranged an apartment for you and your contingent to stay in until Naruto Koi returns, or you can leave Kiri. In either case, I don't expect you to move around too freely. We're not allies, and after this display, I can't fully trust that you won't do anything rash. Now go. Tsunade sneered and turned, walking towards the door, only stopping to look over her shoulder and whisper threatening words to her fellow Kage. This is not over. Kirigakure, Mizuki's sweet lobby. Chojuro-san, I was wondering if you could tell me about Naruto's training. We didn't get to see him in action, and I was curious about. Jiraiya was interrupted by the young swordsman, who was scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, you see, that kind of information is, Ao just sighed loudly, hitting the younger boy on the back of the neck, startling him. Chojuro. All you have to do is say, that information is classified. End of story. Jeez. In my time, if a kid rambled like you, Ao trailed off as he saw the double doors open and an angry Hokage walk out of the office, a dull red mark on his cheek. Jiraiya immediately knew something was going on, as did the rest of Konoha, but wisely he kept quiet and kept pace with Tsunade. Well? Are any of you Kiri shinobi going to take us to our temporary abode or what? The Hokage demanded rather loudly, surprising all the shinobi present with his disregard for respect. The Kiri shinobi exchanged glances before Mei stepped forward, a similar red mark appearing on her cheek. She gestured to two ANBU, and they moved forward, ready to receive orders. Go. Take them to the houses marked in the report, the newly rebuilt side of the village. The two ANBU glanced at each other and shrugged, moving in front of the Konoha squad and leading them out of sight up the stairs. Ao turned towards the Mizuki, curious about his unsettling behavior. Is everything alright, Mizuki-sama? Mei barely glanced at him, her eyes dangerously narrowed, settling for a small sigh to vent some of her anger. No, it isn't. AO, I want you to select and lead a team of our best trackers and keep an eye on visitors to Konoha. I don't trust them to just stand around doing nothing while Naruto Koi is away. AO was surprised by the order, but nodded, glad to have something to do for the next week. Yes, Mizuki-sama, it will be done. AO disappeared, leaving Mei walking home with a severe headache from today's events. I really need a hot bath. Naruto Koi, I hope you're enjoying your little vacation, because my future father-in-law is being a real pain. I still can't believe that bitch slapped me, I almost spit lava in her face, almost. Wave Country, Unknown Village Warehouse. That's the objective, Team Kiri, you already know the drill. Naruto listened to his communicator and sighed, he knew the drill well. Kiri's team was supposed to sit back with popcorn while the Kinkaku wiped out the petty crime lords and their gangs who were gathering that night at the warehouse. Naruto was simply excited by the prospect of doing nothing, but he had no choice. The Mizukage called it a joint operation, but the Kinkaku wanted nothing to do with them, so they settled for an uneasy peace agreement. Don't mess with us, we won't mess with you. Naruto moved to a better vantage point to observe the warehouse, a broken window near the roof. The fog was extra thick tonight, meaning he could hide relatively easily without using jutsu. Not that it mattered against these crime bosses, they weren't shinobi, after all. Kinkaku Bounty Squad, begin the operation. Naruto watched as the lights inside the warehouse went out, most likely due to a lightning technique. Tamura and his two squad mates entered the warehouse swiftly and silently, easily drowning out the sounds of panicked commands and murmurs of concern. Tamura decided to use his own fighting technique while his men used their katanas infused with lightning chakra. This looks like a drug raid, not something Hunterine should be doing. Naruto thought to himself, curious about Kumo's ninja methods. Lightning release, bolter shot, Tamura whispered, his hands slowly beginning to glow with a dull white lightning color, small sparks crackling between his fingers. Remember, keep at least one alive. Tamura alerted his subordinates. They had already loaded their katanas and were charging directly at the criminals, illuminating the warehouse with their lightning-infused weapons. They began slashing at their enemies, not only killing them with the blade, but also with enough electricity to fry their insides and shut them down. Once the enemy realized it was suicide to attack the golden shinobi up close, they began throwing kunai and shuriken, slowing their advance. It was then that their lightning-infused chakra blades truly shone, and they swiftly used the attack to halt the enemy fighters. Kenjutsu style, lightning crescent wave. The Kinkaku sword users swung their blades in a horizontal arc, the lightning leaping in a rising wave of energy directly toward the enemy's position. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the wave of lightning decimate the enemy ranks caught in the blast, either slicing them through or burning them with electricity. I knew about that type of technique, but I'd never seen it used in a real fight before. Naruto looked at Tamura, whom he hadn't seen doing much, until he noticed that Tamura had been fighting a great force on the other side of the warehouse, alone. Naruto's eyes widened again as he witnessed the leader's intriguing lightning technique. He would point his fingers at the enemy target, and a high-speed beam would be fired, striking them. Apparently, the technique's lethality was determined by the amount of chakra put into each shot, as Naruto could see the man had already incapacitated some while the rest lay dead. Come on, you fucking cunts, is this all you've got? I expected better from the little shits who tried to pick up all the bits of Gato from his empire, but you little bitches are awful. Naruto winced at the man's use of colorful vocabulary, and although he wasn't entirely innocent either, Naruto didn't swear like a sailor that this man seemed to perfectly emulate. Naruto watched in amazement as the battle died down, Tamura's henchmen finishing off any remaining survivors. Naruto and his squad avoided joining them in the interrogation process, which earned them a look of clear disdain and annoyance from Tamura. Kiri-san, what did I tell you about all this teamwork stuff? Naruto was at his wit's end, and his teammates weren't holding back either. Listen, the Mizukage herself gave me this task, and I'm not going to stand idly by the whole time just so you can have your glory. The least you can do is allow us to join in. Those of us who aren't fighting have a right to listen too. Tamura growled but said nothing more, instead directing his veiled anger toward the prisoners he had gathered. His hand glowed for a second, settling with the occasional spark or burst of lightning chakra emanating from his palm. Tamura smiled and told the prisoners and Kiri's team what was happening. Kumo Hunter's ninja interrogation technique, a perfect device for achieving our goals by stimulating the body with pain. Tamura approached the first aspiring samurai and placed his hand on the back of his neck, eliciting a loud, agonizing scream from the man. Naruto and his team were in shock at his methods. He hadn't even asked a question yet. I always like to give my prisoners a taste of what might happen to them first before we start. It usually makes them give in faster. The man on whom it was used was glaring at the Kinkaku leader, but he was completely ignored. Now then. Tamura used his other hand and grabbed the man's shaggy black hair, painfully lifting his head from the roots. Tell me where Uroi Yatsuki is. I know he's been used by your organization before because of his ninja services, so don't give me any nonsense. Uroi Yatsuki, wait, you must be the ninja hunter he's always talking about. He's been waiting for your ass to get here for quite some time. He's probably going to fry you. The man was interrupted by another surprise, this one aimed at his arm, making it shake uncontrollably as the man screamed in pain. That was great information, now tell me where he is, you little bastard. The interrogation continued for the next 10 minutes. Naruto had grown bored with the whole thing and was leaning against a box when Tamura sighed in frustration. He moved away from the prisoners and consulted with the assembled ninja hunter. It seems I can't get the little ladybug to give up his location. It's like he's been through the interrogation tactic before and is hardened or something. Naruto tapped his fingers on the nearby box, pondering the problem. It's possible that this Uroi of yours, knowing you were coming, used these same or similar techniques on some of the more knowledgeable gang members, preventing them from revealing their secrets, Naruto suggested, causing Tamura to turn to him with a confused but understanding look. Tamura seemed to be thinking about the possibility more and more, nodding slowly to himself. Yes, that would make sense based on the man's previous statement. But this is our fastest way to get information, how else are we going to make him talk? Naruto decided to communicate with his bijou while everyone else pondered the question. Hey, Kyubi. Do you think that with a little of your chakra and a lot of killing intent, we could scare this guy enough to make him talk? Well, if you could make eye contact with my chakra that flows through you, I could plant a small genjutsu that I know in the man's consciousness, it should scare him enough to break. Naruto nodded and spoke, turning the attention back to him. I think I have a way. Just give me a minute alone with him and I can make him talk. Naruto stood up straight and started walking toward the prisoner, but was stopped by a rough hand on his shoulder from a furious Tamura. This is my mission, Naruto. I can handle this, now let it go. Naruto grabbed the man's arm and threatened to break it with the intense force he was putting on it, causing Tamura to shrink under his mask. Listen, Tamura, you need to wake up and realize you can't do everything. Right now, no matter how much I wish I weren't, I'm your teammate and I'm trying to help you. Damn that big head, come back down to earth and get lost. Naruto finished his little speech, intensifying the tension in the man's arm to its peak, making him howl with anger and pain. You son of a bitch. Naruto continued walking, ignoring the tantrum the captain was probably having in his mind. He grabbed the prisoner roughly by the arm and dragged him behind a box, frightening the man into thinking he was going to be killed. Alright now, look into my eyes and see what will happen to you, mortal. Naruto's voice slowly changed as Kyubi's chakra seeped into his system, flooding him with strength and bloodlust. No matter how much he trained and harnessed the red chakra, he could never overcome the unsettling feeling of death and blood raining when he used it. Naruto removed his mask, and the man saw demonic eyes that were blood red, frightening him to the point of almost fainting. His eyes soon dilated, having been caught in the genjutsu, and Naruto waited a few moments before he began shouting bloody murder and trying to break free. Naruto held him steady, waiting for him to calm down a bit before he could ask the question. After a few more tense moments, the man's voice had turned into sobs and quiet moans. Uroi Yatsuki, where is he? The man looked into Naruto's now masked eyes and opened his mouth, his voice barely above a whisper. Former hideout of the contractor Momochi, Deep Forest. 16 kilometers east of here. The man then collapsed, and Naruto was glad the jutsu worked. I was also curious to know if this Momochi was the same Zabuza Momochi I had fought in Wave once. Upon meeting with the team, he alerted the astonished ninja of both villages to the information, omitting the part about how he did it. The teams were soon leaping through the trees, Tamura near Naruto in silent deliberation over the blonde youth's earlier words and his actions thus far. Naruto. Tamura began, prompting a slight glance from the blonde boy, who grimaced beneath his mask. I guess I was quite a big idiot, this mission is too personal for me. Naruto, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have criticized you like that, but this mission is personal, as I'm sure you've already guessed. I shouldn't have excluded you from the investigation like that, it was wrong of me. To say Naruto was surprised was an understatement, even though he had predicted the personal part. Their surnames are the same, they're related somehow. I can only assume you two are related. Tamura nodded slowly. Is he your brother? Tamura actually burst out laughing, and had to stop jumping for a second to catch his breath. Ha! Not close, but good guess. That kitty could never be my brother, but the Yatsuki clan is big in Kumo, and he's my distant cousin, no less. He's one of those, boy betrays clan pursues business types, except I got picked for the job. I'm not nice on good days, and if you didn't know, this is a bad day for me. Naruto nodded. The Uzumaki clan may no longer exist at this point, but Naruto would surely pursue any traitor with a zeal unheard of by most shinobi. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's catch a traitor. Naruto vanished in a whirlpool of water, moving faster than before with the boost of chakra. Tamura smiled, disappearing in a silent flash of lightning. I think I might like this boy. Naruto Uzumaki. Ola, former Momochi contractor base, deep forest. So, have you finally come to free this body from the miserable soul inside? I've been terribly bored lately. Yuroi sat down on a throne, which he had added to the hideout, waiting for the assassins to enter his unguarded tower. His skin was dark brown, but his hair was a bright, almost white blonde, similar to the current Rakich's. He had twin katanas on his back and moved uncomfortably in his Kumo vest and leggings, his black underwear covered everything but his arms. He smiled when three blurs appeared a few meters from his throne, the golden masks made his eyes widen a little, but he quickly calmed down when he recognized the leader of the three. Tamura, it's been too long. The leader stiffened at the criminal's warm welcome and strangely remained silent, opting for a few hand movements towards his subordinates, who nodded and walked away. Tamura, it's rude not to speak to your cousin. Tamura drew his katana in one hand and flooded it with lightning chakra, illuminating the dark room. Yuroi also noticed that he wasn't using both hands as he usually did and guessed that his other hand had already been used for a technique. Yuroi Yatsuki. Tamura's voice cracked with rage at seeing this man again. He cleared his throat and tried again. You've been accused of the crime of leaving the village and revealing the clan's secrets to outsiders. It's time for you to die. Tamura and Yuroi vanished and reappeared in midair, Tamura's single sword trembling from the effort of holding off the enemy's twin katana, also enhanced by nature chakra. Tamura, I was sure the clan had moved past that, it's been so long since that little incident. Tamura pointed the finger of his free hand at Yuroi's head, firing a beam that crackled past the exile as it twisted his neck. Yuroi began shaking his head from side to side in a scolding manner, and in the blink of an eye, Tamura's free hand was secured by the wrist while Yuroi held both katanas between his fingers in the other hand. That was a dangerous technique, Tamura. You could have hurt me. Tamura was angry. Yuroi had become more than just the damned weakling he used to be after he stole one of the clan's technical scrolls. You piece of shit. Ah! Tamura screamed in agony as Yuroi twisted her wrist, rendering it unusable to Captain Kinkaku. Quickly freeing herself from the traitor's grip, Tamura began to think of a plan while tending to her broken wrist. A good ninja never lets his guard down, you should meet this Tamura. Kinkaku's eyes widened when he heard the voice behind him and could feel the hiss of the air as the katana slid towards his neck. Captain! His squad mates arrived just in time, their own katanas crackling with lightning, trembling from trying to hold off the enemy. Tamura ran through a few hand seals, his mouth agape, sparks flaring. Lightning release, false darkness. A large, concentrated stream of lightning chakra entered Yuroi, causing the Kinkaku squad to smile as he was flung back through the wall into an adjacent room. "Thank you for saving the boys, now let's go." Tamura couldn't finish as Yoroi burst through the wall enveloped in his clan's special lightning armor technique. His fists slammed into Tamura's men as Yoroi headbutt the surprised squad leader, sending all three of them to the ground. He wasn't playing around anymore. "That did hurt Tamura, I guess we're not playing fair anymore." His men were knocked out by the bone-crushing blow enhanced by nature chakra. Tamura could only watch as the katana descended towards their throats. "I can't let you do that, Yoroi-san," a voice said, and Yuroi's eyes widened as a large, double-bladed sword blocked his attack, preventing him from killing the Kinkaku hunters. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. Lightning chakra was known to enhance blades to the point where they could cut through solid steel in an instant. But this weapon wouldn't budge. Yoroi quickly examined the opposite blade and noticed numerous seals inscribed on it, some of which had ignited from contact with his chakra. He also noticed his katana losing its luster. "Damn it, containment seals. It's draining my elemental chakra." Yoroi moved away from the enemy only to find himself engulfed by 3 additional water whips wielded by ninja hunters, their grip securing his wrists and neck. The force compelled Yoroi to his knees as Naruto helped Tamura to his feet to finish the job, but he was sadly mistaken when he heard shouts coming from his fellow Kiri ninja. Yoroi's lightning armor had reactivated and was currently electrocuting Naruto's squad, forcing him to act. Shunshin toward the enemy, Naruto swung his sword in a wide arc, creating sparks as it once again met chakra-infused blades. Yoroi frowned as his chakra was absorbed by his blades again and attempted to swing a sword to strike Naruto's core, but Naruto altered his grip and pushed the former cloud away from him. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto's shadow clones moved swiftly and gathered all the unconscious ninjas on the battlefield, escaping through the large hole in the wall. "So, we're alone now. I wonder what you'll do now, Hunter-san," Yoroi said, flexing his arms and enjoying the sensation of the lightning chakra dancing through his skin. "You might not enjoy it that much." Naruto formed a sign with one hand and shot a large slick of mud at Yoroi, who skillfully dodged it, laughing as he did so. "The mud won't do much against me, Hunter. You'll have to." Yoroi fell silent when he heard the rock harden and turned to see the hole in the wall plugged by the newly formed rock. "So that's what you were." Yoroi sensed the danger and saw Naruto exhale a kind of mist from his mouth, and quickly remembered Kiri's hidden mist technique. "Hiding in the fog won't help you much here, I could easily find you, you." Yoroi watched as his skin began to peel away and his lightning chakra shield calmed and dissipated from his body. Naruto wished the acidity would increase, seeing that Yoroi's pained expressions showed it was working, and his peeling skin was also a good indicator. What the hell did you do?" Naruto laughed, pleased to have the advantage in this battle. The Uzumaki bloodline was known to few, it seemed. "Killing you, what does that look like?" Naruto lifted his mask slightly to reveal his mouth and fired 2 lava globes, both aiming at and hitting his swords, melting the instruments of destruction. Yoroi grunted. He wasn't having as much fun anymore, in fact, he wasn't having any fun at all. Her skin was bleeding now, muscles had been revealed in some places, and it burned as if her whole body had just been sprayed with an antibacterial spray. "Then again, while I could simply melt what you melt, I think Tamura would like the honor that way." Unable to stop him, Yoroi watched as Naruto disappeared and felt a blow to his neck, and everything went black. Wave hideout, 10 minutes later. "Tamura, he's all yours." Naruto dropped a tied-up Yoroi at his feet, still injured from his battle with Naruto. Tamura looked down in surprise at the skill of the Kiri ninja. He did what the Kinkaku squad couldn't, what he couldn't do. "Naruto, how did you do that?" Naruto simply shook his head, and Tamura understood. Most ninjas didn't like to reveal their techniques unless they had to. "Tamura, forgive me." The golden-masked leader frowned at the now pleading traitor from Kumo, and kicked him in the ribs to shut him up. "You die now." Tamura gathered a specific amount of chakra into his 2 index fingers, ordering Naruto to hold the criminal down and make him kneel. Tamura pressed 2 fingers into 2 different spots, the back of Yoroi's neck, where his spinal cord meets his right, and his heart. The lightning chakra worked its magic, shutting down his nervous system and heart with concentrated electrical surges. Naruto was a little intrigued by the method, but he knew it was best not to ask. "Naruto, Naruto turned into a punch sent by Tamura, barely dodging it, his hand already on his sword. That was for beating him without me. Though thanks, if it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have lost, we'd be dead. We won't forget this, Naruto. If you ever need help, you can count on the Kinkaku bounty hunters to come to your aid. Let's spread the word, we'll stay in touch, okay? We'll get rid of the body right here. Naruto nodded and walked away, mentally noting the location of the base and the reminder of the bounty hunters' help. His squad positioned themselves behind him. So I made new friends, MEI will be very proud. Kirigakure, 3 days later. We're home, now go and get some rest. The other hunters nodded and disappeared, leaving Naruto to walk towards a strangely waiting MEI at the door. I'm back. MEI. What's wrong? MEI looked quite depressed, barely cheering up at the sight of Naruto here. Naruto, we have unwanted guests. Naruto's eyes opened and then narrowed, moving his hand toward his sword. Where? They didn't hurt you, did they? Naruto asked quickly. MEI simply shook her head and hugged her fiancé, who hesitantly hugged her back. No, Naruto, it's Konoha. Naruto's eyes widened. Had they come for him?